laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Serena St. Patrick's Day, 5 years ago. Oh my God, what am I doing? When I thought about what it would be like to lose my virginity, I hadn't considered it would be with a man I'd met only hours before. And yet here I was, in a fancy hotel room with Devin Rourke, who'd I'd met that afternoon when I served him lunch. Are you nervous? Devin leaned against the hotel room door that he'd just shut and looked at me with those amazing green eyes. A little, a lot actually, but the strange part was that I still desperately wanted to go through with it. 21 felt too old to still be a virgin, and I didn't have any other prospects. And Devin Rourke? Holy cow, I couldn't have ordered up anyone more perfect. Funny, sweet, sexy as sin, rich. Not that I'd have any of him after tonight, but I'd entered Fairytaleville the minute he said he'd meet me to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. How about some champagne? Something as momentous as losing your virginity deserves champagne. He strode toward the table that held a bucket of ice with champagne in it. It was a testament to how quickly rich people could arrange what they wanted. He must have told the hotel desk clerk to send it up. Somehow, it had arrived before we did. I nodded, even though we'd had a good amount to drink already. After all, it was St. Patrick's Day. In New York City, that's what you did on St. Patrick's. Drink. I was sure all that drinking was why I'd lost control of myself and admitted to being a virgin. Perhaps an alcohol haze was why he'd offered to help me, as I was sure I wasn't Devin's type. Even with a few drinks under my belt, I was still bewildered about how he ended up spending the evening with me. I'd been serving the lunch crowd in the chic diner I worked in to help pay for college when Devin and his friend Danny showed up. They weren't the first cocky, handsome, rich boys I'd ever served, but they were the first that I agreed to meet later. Then again, they were the first to say they wanted to meet me and my friend Kim. I wasn't ugly, but I couldn't imagine I was the type Devin normally went for. I wasn't tall, rich, or glamorous. I was average in height, rounder in build, and while I felt pretty, I wasn't a cover girl. The conversation started innocently enough when I delivered their lunch plates. "Come on, Dev, it's one of the biggest parties of the year," his friend Danny said. Devin sat back as I set his plate in front of him. "It's the same party as all the other ones. Don't you ever get sick of it? The same people, talking the same shit, all of it bullshit. It's all plastic and fake." "No." Devin looked up at me, which was when I first noticed how green his eyes were. "Can I get you anything else?" I asked. "What are you doing for St. Patrick's?" Devin asked me. "Pub crawl," I answered. "There's probably bullshit there too, but no plastic. All salt of the earth people. And affordable. $5 whiskey shots." Devin let out a loud laugh, while his friend frowned. "Are you old enough?" Devin asked. "Yup. This year I was finally old enough, although I had gone the year before with a fake ID. "How many bars?" Devin pressed on. "I think there's 50 or so participating. We'll see how far we get." I looked over my shoulder to make sure the manager wasn't glaring at me for taking too long with my customers. "Devin, we told Lauren and Evie we'd—" "You told them. You're leaving next week for who knows how long. Don't you want to spend it with your friends?" Danny asked. I wondered where Devin was going that would keep him away. I doubted the rich people sent their kids into the military. "Not tonight. I don't." Devin looked up at me again. "You willing to give me a tour?" I stared at him, wondering if I was being punked or something. "You look old and smart enough to figure it out on your own." His eyes narrowed slightly, and his lips quirked up as if he was amused by me. "I've been sheltered all my life. I need someone to guide me through the real world." I smirked, but found that I was amused by him too. Even so, I didn't want to commit too much. I took out a pen from my pocket and wrote the name of the bar Kim and I would be at tonight to start the party. "I'll be there at 7. Lauren and Evie are invited too." Devin laughed again. Danny shook his head. "They'll never go for that." I shrugged. "Regular folk don't have cooties." "Marina, table 8, my manager yelled. "Gotta go, boys. I'll see you at 7, Devin said as I walked off. I didn't believe it for a minute that he'd be there, and so I was shocked when he stepped up beside me as I waited for my first shot of whiskey. "So this is how the real world parties, huh?" Kim blinked as Devin slung his arm over my shoulder. "You came?" I managed around my shock. "Yup." I narrowed my eyes. "It's not like you've never been clubbing. You can't tell me you've never been bar hopping." "I have, but with the plastic people." "Who are plastic people?" Kim asked. "The people I normally hang out with," he said, waving to the bartender and calling out for a shot of whiskey. Rich people, I clarified for Kim. He wants to slum it tonight. Nah, he shook his head. I'm looking for real, like you. Where is your friend? With the plastic people. I didn't catch your name before. Serena, and this is Kim. To my thinking, Kim was more his type. She wasn't rich or fake, but she was thin, tall, and more classically pretty. I'm Devin. He grabbed the 3 drinks and handed one to each of us. Slante. And then we were off, making our way through New York, visiting bars on the pub crawl route, drinking and laughing. Laughing a lot. He didn't come off as rich and pompous, although I suppose that was why he was with us instead of his usual crew. He was bored of rich and pompous. So where are you going in a week that you don't know when you'll be back? I asked about his friend's comment at our 3rd bar. Kim was lost in a gaze with Todd, a college classmate she was into. The relaxed smile on Devin's face faded. Europe. Gee, how awful, I quipped. Only a rich person could feel put out by having to go to Europe. He shook his head. My parents think it's time for me to grow up. I'm being sent there to learn the family business. My gap year after finishing my MBA is over. Time to enter the real world. So your family business is in Europe? He nodded. Here, Dublin, London, Paris. He shook his head. The purpose of tonight is to not have to think about it. He downed his drink. Not wanting to ruin his fun, I didn't ask him more about it. Around 10, at the 5th bar, Kim and Todd disappeared. Your friend dumped you, Devin said as we each nursed a Guinness. I don't mind. She's into him. Who are you into? Devin had to yell over the music and people, even though I was just a few feet from him. No one. Well, that wasn't true. 3 hours and twice as many drinks, and I was well into him. Why not? I shrugged. No one is into me either. Fucking waste. I quirked a brow. What do you mean? I mean, you're funny and pretty. It's a waste that you're not into someone. You've got your booze goggles on. He frowned. It's not that. Why would you think that? I sighed, not wanting to go into my love life or lack thereof. Better to focus on him. Is Lauren or Evie wondering where you are? He scoffed. They're probably pissed, but the best they could come up with was annoyance. I had no idea what he meant. The people in my world don't like to show emotion except annoyance. No passion. No rage. No laughing. Not that free and open kind anyway. Sounds miserable. With all that money, you'd think they could afford to be happy. He laughed. You'd think. So what makes people like you happy? I'm happy now. He held up his glass and I clicked my glass to his. Your girlfriend is probably missing you though. I don't have a girlfriend. Not technically, anyway. What did that mean? He leaned forward. Is your friend going to meet us again at the next place, or has she committed the rest of the night to the guy? I'm pretty sure she's committed the rest of the night. At least someone is getting laid. He held up his glass again. To getting laid. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Would he deny being the father? Would he try to shirk his responsibility? Would he want to take Andrew away from me? Would he be happy? Most people, including my parents, believed Andrew was the result of one night of a nameless hookup. It wasn't so far from the truth, and so it had been an easy secret to keep. If people knew the truth, they'd either hate me for keeping Andrew a secret from his father or wonder why I wasn't going after him for money. I knew keeping Andrew from Devin wasn't a nice thing to do. The truth was, I'd tried to reach him, but he had a new phone number in Europe, which meant I had to seek out his mother to get his contact information. I hadn't wanted to tell her about the baby, but she left me no choice, as she refused to give any information. Even after knowing I was pregnant, she didn't give it to me. To say she reacted badly was an understatement. She tried to say he wasn't the father, but I told her a DNA test would prove that he was. She must have believed me because she then offered me an obscene amount of money to go away and never speak of the issue again. She said that Devin was building his life in Europe and hadn't mentioned me once since leaving, so clearly I wasn't important to him. I realized then that I was on my own. I passed on the money and instead decided to raise Andrew on my own. I didn't want him to be around people who were so ruthless and uncaring about others. Mommy, how do airplanes stay in the sky? Andrew set his plane on the table and took a bite of his peanut butter toast. It has to do with thrust and airflow, I said, trying to remember high school physics. From the engine? Yes, and how the air goes around the wings. We can get a book at the library if you want. Grandma is taking me to the library, he said with a mouth of toast. Be sure to get a book. You can show me tonight when I get home from work. Okay. 20 minutes later, I dropped him off at my parents' apartment and then took the subway up to Midtown to my job. I was just putting my purse in my desk when Nikita poked her head in my door. I've got something for you. Oh? I waved her in. I've been planning that party for Tony Gallagher, she said, of the standards crooner of the 1960s who was having a resurgence in popularity after his music was featured in a blockbuster film. Mari has the flu, and Jacob is still out on family leave, she said of 2 people on her team. So you need some people from my team? I asked, sitting at my desk and taking a sip of the fancy coffee I bought. Expensive coffee was my one indulgence. I want you and your team. Can you meet me at Rourke's this afternoon? I tried to keep my face impassive, but I was sure I flinched. It happened every time I heard the name Rourke. The NYC restaurant owned by Devin's family was so fancy-schmancy that I'd yet to be involved in any events there because my clientele wasn't quite that rich. The few that were that wealthy were younger, and while Rourke's was for the elite, it was for the older elite. The rumor was Devin was changing that in their European establishments and that he'd opened a few clubs in an attempt to cater to the younger crowd. But here in New York, Rourke's was still something for older, richer people. My instinct was to say no, but if my career was to continue its upward momentum, I needed this experience and the connections I could make. Devin was still in Europe, and I was certain that Mrs. Rourke wouldn't remember me if she happened to be at the restaurant. Yes, of course. Wow, Rourke's. We've got most everything set up, but I need to walk through with Rourke's staff, and this is a big deal, so I'd love it if you could attend. I want our top people there making sure the event goes over. Gallagher has lots of friends who have lots of friends. It comes from over 50 years in the biz. I nodded. Absolutely. She handed me a binder. Everything we've done so far is in there. I'll see you around 3. Bring your team too. I will. Thank you, Nikita. I appreciate your including me. She smiled. You'll have my job before long. Just wait until I retire before taking it, though. I laughed. No one would take your job. I busied myself through the day to distract myself, but it was no use. I couldn't stop worrying about walking into Rourke's. Chances were no one would know or remember me, so it was crazy to be worried. And yet I was. At 3 o'clock, I stepped out of the elevator onto the 30th floor, where Rourke's overlooked the Manhattan skyline and a perfect view of the Empire State Building. The restaurant was elegant, making me think of a private men's club with dark leather chairs, dark walls accented with gold. It had an outdoor terrace and several event rooms. I made my way to the larger of the rooms that had its own terrace, where Mr. Gallagher's party would be. Ah, there you are, Rena. I'm just finalizing the menu with Allison here, Nikita said, waving me over. Here's a list of things that you and your team to check out. She handed me a folder. The first item had to do with seating setup for the outdoor area. Let's look this over on the terrace, I said to my little team of 3. We stepped outside into the chilly air. What if it rains or snows? Isn't it a little cold for an outdoor event? Debbie asked as we all pulled our coats around us in the chilly February air. They've got outdoor heaters, but I'll check on rain or snow, I said. We spent the next 20 minutes going through the list of items. Nikita was the best at the job, so there weren't any issues that needed us to troubleshoot or fix. When we were done, I sent my team back to the office while I hunted down Nikita again to let her know all was well. I stepped into the large room, and immediately the hairs on my arms stood up as I walked into Devin Rourke. "Excuse me," he said, his voice as deep and velvety as I remembered. "I'm sorry," I said, looking down and stepping away from him. I made a beeline to Nikita, hoping he didn't recognize me. When I reached her, I glanced at where he'd been. He stood in the doorway, his eyes narrowed toward me as if he was trying to place me. Asshole, I thought, as I turned my attention to Nikita. I remembered every moment of our time together, and he clearly didn't remember me. Then again, I didn't want him to remember me. I turned my attention to Nikita because I didn't want him figuring out who I was. I worked to ignore him as he talked to his staff, but it was hard because I was dying to get a better look. Finally, Nikita thanked me and sent me back to the office. I headed out of the event room, trying not to look like I was running away. I just made it to the elevator when Devin stepped in front of me. He gave me that affable smile he'd used to seduce me 5 years ago. You don't remember me, do you? 2. Devin. When I was first told by my father to go to Europe, I didn't want to go. The only thing that had made the prospect better was when Serena said she'd come with me. Then she didn't show up at the airport, and she didn't return my calls. 5 years later, when I was told to come back to New York City, I didn't want to come. I'd made a life for myself in Europe. I'd not only had the freedom to bring the Rourke establishments into the modern age, but also I'd built clubs next door to the London and Dublin restaurants that were designed to attract a younger crowd who wanted a high-quality experience but weren't in the top 1% socioeconomic status. I was currently scouting a location for a Paris club. My father hated the idea of the clubs, but stopped balking when the profits started rolling in. Even so, I had no illusions that he'd allow me to build a club in New York. Coming home would be returning to life under my parents' thumb. I'd often thought I'd never have children, but on the flight back to take my father's place at the helm of the Rourke Empire, I'd vowed it wouldn't happen. I didn't want to have to put my kid in the same position of living a life established by Patty Rourke nearly a century before. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. My grandfather, my father, and now I had lives predestined to run the Rourke business. From now on, my sister would have to bear the kids that would take over the company. What I hadn't counted on was seeing Serena. Did I ever think of her? Sure, a lot at first. Less often as the years went by, except perhaps when I was jerking off. At first, I'd been hurt and then pissed when she ghosted me. Then I was just baffled. What the hell had happened? Had her parents stopped her? Had mine? No, it couldn't have been mine. I hadn't told them about Serena or our plans. I hadn't told anyone but my sister and Danny. Neither of them would have snitched on me. Normally, I wouldn't be the one meeting with the event planner for an event at the Rourke, but I'd only been back a week, and this event was for a well-known celebrity, at least by the older crowd. I wanted to see firsthand how the Rourke organizes events and worked with event planning firms. Imagine my surprise to look up and see Serena as part of the event organizer team. I had the same reaction I had the first time I saw her, like a zap of electricity. And like that first time, I worked to pinpoint what it was about her that affected me. Last time, I'd settled on her eyes and her no-bullshit personality. She was real and she wasn't intimidated by my family's status or wealth. There was no sucking up to try and finagle a marriage or business proposition from me, as most women I met did. What I'd seen was exactly who she was. Or maybe not, because I hadn't counted on her disappearing on me. She stared at me for a second and then turned away, so I wasn't sure she recognized me. On the one hand, my ego didn't like that I was forgettable. On the other hand, I had to laugh at my own arrogance. Clearly, what had happened between 5 years ago affected more than her. Even so, I wasn't going to let her get away without finding out why she ghosted on me. So, when her boss excused her, I followed her to the elevators. I smiled so she wouldn't think I was pissed about her disappearance and asked, "You don't remember me, do you?" She looked at me with those amazing blue eyes. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen eyes quite that color of blue. "Yes, of course, Mr. Rourke, I remember you." I quirked a growl. "Mr. Rourke? You didn't call me that before. Are you sure you remember?" The old me would have added a comment about taking her to a hotel to remind her who I was, but I'd grown up a little since then. Now I might still think it, but I kept it to myself. She glanced behind me to where her boss was talking to my staff. She turned her attention back to me. "I'm working right now." I nodded. "Okay, how about a drink? We can catch up." "Thank you, but I can't. Still working." She looked up at the lighted numbers over the elevator. I got the feeling she was willing the car to show up faster. Didn't she know I'd just get in it with her? After work, it doesn't have to be here, and it can be coffee if you don't want to drink. She kept looking at the numbers over the elevator. "I appreciate the offer, but I have plans." "Tomorrow?" "Then too." I put my hands on my hips and studied her. Yes, it was arrogant of me to feel like this shouldn't be this hard. Most women said yes to me for anything and everything I asked. but I decided it was character building to have to work for it, so I kept on. If you're not going to meet with me, then you'll have to tell me right here, right now, why you ghosted me. Her eyes closed as if I'd asked the one thing that she didn't want to tell me. When she opened them again, I could see I was going to get the same brush off. "I'm sorry about that. We were both so young and impulsive," she said. "That doesn't take the sting of rejection away." She looked down, and I hoped she felt bad. "I'm sorry. I handled it wrong. But now we're older, and surely, looking back, you can see it for what it was." "What was it?" I pushed her, even though I was pretty sure I didn't want to hear her dismiss what we had. Yes, it was impulsive. Yes, we were young, but I'd cared for her. At the time, I was sure I loved her. A hookup? Fuck, I was right. I didn't want to hear that. "You don't feel it was a little more than that?" At the time, sure, it felt like more, but we were in the middle of it. She cocked her head to the side. "You can't tell me you pined too long, or didn't have someone in the wings ready to take my place." Her words felt like they had weight, like she thought I was cheating or had moved on quickly. Had I fucked other women since her? Yes, but it hadn't happened quickly, and I hadn't had the same feeling with them as I had with her. "It sounds like you want me to be the bad guy here. Once you lost your virginity, how long was it before you went out with another man? Were you curious to experience the size of other dicks?" The minute I said it, I regretted it. It was petty, but damn it, there was only so much my ego could take. Her eyes flashed with heat, reminding me of the times I was thrusting inside her, watching her as she rode the edge of an orgasm. Of course, this time she wasn't hot from pleasure, but from anger. "You're one to talk, Devin." "Huh? What is it you're accusing me of, Serena?" All of a sudden, she straightened to attention. "Everything okay here?" her boss asked as she approached us. "Yes, of course," Serena said. When the door to the elevator opened, she hurried in. "It was good to see you again, Mr. Rourke." I nodded. "You too, Miss—" Fuck, what was her last name? She smirked at me as the doors closed. "Moore." Fuck, it was Moore. I wanted to poke the button and chase her down to let her know I hadn't forgotten. She wasn't just some random short-term hookup in a long line of hookups. "Mr. Rourke?" I sighed and turned toward the chef. "Yes, chef?" After dealing with the chef, I finished my business at the Rourke, and then I scouted a location a few doors down from the Rourke building for the potential of a club. My dad would balk, but if I was going to be taking over the business, then I was going in all the way. He'd had his run, now it was my turn. After work, I returned to my parents' place on Riverside in the Upper West Side of the city. The place was large enough that I could be there without seeing my parents unless I wanted to. Even so, I was in the process of buying a penthouse in Midtown. After dinner, I went to my father's study to let him know about my day. To my mind, it was a courtesy, although I'm sure he felt it was my duty. My father had been diagnosed with Parkinson's and encouraged to reduce his workload, which was why I was summoned home. But on the first day, I could see my father wasn't going to let go of the reins that easily. I felt bad that he was sick, but that didn't mean I was going to come home simply to do his bidding. I told him so when he clearly didn't like that I was seeking a spot for a club. "You know you wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't sick," he said. I couldn't decide if it was sadness at what his illness was taking from him or envy of my taking charge. That's true. I'd still be in Europe living the life you forced me to create there. But now I'm back at your insistence to take over the business. I'm not dead yet, Devin. No, but you actually, you ordered me back home to start running the business. So that's what I'm doing. I'm not here to take orders, though. You give me the reins or keep them for yourself. I don't care. Just make a choice. Devin! My mother's scolding voice echoed across my father's study. "You think you can do better than me?" my father asked. "A better question is, if you don't trust me, why am I here? Rourke's has been doing business the same way successfully for a century, and all of a sudden you think you know better?" my father demanded. "Rourke's clientele is dying, Dad." I winced. At my own insensitive words, my mother gaped, but my father's eyes sharpened. "You also seem to be missing the fact that many people today that can afford to eat at Rourke's are under the age of 40. Laughter, alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. The truth is, in the next 10 years or less, Rourke's will be dead too if we don't pay attention to the market. So what, you want to turn it into fast food? I rolled my eyes. It can still appeal to the rich, but it should appeal to the young rich. But for now, I'm not touching the restaurant. Right now, I'm looking for a club, which, if you read the financial reports I've sent back, are not only profitable, but often are the first step at getting people into the restaurant. I read the reports, my father grumbled. So what's the problem? This isn't easy for your father, Devon, my mother snapped. He spent his life dedicated to and sacrificing for Rourke's. Me too, Mom, because neither of us had a choice. Thank God I'm not having kids. My mother flinched and she quickly turned away, which was a weird reaction. I'd more expected her to say something like I was overreacting. I can't do what I did before, but I'm not ready to let go, my father said. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I saw genuine emotion in him. I know you're good at business, and when the time comes for you to run the company, I know you'll continue the legacy. If that time isn't now, Dad, why am I here? I hated to be a dick about it, but I wasn't coming home to have my parents boss me around. Let's call it a transition, he said. I don't want to work for you. Then call it a partnership. Don't push me aside. I've got a few good ideas left in me yet, and I can be an asset to you. I inhaled a breath because he was probably right. I was still young enough that many of the old guard like him wouldn't take me seriously. I nodded. Partnership then. Pour us a drink, Catherine, my father said to my mother. It's not good for I'm not going to live the rest of my life without having a drink now and then. Yes, fine. She poured us both a finger of my father's favorite whiskey from his ancestors' homeland of Ireland. To partnership, my father said, holding up his glass. I clinked my glass against his. Partnership. Well, now that's done, perhaps we can talk about something more fun. I couldn't imagine what my mother was thinking. I saw Evelyn Winthrop, she said, and I immediately rolled my eyes. Would she ever stop trying to get me and Evie married? Did she marry that duke or whatever? I asked, having heard she'd been dating some guy with a title. No, and thank goodness. A title is all well and good unless you're broke, my mother said. Dodge a bullet on that one, my father agreed. You should call her. Sure, I said to appease them. I might call her, but not to marry her. Keeping in good with her family would help me as I took more control of the business. I'm sure that's partly why my parents were on me to get with her. Because I didn't want to continue the conversation, I put my glass down. I've had a long day and still have more to do. At least you have the right work ethic. Sending you to Europe turned out to be the right decision, my father said. In more ways than one, my mother said under her breath. I stared at her, wondering what she meant. Deciding I probably didn't want to know, I said goodnight and headed out. They were right about one thing. I was a different man than when I left, except for one thing. The effect Serena had on me hadn't changed. I wondered what that meant. 3. Serena. I wasn't sure how I made it through the rest of the day. Nikita immediately started asking me questions about how I knew Rourke and why hadn't I ever said anything. You should be using that connection to help build your career, she'd said. It's not like that, I said. She studied me, and I tried not to squirm. Fortunately, we reached the ground floor, so I hurried out of the building. Back at work, I busied myself with my other events, but Devon and his brilliant green eyes and sexy smile were never far from my mind. It was annoying. I'd been so certain I was over him. I was over him. My hormones, however, wouldn't mind spending time with him again. It was annoyingly frustrating. After work, I took the train home and picked up Andrew at my parents' house. I've made enough spaghetti to feed an army, my mother said when I found her in the kitchen. Why don't you and Andrew stay for dinner? I was never a huge fan of cooking, so I agreed. I also hoped being around my family would help distract me from seeing Devon again. We went to the library, Mommy, Andrew said, coming into the kitchen while I set the table for my mom. Did you get good books? I sat in a chair and pulled him onto my lap. Yep, I got one on airplanes. Oh, good. Maybe you can show me later tonight. I swear that boy is going to be an engineer, my mother said, setting a platter of spaghetti on the table. Andrew, can you let Grandpa know dinner is ready? Okay. Andrew squirmed off my lap and ran into the living room. My mother watched him in a way that made me think she was wondering about his father. My father appeared in the doorway. "I've been summoned for dinner." "Yes, yes, take a seat." "Oh, did you and Andrew wash your hands?" My father held up his hands to show her, winking at me. "I think your mother forgets I'm grown up sometimes." "When are you grown up?" my mother quipped. My father waggled his eyebrows. "Late at night." "Oh, stop," my mother said quickly, her cheeks blushing. I rolled my eyes. How is it that I'm an only child? Andrew ran into the kitchen and climbed into his chair that had a little booster seat my father rigged for him. "So, how was your day?" my mother asked, serving me and Andrew spaghetti. "Good. Nikita asked me to help put on a party for Tony Gallagher." My father whistled. "Big time. Did you meet him?" My mother sat in her chair. "Not today, but she did ask me to help at the party." I made sure Andrew's napkin was tucked into the neck of his shirt to avoid getting tomato sauce on it. "So, there'll be lots of celebrities." My father handed me the bowl with garlic bread. "I suppose. That will be so good for your career, I bet," my mother said. "Where is the party being held?" "At Rourke's." I turned my attention to Andrew to make sure there was nothing in my expression that hinted at my association with the Rourke family. "I'd love to take you there sometime, honey," my dad said to my mom. My mother waved his comment away. "Why pay 10 times too much for food I can make right here at home? Why is it so expensive?" my father asked. "Part of it is that they have higher priced items, but mostly it's the ambiance and brand," I said. "I hear it has quite a view," my father said. "It is nice." "Can you see airplanes there?" Andrew asked. "Probably. It's way up high." All of a sudden, it occurred to me that Rourke's was Andrew's inheritance. I remember Devin talking about going into the family business, suggesting he didn't have a choice in the matter. He didn't seem averse to business, but he was annoyed at being told what to do all the time by his father. Is that what it would have been like for Andrew? Would he have a choice in careers if he was a Rourke? "Did you meet Mr. Rourke?" my father asked. I flinched. "Rumor is that he has Parkinson's," my mother said. I shook my head. No, he wasn't there. Was that why Devin was back? Was his father retiring? "I wonder who's going to take over," my father asked. "The son is in Europe, right? Do you think the daughter will run it?" Why my parents cared, I had no idea. "The son is back," I said before I couldn't think better of it. "Oh, was he there?" My mother stopped mid-forkful of spaghetti. "He's a looker." I rolled my eyes. "He was there." Then I turned to Andrew. "Don't forget to eat your green beans." "I will," Andrew said, giving me an annoyed glance. "Is he a looker?" my mother asked. "Yes." I focused on my dinner, twirling my noodles on my fork. "He's rich and single, too." My father laughed. "In 10 minutes, she's going to have you married to the kid." I swallowed. "I don't need to be married to be happy. Andrew and I do just fine." "Well, of course you do, honey." My mother patted my hand. "But life is so much better when you share it with your soulmate." "Devin," my father's gaze jerked to mine. Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. You call him Devin? Ugh, that's his name, isn't it? Regardless, don't be getting Cinderella ideas, Mom. You should be open to dating, though, honey. "Leave her be," my father said to my mother. "She's still young and she needs to be picky. Not just any man can take over father responsibilities to young Andrew." "True," my mother nodded in agreement. "You need to choose someone responsible and who would love him like a son." I was reminded why more often than not, I didn't stay for dinner. Inevitably, it ended up with talk about how I needed a life partner. After dinner, Andrew and I headed up to our own place. I gave him a bath and then we read his airplane book. "When I grow up, I want to fly airplanes," he said, as I closed the book and set it on the tiny bedside table in his little nook. "You can grow up to do anything you want," I said, vowing to give him the opportunities to pursue his dreams. "You can come with me," he said, scooting down under his covers. "I can't wait. Where will we go?" His brow furrowed in thought. "Disneyland?" I laughed. "That sounds like fun. I've never been there." "You know there are a few of them." "Really?" His blue-green eyes widened. "One in California and one in Florida. I even think there are some in other countries." "We can go to them all," he said. I laughed. "It's a date." His brows furrowed again. "Am I getting a daddy?" It took me a minute to switch gears. "What?" "Grandma and Grandpa said you needed to find me a daddy." That wasn't exactly what they said, although I suppose that's what they meant. "There's no one right now to be your daddy." His expression faltered slightly. Do you want a daddy? I asked, wondering if not having a father was a problem for him. Other people have daddies, and I don't. I don't think mine likes me. Oh, God. Guilt ripped through me. That's not true, baby. He doesn't know you. Why not? I supposed I knew this conversation would happen someday. I just wasn't planning on today, or anytime soon. He had to go away before you were born. I wasn't able to tell him about you. You didn't have a phone? I closed my eyes as fear and sadness and guilt wreaked havoc inside me. It's complicated. What you need to know is that you're loved by so many people. Your grandpa was a great dad to me, and he's sort of like that for you. I'd still like my own daddy. I'll keep that in mind, I said. I leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. For now, you need to sleep. Once Andrew was settled into bed, I immediately poured myself a glass of wine and drank it as I did my evening routine, which consisted of cleaning up, preparing for the next day, and then settling down to watch Netflix or read. But all I could think about was Devin and my son asking for a daddy. It was wrong on so many levels to keep Andrew away from Devin, but that had been his doing. And now, 5 years later, it was too late, wasn't it? I thought back to our meeting today. I was surprised that after all this time, he was interested in knowing why I hadn't run off with him. A guy like Devin, who could have any woman he wanted, and probably did over the last 5 years, wouldn't remember a short fling with me. But he did, and he seemed annoyed that I hadn't run off with him, or at least annoyed that I was putting the blame on him. I wondered what he'd do if I told him his mother had visited me and told me not to go. If he knew she'd told me about his lady friends, what would he think if I confessed that Andrew was his, but that he didn't know because his mother kept me from telling him? She even offered me money. It was that act that had made me more committed than ever to keep Andrew from them. What sort of woman would pay off the mother of her grandchild to keep her away? My son didn't need to be a part of any family like that. I finished my wine and considered having another, but knew it wouldn't stop the emotional torment. So I washed my glass and then headed to bed. When Devin first left 5 years ago, I frequently had dreams about him. Usually he was showing up like a knight in a fairy tale, telling me his mother was wrong about the other women. He'd confess his love and whisk me away to a place where we'd live happily ever after. The dreams often had erotic elements as well. Over time, those dreams dissipated. Tonight, though, Devin was back, looking sexy as the billionaire owner of a high-rise restaurant. Before the dream was over, he had me on the restaurant's terrace, naked and writhing. When he was done, he lifted his head, those green eyes shining down on me. Where's my son? 4. Devin. I headed up to my room in my parents' place, more eager than ever for the sale of the penthouse to come through. The sooner I was out from under them, the sooner I'd be able to exert independence. My father toasted to a partnership, but I was certain he would still expect his input to be followed, and I wasn't going to take orders. If the idea was good, sure, I'd consider it, but I was my own man in life and business. I needed both my parents to see that. So, are you ready to take over the world? My younger sister Brianna said from her bedroom door as I passed it. She was a couple years younger and still living at home. Yes, she laughed. Many times I thought she'd been lucky to have been born second. We might have been nearly a quarter through the second millennium, but my parents still adhered to traditions set in the past millennium. As the firstborn son, I was expected to take over the family business. I was also expected to continue the Rourke family line with a woman from an old money family. I'd do the first, but not the second. I'd leave the procreation to Brianna, who was smart, capable, and had an easier time telling my parents to shove their archaic views. Dad isn't going to go away that easily. I shrugged. I'll go back to Europe. She frowned. Don't go, Dev. It's more fun when you're here. From what I hear, you don't need my help to have fun. I do my best. She leaned against the door jamb. Are you planning a club for New York? Yes. Can I help? You'll have your hands full with total Rourke business domination, and I'm more up on the New York club scene. I can help. My instinct was to say no, because I was a man trying to prove himself. But I also knew my sister was ready to move on from celebritante to more serious work. She was smart and capable, and she was right in that she had more insight into the club scene here than I did. Yes, But you have to work, Bree. You can't stay out all night and then stroll in at 3 in the afternoon whenever you want. Why not? If I'm out all night, I'm doing research. I smirked at her, though I suppose she had a point. We'll talk about it later. Good night, big brother. She shut her door. I shook my head as I laughed. We'd create the best club in New York. I was sure of it. It would likely be fun, but also full of headaches to work with her. Once in my room, I got ready for bed and then stood at my window looking over the river, as Serena drifted back into my brain. She'd never been far from thought since I saw her that afternoon. She never did tell me why she didn't come with me to Europe 5 years ago. She suggested that I shouldn't have cared because it was a little fling. I had cared. She'd been the one to dismiss the depth of feeling between us. Or, I suppose, I was the only one who felt that way. Perhaps it was just as well. I had no doubt my parents wouldn't have approved of her simply because she wasn't from an old money family. The only reason my parents liked Evie was that her family had been part of New York aristocracy longer than mine had. I wondered what my parents would do if Serena had come with me. I scoffed. I knew exactly what they'd do. They'd work to separate us. They'd probably try to pay her off. I didn't think Serena could be that easily bought, and yet I suppose everyone had a number. I'd like to think she and I would have made it. We'd lived and loved through Europe. Maybe we'd be married. Perhaps I'd have that air I was expected to have. I shook my head. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Fairy tales and soulmates were for pussies. A fantasy was all well and good for jerking off, but real life wasn't as clean or happy as the books and rom-coms suggested. The truth was, Serena would have probably missed her family or gotten bored with me and my life. Lots of women said they wanted to be a princess, but then they learned that living with a prince sucked. I climbed into bed, sinking down into the soft sheets and closing my eyes. It didn't take long for Serena to show up in my dreams. She was naked, sauntering toward me with those blue eyes blazing. "Welcome home, Devon." That was the greeting I'd have preferred, I thought. "Did you miss me?" she cooed. Yes. My dick was at full mast as I took her in my arms and got reacquainted with her luscious body. Unfortunately, in my dream, I was never going to get the satisfaction my body craved. I woke the next morning with a dick as hard as granite. I slipped out of bed and headed to the shower. Stepping under the hot spray, I conjured Serena up in my mind again, this time on her knees, those blue eyes watching me as I slipped my dick between her luscious pink lips. "Suck me, baby," I rasped while gripping my cock and giving it a long stroke. During our week together 5 years ago, I'd not only taken her virginity, but I'd showed her all the ways a man and woman could enjoy each other. She'd been an eager, active learner, and more than once had me seeing stars. The first time she sucked my cock until I came, I thought I'd blown the top of my head. She was a natural when it came to sex, and I couldn't get enough of her. Even now, 5 years later, the image of her sucking me off was my go-to jerk-off fantasy. "Yeah, baby, more," I groaned as my hand slid faster and faster, while in my mind she was licking and sucking and stroking my cock. I jerked my hips forward, shoving my cock to the back of her throat. The image tipped me over, and I sprayed my hot cum over the tile wall of my shower. Fuck. I pressed my hands on the tile as I caught my breath, and my dick finished jerking the last bits of cum. It occurred to me that now we were in the same town, perhaps we could pick up where we left off. She'd seemed resistant to that idea, but maybe it was because she really believed I hadn't taken us as seriously as I had. I finished cleaning up and dressed for a day at the office. I checked the calendar on my phone and saw I was planning another trip to the restaurant. Would Serena be there again? The party for Gallagher was tonight. I wasn't planning on attending, but maybe I should. It would be goodwill for Gallagher and his celebrity friends, and maybe I'd see Serena. I headed downstairs for breakfast. My father was at the table eating his usual egg and toast. My mother had her tea. As I sat down, my cook brought me a plate of eggs and bacon. "Would you like anything else, Mr. Rourke?" she asked me. "No, thank you, Mrs. Sanders." After she returned to the kitchen, I poured myself a coffee. "I'm thinking of attending the Gallagher party tonight." "Good idea," my father said. "Get seen by his acquaintances." "Do you think we should have our 30th anniversary at the Rourke?" my mother asked. 30 years? Really? I asked. "You're 28. We were married 2 years before we had you," she said. My mother didn't look old enough to have been married 30 years. That seems like the ideal spot, my father said. It's true that ideas often were sparked like light bulbs. Let me plan it, I said. My mother stared at me with suspicion in her eyes. Why? Because it's crass to organize your own anniversary party, I said, not knowing if that was true. I'll take care of everything, including hiring a certain sexy event planner. I could see my mother was wary about putting her anniversary plans in my hands, but my father supported the idea with the sideways remark that it was time I appreciated my family. Finishing my breakfast, I headed to the Rourke building to start my day. I began by emailing my sister the space I was eyeing for a club. Then I questioned the administrative assistant who I inherited from my father about what my parents would like as a 30th anniversary party. I was thinking of having it at the house in the Hamptons, I told her. I think it would be good for them to get out of the city. She eyed me. Do you plan to leave them there and take over? There's an idea, I said jokingly. No, but I do think my dad does need to start recognizing that he needs to look ahead. He needs to find something to occupy his time when he does retire. She nodded. Good point. I like the Hampton House idea. Do you want me to call any planners? No, I've got one in mind. She quirked a brow. Back a week and you already know the event planners? Her company's doing the Gallagher party tonight at the Rourke. Okay, so maybe you do, she said with a shrug. Look, I know when I left here 5 years ago, I wasn't the most focused person. Sure you were, she said with a smirk. It was just on the ladies. Touché. The point is, I'm not that man anymore. I'm here ready to work. I know everything you did in Europe, and while I'm sure your father is scarce on the praise, he's proud of you, Devin. I won't let him or the company down. She patted my hand as she stood. It was the type of thing an older, grandmotherly type would do, which told me I still had a little work to do to make her see me as the head of the business. That was okay. At least she was on my side. By the way, I'm going to the Gallagher party tonight, I told her before she got through my doorway. Do you need me to make any arrangements for you? No, I just wanted to let you know. Dad knows as well. Very well, she said, exiting my office. I worked through most of the day, and then in the afternoon, I headed down to the Rourke to check on the final setup for the party. At first, I didn't see Serena and was worried she wouldn't be there, but then she came bustling out from the kitchen with a clipboard handing out orders. She looked fierce and confident, much like she'd been when I first met her. I watched her for a minute, once again trying to decide why I felt a pull to her. Sure, 5 years ago we had fun and I'd wanted to spend more time with her, but now, all this time later, surely all those feelings were gone. That and the fact that she had zero interest in me should have put me off. Yet here I was, gawking like a dumbass as she moved through the room with her staff. She stopped short when she saw me. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. She said something to one of the people on her team and then came to me. Is everything okay, Mr. Rourke? I rolled my eyes. I've seen you naked. It seems to me we can use first names. I'm working, she said, pursing her lips like my mother did when she didn't like my attitude. You can still call me Devin, I said. I waited for her to give me permission to call her Serena, but she didn't. I sighed. Why are you pissed at me? I didn't do anything. She sighed. I'm not pissed. I'm working. I have a lot to do before tonight. Right, I said, now feeling bad for hassling her. I realized that this wasn't the right moment to hire her for my parents' anniversary party. By the way, I plan to be here tonight. She stiffened. You don't think we can do the job? I have no reason to think you can't. I'm not doing it to check on you. I'm doing it because I've got to get resettled into the business here in New York, and this is one way to do it. To see how the Rourke does at holding events. Oh, right. She relaxed some. Sorry. I studied her. I really wish I understood why you're acting this way toward me. Like I said, I've got a lot to do. Then I'll let you do it. I'll see you tonight. I smiled, hoping it would relax her more, but she was already off talking to her staff. I watched for a second longer, confused as to why I cared so much that she was resistant to me, and wondering if I could change her mind. 5. Serena. I didn't like being such a bitch to Devin, but I couldn't let his charm and sexy smile seduce me. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. There was too much at stake, and this time it wasn't my heart, it was Andrew's. Yes, that made me a bitch too, but for all his attention now, he didn't have any to give over the last 5 years. And his mother was clear on how little she valued me or my child. Once I knew everything was set for the event at the Rourke that night, I headed back to the office and changed into my plain little black dress and fake crystal earrings. I needed to look nice, and at the same time, I needed to blend in because my role at the Gallagher party was simply to make sure everything was running smoothly. I showed up at the same time as Nikita and slyly looked to see if Devin was there as we made our way across the restaurant to the room holding the party. "Looking for Mr. Rourke?" Nikita asked. "What? No." She smirked. "I can't blame you. He's rich and handsome, and rumor has it he's going to take the Rourke business into the 21st century. I don't need rich or handsome." She pursed her lips at me. "What do you have against men? I know you must like them because you have a son. Was baby daddy so bad that you never want to have sex again?" "I don't mind sex. Of course, I barely remembered it since I'd been too busy raising a son to have it since Devin, but I don't need the hassle of a relationship." She tisked at me. "You're far too young to be so pessimistic about love." I shrugged and looked around for something I could refocus her attention on. "Is that where you wanted the flowers?" She looked to where I pointed. "Not quite. I'll deal with that. Can you check that the heaters are on out on the terrace?" Happy to be doing something other than discussing Devin or the lack of a man in my life, I set off to work. The event went exactly as Nikita and I had planned it, which was why I enjoyed being mentored by her. She had an ability to anticipate problems and fix them before they started. By the end of the evening, I was exhausted and my feet hurt from wearing heels. But it was a good kind of tired, one got from a job well done. I was finishing up the end-of-event checklist when Nikita approached me. "We're done here. I just need you to check in with Mr. Rourke." I rolled my eyes. "Why?" "Don't roll your eyes at me. You need to be careful about showing your disdain for him. He's well-connected, and if you want to move up, you'll need to at least pretend you like him." I huffed out a breath. "I don't dislike him." "Good." She handed me a folder. "Here is the paperwork, including the bill owed to the Rourke. You know the drill." I nodded as I took the folder. "Why me?" "1, you know him. It's good for the company to work those connections. 2, you want to move up in the company, right? Your acquaintance with him can help you do that. I'm looking out for you, Rena, even if you're not." I felt like a bratty teenager. "Yes, of course. Thank you." "You're welcome." She walked off, leaving me alone in the event space. I finished my work, psyching myself up to talk to Devin as the professional event planner that I was. "Miss Moore, Mr. Rourke is in the lounge when you're ready to settle," a staff woman told me. "Thank you." When I'd checked and double-checked that we were leaving things the way we found them, I headed out toward the bar and into the lounge area. It was late, so the restaurant was empty. A handful of people sat at the bar. I didn't see anyone but Devin in the lounge. He sat in a leather wingback chair overlooking the Manhattan skyline with an amber drink in his hand. He stood when he saw me. "Can I get you a drink?" I shook my head. "No, thank you." He motioned for me to sit in the chair next to his. "The event went well?" "It did, yes." I pulled the paperwork from the folder and handed it to him. "The payment info is there." He glanced at it and set it on the table between us. "I have another job I want you to do." "Oh?" At least he wasn't trying to find out why I didn't show up 5 years ago or ask about my personal life. "My parents are celebrating their 30th anniversary in a couple of weeks, and I want to host a party for them." A couple of weeks? That's not much time. For my parents, I could pull off a party in a matter of days, but high-powered, old-money families like Devin's needed months of planning to pull off a good party. My father has Parkinson's, so it was uncertain whether he'd be up to it. We'd like a small event, out at the beach house in the Hamptons. I nodded. "I'll let Nikita know." "No." His green eyes held mine. I swallowed hard and had to remind myself he was talking about wanting a party, not my body. "Important people like you are handled by Nikita. You seem more than capable. I'm sure it would look good to your boss if I hired you." I pursed my lips. "I don't need any favors." He studied me like I'd grown horns. And I suppose I had. I was being a royal bitch. "What did I do to you?" he asked, and I could see he was truly baffled. I couldn't blame him. As far as he knew, I simply didn't show up like I said I would when we planned to run off together. "Nothing. Sorry, I'm just tired." Even so, it was strange how insistent he was around me. 5 years is a long time, Devin. We're not the same people. He frowned. "What does that mean?" I meant that we couldn't go back to what we had before, but I knew I couldn't say that. What if I was misunderstanding him? I didn't need him laughing at me for assuming he wanted me again. I looked down. I just don't. I couldn't find the right word. He laughed. Sometimes I think you've changed, and then you say something like that. You said the same thing 5 years ago. What do you think is wrong with you that someone wouldn't be interested in you? Is that what you are? Interested? Part of me wanted him to say yes, and yet I knew the answer had to be no. Not if I was going to protect Andrew. Or is this more of the thrill of the chase? He gave me a smile that was a mixture of affable and coy. I don't know yet. We're too old to play that game, I said, standing. I'm sure there is some other woman out there that would enjoy being chased by you. He shook his head. Actually, there isn't. I don't normally have to chase. I rolled my eyes. Right. I'm the only woman who can resist you. So far. He stood. Your arrogance is showing. What was worse was that there was something sexy in his arrogance. Probably. You don't get why I'm attracted to you, and to be honest, Serena, these days I wonder too. The last time we were together, it was a lot easier. You seemed to enjoy my attention, and if I remember correctly, it turned out it wasn't the thrill of the chase that had me. You're the one that chickened out. He was right. What baffles me more is why all the hostility toward me. I'm not the same person anymore, Devin. I don't have time for flings. He laughed, but when he finished his drink, I noted annoyance in his eyes. Fling. Right. He set his glass down. I'm going to be at the house tomorrow. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card. If you want this opportunity to put on a party for the Rourke family, be there, let's say, about 9. If not, I'll find someone else. His words could have meant so many different things. His finding someone else could be personal, as in he'd find another woman, or he could be telling me he'd find another planner. Maybe he'd even find one outside my company. That last thing I needed is getting blamed for losing the Rourke family as a client. I took the card. Okay, I'll walk you out. He held his hand out toward the lounge exit. I made my way through the bar and restaurant toward the elevator. He poked the button and waited with me. I wanted to tell him he didn't have to escort me out of the building, but I sensed that he was still irritated at me, so I kept quiet. I could handle an elevator ride. When the car arrived, he let me in first. I leaned back against the back wall as a new wave of fatigue hit me. Would you think it rakish of me to offer to drive you home? He said, leaning against the wall next to me. Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations, I closed my eyes, hating to be so difficult with him. I can call a car. He nodded, and while I was glad that he wasn't going to fight me on it, I admit I was disappointed too. Do you have someone in your life now? He asked. I did, but not in the way he meant. Just work. You? He frowned. Do you think because I have money and power that I use women, that I'd be showing interest in you if I had a woman at home? Crap. Again, I was coming off as a bitch. I don't know you, Devin. Not really. I suppose it was a good thing then that you didn't come with me 5 years ago, if that's the kind of man you think I am. I turned to him, not realizing until too late how close he was to me. He turned too, our eyes holding as he stared and waited for me to say what was on my mind. You act like I broke your heart, Devin, and we both know that you haven't been a monk these last 5 years. He leaned in slightly closer. I could feel the heat of him, and my entire body woke from its fatigue. How do you know that you didn't break my heart? What? And when you didn't show up, I had no reason not to be with other women. I swallowed hard as his gaze drifted from my eyes to my lips and then back again. What about you, Serena? Have you been celibate all these years? Yes. The word came into my head, but I didn't say it. Is that why you're so prickly? Do you need to get laid? Thank God he decided to be a dick, because I was precariously close to stripping off my clothes and begging him to fuck me. I stepped back. You're more of a jerk than you were before. He turned and leaned his back against the wall. You are too. The elevator reached the ground floor, and I was through the doors before they finished opening. I pulled out my phone, opening the app to order a car. Doug will take you home, Devin said, opening the door of a dark sedan. Don't worry, I won't ride with you. He leaned down and peered at the driver. Doug, please take Miss Moore wherever she wants. Yes, sir. I don't need. My words stopped when I saw the intense glare in his eyes. I'm not trying to get into your pants, he bit out. Just accept the ride, Serena. I nodded because I didn't want to be ungrateful. Thank you. You're welcome. I slid into the back seat. Should I come back for you, Mr. Rourke? Doug, the driver, asked. No, that's okay. You can go home when you drop off Miss Moore. It was then I realized he was using my last name. Was that just for his driver, or was it a sign that he'd given up on me? If so, that was a good thing, I reminded myself. I needed him to understand that we couldn't have another go at what we started 5 years ago. My stomach clenched at that idea. I wasn't sure if it was from guilt at my deception or sadness that I wouldn't have another chance to have the excitement I'd had 5 years ago. It didn't really matter which one it was. What mattered was that Andrew stayed safe from the Rourke family. I got home late, and normally I'd just go to my apartment and leave Andrew at my parents'. But if I was going to meet Devin out at his Hamptons house tomorrow by 9, I'd be up in a few hours and on the train heading to the beach community. I need to ask my parents if they could watch Andrew. As I put my key into my parents' apartment, my phone beeped. BTW, Doug will pick you up tomorrow to bring you to the appointment. I had to work to tell myself that Devin was likely just being helpful. It's not a problem for me to take the train. It was a few seconds before he replied. I imagined he was trying to talk himself in to not thinking I was being bitchy. You'll be able to rest on the way out and work on the way home if Doug drives. He had a point. Thank you. A few seconds later, he responded with, You're welcome. I checked on Andrew sleeping in the bedroom I grew up in, now decorated with airplanes. I gave him a quick kiss and then went to my parents' room, gently knocking on the door. Everything all right? My mother asked sleepily. Yes, I'm sorry to wake you, but I got an offer to do an anniversary. The meeting is tomorrow in the Hamptons. Can Andrew stay with you? Of course, honey. My mother sat up against her headboard. So this Gallagher shindig is already paying off for you, eh? My father said, reaching over to turn on his bedside lamp. We all squinted as the bright light lit up the area. Yes? Is it Mr. Rourke? My mother asked with a hopeful tone. I tried not to roll my eyes. Yes. His parents' 30th anniversary is coming up. He must have been impressed with your work that he's asking you. Or did Nikita pass it on? My father asked. Actually, I wasn't sure. Maybe he approached Nikita first. He asked me before I left tonight. I know you'll blow his socks off, my father said. Get a ring before socks come off, my mother said with a wink. That time I did roll my eyes. Thank you. Now go back to sleep. Back in my own apartment, I tried to sleep, but it was hard when I was going to spend time with Devin alone at the beach house. It was easy to resist him so far, but I was no idiot. I was no match for my hormones that came alive when he was around. I had to hope that I'd done an effective job at dissuading him because I wasn't sure I'd be able to continue to resist him. 6. Devin. I was a glutton for punishment. That was the only way to explain my continued interest in Serena. She not only had no interest in me, but clearly thought I was defective in some way. And yet, after sending her off with my driver at nearly 2 in the morning, made arrangements to head out to the Hamptons right then to prepare for her visit. Schmuck. Was I wanting what I couldn't have, or simply challenged by her resistance? I hoped it was the latter, because that suggested there wasn't a real connection. If it was the former, I was fucked. Who wanted to go through life unfulfilled, missing what I wanted? Had I felt unfulfilled without her the last 5 years? I wondered when I finally hit the sack at the beach house just before 4 in the morning. My work in Europe was exciting. I'd been good at it too, which was why I knew that I could not only take over from my father, but also push the business further to greater success. But I suppose there was a part of me that was unfulfilled. Like I told Serena, I hadn't lived like a monk, but I hadn't connected with anyone like I had with her that short week we'd had. Of course, even if she'd come with me to Europe, there was no guarantee that we'd still be together or that I'd feel any more fulfilled. With all this rattling around in my brain, I finally fell asleep. The next day, I was fatigued and yet excited about Serena's visit. I was in real trouble. I was filling a second cup of coffee when there was a knock on the door. I made my way to open it, checking my dress. Jeans, t-shirt under an open button-down. No shoes, casual. Maybe seeing me in something other than a suit would make her more comfortable around me. "Serena," I said, opening the door. "Devon." At least she was using my first name. "I have coffee and some baked goods from the local French bakery. Want some?" "I'd love coffee." I showed her through the house to the kitchen, where I poured her a cup. "Want creamer or something?" She shook her head and sipped. Her eyes closed as if she was savoring the dark brew. "Let's go out back." I motioned toward the sunroom with the view of the ocean. She followed me, putting her purse on the table and pulling out a notepad. "I guess we can start with what you envision for your parents' anniversary party. Because of my dad's illness, it will be small, just close friends and family. I'd like to maximize this sunroom and maybe the deck if it's not too cold. Plus the living area inside. That's the largest space. Do you want a sit-down dinner or more of an hors d'oeuvres and drinks thing?" I hadn't thought of that. "What's usual?" She shrugged. "It depends. If you're having more than 20 people, perhaps not a sit-down unless you have a large dining room." She looked back at the house. "How many does the dining room sit? 10 or 12? I'm not sure." Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. We rarely had dinners at the beach house. In fact, as a family, we hadn't been out here since I was in high school. I'd made plenty of use of the home when I was in college, but my friends and I didn't use the dining room either. "Do you have a theme in mind?" I shook my head. "What do you recommend?" "Well, there are a couple of options. 30 years is pearls, so we could work off that. We can have a pearl color scheme. We're on the beach, so seafood would work with that. Oysters." "I don't need my parents getting horny," I said as a joke. She quirked a brow at me, but didn't respond. Instead, she said, "Or we can work off your Irish background. The pearl idea is probably more elegant, but the Irish theme might better fit your parents. The goal is to celebrate them and their relationship. We should probably have pictures of them and you to show off 30 years of life together. I'll ask Bree to get those." "Bree?" "My sister. I'm sure I mentioned her before." "Oh yes." I leaned forward. "It's weird how close I felt to you, but now I realize we never met our friends or family. I felt guilty for not taking a greater interest in her life outside of me back then." She squirmed slightly and looked out toward the ocean. "Unless you've met my parents through the course of your event planning work," I said. She shook her head. "I can't remember if you have a brother or sister." All of a sudden, I felt the need to know her better. "Just me and my parents." She turned her attention to her list. "So, the pearl theme, you think?" I sat back, annoyed that she was going to make this all business. Even if we weren't going to see if we could rekindle the past, we could be friends. "Pearl sounds nice. We'll need to get invites out ASAP because we don't have much time." I pulled out my phone. "I'll have my assistant get me a list." I typed the message to myself. We continued to hash out ideas about the party, then I showed her the areas of the house that we could use for the party. Serena walked through each room with the eye of a planner, but every now and then I saw awe, maybe even envy. I realized that in our short time together, I'd never brought her to the beach house. "If we'd had more time together, I'd have brought you here," I said. She had her back to me as she looked out the kitchen window toward the beach. "I'd have never fit in." "What are you talking about?" She gave herself a little shake as if she was getting rid of a thought or feeling. She went to her pad of paper. "Do you have a caterer out here you prefer?" "We have a few we've worked." "What did you mean that you wouldn't fit in?" I moved closer to her. I wasn't going to let her finagle her way out of this discussion. She sighed. "Your parents wouldn't have accepted me." "How do you know?" I turned her to look at me, leaving my hands on her shoulders. She kept her eyes down, like she was hiding. "I'm not part of your world, Devon, and your world likes to keep to itself. That's how we met, remember?" I do remember. I was lamenting how shallow and boring my world could be. I hooked my finger under her chin, tilting her head to look up at me. "But that doesn't mean my parents wouldn't like you." She gave me an expression that said I was feeding her bullshit. I suppose I was. The truth was, my parents probably wouldn't have liked her, at least not as a potential wife for me. Evelyn was their pick for that spot. "What my parents think doesn't matter." "You're fooling yourself," she scoffed. I shook my head. "I'm my own man now. When they summoned me home, I was clear that I'd only come if I was given free rein to make decisions. In business," she said. I dropped my hands. "Why am I bothering?" Her brows furrow. "Bothering with what? Trying to convince you to see me again? Is that why I'm here? Is this job simply so you can get me alone?" To be honest, it was. And yet hearing her say it pissed me off. I had to know what the hell was up. "Why didn't you come with me 5 years ago?" "I told you." "No, you didn't. You gave me some excuse about it being just a fling for you. And you." "No, not for me." Her breath hitched and she looked at me in surprise. "So why didn't you come with me to Europe?" I pressed again. "I was convinced not to." "By who?" She stared up at me and I couldn't decide if she was hesitant to say who or was trying to come up with a story. Finally, she said, "My parents. They were right that I still had school to finish and I was being impulsive on something that could change my future." I studied her eyes, wanting to know if that was the truth. The fact that I couldn't be sure was reason enough to give up and walk away. "It might have changed your future. Maybe for the better. Did you think I wouldn't let you finish school? That I wouldn't help you pursue a career? I know you'll think I'm being arrogant, but I have the influence to help you get whatever you want. What about your parents? I'm sure they couldn't have been too happy at the idea of you running off with a waitress. They had no say in it. I didn't even bother telling them." She jerked a bit. "You didn't tell them?" "Nope. Only Danny and Bree knew." I waited for her to respond, but she didn't. "Why do I feel like there's something you're not telling me?" This time, she flinched and stepped away from me. "I think your ego just can't handle a woman saying no." I shook my head. "I think you want me to be the jerk here because you don't want to accept the truth." "What truth?" I shook my head. "I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out." She let out an exasperated breath and rushed out of the kitchen back to the sun porch. She was shoving her folders and papers back into her bag when I reached her. "It's not my ego," I said as I watched her. "At least not 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it was my heart, Serena." She stopped what she was doing but didn't look at me. "Devin, we were young and foolish." "Maybe, but I was in love too. Was I alone in that? I really was a glutton for punishment. Did I really want this woman to tell me she hadn't loved me? That I really was a fool to fall for her 5 years ago? That was a long time ago. Things are different now." Angry that she couldn't give me a straight answer, I moved to her. I took her arms and turned her to look at me. "That's not what I asked. I get that you've moved on, but I need you to look me in the eyes and tell me how you felt 5 years ago. Did you care for me at all, or was I really just the guy who took your V-card?" She stared up at me with a mixture of sadness and defiance. "Damn it, Serena, I need to know the truth. Did you care for me?" "Yes." I wasn't sure I could believe her. For all I knew, she was just saying that to get me to back off. That was reason enough to let it go, to let her go. Yet I stood there, looking down into her incredible blue eyes, wanting desperately to believe her. I didn't understand it then, and I didn't understand now how she bewitched me. "I did care for you, Devin, but that doesn't change anything now." No, I guess it doesn't. I released her, feeling like a fool. She was right. We were in the past. What was happening to me now was probably just a desire to recapture the love and fun I'd felt back then. Even if it could be rekindled, she clearly didn't want that. But just so we're clear, my parents and my lifestyle had nothing to do with back then or right now. For reasons I don't understand, I'm attracted to you, Serena, but you're clearly not to me. All respect, I never said that. What? That my parents had no bearing? No, that I'm not attracted to you. What the fuck? If you're attracted to me, I'd hate to know what it would be like if you didn't like me. Because so far, you've been clear that you're not interested. It's not a matter of being attracted to you. It's a matter of our lives being different now. I'm not that 21-year-old girl lit up from the inside out that a handsome, rich guy wants to spend time with her. 5 years may not be a long time, but it's been long enough for me to grow up. Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations, I wondered what shithead had come after me to make her think that real life meant she couldn't indulge in fun. Some people can live in the real world and still enjoy life. Some people can afford it, Devin. I can't. I wondered what the fuck that meant. Of course, it didn't matter. She'd drawn the line, and I couldn't step over it. Okay, if you can resist, so can I. I started to step back, but her fingers were clutching my shirt. I looked from her hand to her eyes, where a torrent of emotion swam through them. You okay? She shook her head. What's wrong? Now concerned, I brought my hands back to her shoulders. I don't want you to resist. I don't want to resist. How? I didn't get whiplash from the full circle twist on her statement. I didn't know. You just said. I know what I said. What I want and what is the right thing to do are two different things. I see. She wanted me, but didn't want to want me. What I didn't understand was what to do about it. Do you always give up so easily? She asked. I was sure my brows shot up to my hairline. Her question surprised me so much. First, I feel like I've made a good case that you have torn down left and right. Second, I might be arrogant, but I know and respect that a no means no. She nodded. Yes, of course. That's sweet. I laughed because I couldn't figure out what else to do. Tell me what you want from me, Serena, and I'll do it. Is it hard to resist me? It's the hardest thing. And to be clear, when I talk about hard, I'm not just talking about my willpower. Her head tilted down to where my dick was making himself known in my jeans. Her head jerked back up. I simply stared at her. There was no going forward without her full 100% consent. But you could walk away, she said softly. I have to. You said no. I shifted because my dick was uncomfortable. But let me ask you, because these things aren't as clear on a woman as they are on a man. Are you turned on? If I were to rub my finger through your pussy, would I find it wet? She swallowed, and I wanted to press kisses to the curve of her throat. I was tempted to brush my thumb over her tit to see if her nipple was hard, but the ball was in her court. Just to be sure she knew that, I said, if you want me, Serena, you can have me any way you want. She let out a shuddering breath. But you have to make the move. 7. Serena. What the heck was I doing? I'd nearly achieved what I wanted, Devin backing off. But as he stepped away from me, physically and emotionally, I found myself yearning for him to keep trying. It was a foolish and dangerous desire. First, I meant what I said in that we weren't the same people. I suspected what we both wanted was the ease and freedom that we'd had when we'd gotten together the first time. But that time was gone. Second, I had to think about Andrew. If Devin found out about him, what would he do? What scared me more was what his mother would do. She didn't want him, and I didn't want Andrew having to go through life knowing he wasn't good enough for his grandmother. I can't decide if I'm encouraged or offended by the tug of war that seems to be going on in your head, he said, as need and common sense warred inside me. Let me make it easier for you. Again, he moved a step back. No. My fingers clutched his shirt tighter. I felt like I was holding on for dear life, which didn't make sense, but the minute I lost contact, I felt like I'd lose much more than just a chance to be held by him again. He detached my fingers from his shirt and brought my hand to his lips. It's okay, Serena. Devin could be arrogant, but he was so sweet too. And I wanted him. Every fiber of my being hummed with a need for him. My heart ached for him. Was I really going to let him get away? When he released my hand, I launched myself into him, fusing my lips to his. The minute his taste entered my senses, I knew there was no going back. Like memory yarn, my entire body responded, melting into him. He groaned, and his hands clutched my hips as his head tilted and took the kiss deeper. His tongue snaked into my mouth, hot and wet, and oh so delicious. I pressed my hips forward, rubbing his hard dick against my cleft. My entire body shuddered at the sensation, and need ratcheted up to desperate. I want you, I gasped against his lips. With a growl, he turned me and maneuvered us back into the living area. Fuck, I can't make it to a bed. His hands were everywhere as they yanked at my clothing until I was bare and he laid me back on the couch. He tore his shirt off and lay over me, kissing me again. It was like I'd gone starving for him. And at the same time, it was like yesterday. It didn't make sense, and yet sense had gone out the door. His lips cascaded over my jaw and down my neck. "I've missed your tits, Serena." He held them in his hands, pushing them together, and then his mouth alternated between them, licking and sucking my nipples. Each tug made my pussy clench, and soon I was a whimpering mess. "I need you." My hands grabbed at his pants, needing to free him so he could take care of the ache in my pussy. "I'm here," he said, sliding his body down further, his tongue making a trail over my belly. He kissed my inner thigh. "I'm so fucking hungry for you." My hips bucked up in anticipation. "Please." My voice was raw and needy. Thankfully, he didn't tease me. His mouth covered my pussy, his tongue lapping through my folds. Yes, my hands gripped his head, making sure he didn't stop. No, I didn't want him to ever stop. He gave out a moan like I was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. His fingers spread my pussy lips, and then his tongue was inside me, lapping and thrusting, pushing me higher and higher. Oh God, pleasure grew with each touch until I was hovering on the edge. I needed to come so bad, and yet I didn't want it to end. Not yet. "Come for me," he rasped out. "Let me taste your juices, baby." He dove in again, and I cried out. Inside me, "Come first," he said, and then he sucked on my clit as he thrust a finger inside me. White lights exploded behind my eyes as pleasure so fierce erupted. My entire body convulsed and liquid heat radiated from my pussy out. As the waves of sensation died down, he leapt from the couch and shucked his jeans off. Finally, his dick was free, and it was as magnificent as I remembered. He rolled on a condom and then returned to me. He kneeled between my legs, pushing one over the back of the couch. He gripped my hips and then paused. "Tell me you want this." I want this. I reached for his dick, needing him to fill me. I ignored every reason this was a bad idea. I pushed away the wonder about why Devin was the only man who made me feel like this. It wasn't as if I hadn't met other men since him. I even went on a date or two. But I never felt this pull, this need that I felt for him. I thought it was simply because we'd been young and indulging in a fling. But now, with that same crazy need for him coursing through my blood, I had to wonder what was it about him. He leaned over and kissed me hard and then plunged in. He thrust all the way, filling me, stealing my breath. His lips tore away from mine. "Oh, fuck," he cried out. "So tight. Jesus, so tight." His hips lifted and then thrust in again, and I arched, finding the perfect rhythm with him. "Yes, yes," he moaned as he picked up speed. "So good, baby. I'm gonna come so fast." I gripped his shoulders and focused on the sensation of him sliding inside me, each ridge of his dick massaging my pussy. It felt so incredibly good. My hips rocked and my body teetered on the edge again. "Faster, more," I gasped as my orgasm hovered along the edge. "Fuck, I'm there. He levered back, gripping my hips again and letting go of his control. He thrust and bucked, his head thrown back as he chased his own release. He growled and rubbed a thumb over my clit, sending me soaring into another orgasm. My pussy clamped down and my body arched. "Yes," he cried out as my body came around his. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. He thrust in hard and deep, held for a second as a long, feral moan tore from his chest. Then he did it again, grinding his hips against mine. He continued until finally he collapsed over me. Our breaths came in heaving gasps. His skin was damp as my arms held him. "I have a terrible memory," he murmured against my neck. "Oh? I'd forgotten how tight you were, how fucking hard you could make me come." I held him, feeling a mixture of satisfaction and sadness. This couldn't last. Now that the need was fulfilled, worry began to creep in. My goal had been to avoid him altogether, but at the very least, avoid emotional or physical entanglements. Now, here I was, naked with his cock still pulsing inside me. I couldn't regret it, not yet, with the haze of bliss still hovering around me. But soon, I would. He lifted his head to look down on me. Those green Irish eyes studied me, like he knew I was having another tug-of-war in my head. "Can you stay the night?" he asked. I shook my head. "I need to get back." "Spend the day with me then. I'll take you back after dinner." I should say no. I had to say no. Yet how could I, with his beautiful eyes and sexy smile just inches away? "Okay," he smiled, and it flooded my heart with joy. I wish I knew how to quit him, and at the same time, all I wanted was to see that smile as often as I could. I was in deep trouble. He kissed me. "Stop thinking about all this, Serena. If today is all you can give me, then I'll take it." I wanted to give him more. I wanted to see if we could build on what we started 5 years ago. But I knew it would be a house of cards that would eventually tumble down, and, in the end, Andrew would get hurt. "Are you hungry?" he asked. I worked to push away my concerns and focus on the one day we'd have. I gave him a sexy smile. "For you, yes." He grinned. "Whatever you want from me, take it. I didn't get a good look at you. I want to see you. All of you." He moved off me, removing the condom, tying it off. "I need to dispose of this." He sauntered off completely naked. I admired his ass as he disappeared down a hall. He came back naked and held out a hand. "How about breakfast?" "Okay." I reached for my shirt. "You don't need that. I want to see you too." I didn't have a problem with my body. Yes, it was bigger than what most women wanted, but I liked my curves. Devin liked my curves. But that didn't mean I was comfortable walking around naked. He smirked. "Don't hide those magnificent tits." He held out his hand. I took it and let him lead me to the kitchen. He whipped up eggs and toast. "I didn't know you could cook," I said as he set a plate in front of me. "A man's gotta eat. I just figured you had to cook." He glanced at me. "My parents do. I don't. I can also drive and even iron my own clothes, although I do prefer to pay people for that." "Sorry," I said, feeling like maybe I was being unfair to him. "Hey." He reached out and put his hand over mine. "It's okay. I know my world is different from most people's, but I'm not different. I'm still a guy who has a hard-on for a girl. Do you?" I leaned over to look in his lap. His dick wasn't full-on hard, but it wasn't completely flaccid either. As I watched, it seemed to thicken. Always. I wiped some of the jam on my plate with my finger and drew it along his dick. Now it was nearly full tilt. It was magnificent, beautiful, and I wanted to taste it. Oh, fuck, Serena. I pushed at him until he scooted his chair back and I could kneel between his legs. "I want to suck you." His fingers thread through my hair. "I'm not stopping you." I licked a line over the jam I'd drawn on his length. His dick jumped and he hissed. I gripped him with my fist, giving him a stroke as I licked one ball and then the other. He groaned, and he adjusted his hips to give me better access. I pushed his thighs wider as I moved closer to him and brought his dick to my mouth. "Yes, baby, yes, suck me." I pressed my lips over his tip and licked my tongue along the velvety smoothness. He let out a long sigh. More. I inhaled the scent of him, a mixture of soap and something uniquely Devon. It was exactly the same as it had been 5 years ago. That hadn't changed, nor had the taste of him, or my need for him. I drew him into my mouth slowly, flicking my tongue over him as he slipped through my lips. I cupped and massaged his balls as I began to work him as he taught me 5 years ago, sliding my lips up and down, slow at first, and faster as his breath quickened and his hips rocked. Soon he was panting. "I'm gonna come. Show me your tits." I withdrew him from my mouth and jacked him off as I held up one breast for him. He tweaked the nipple. "I want to come on them, fuck. I'm there." His dick jerked in my hand and milky hot liquid sprayed out over my breast. He groaned as I continued to stroke his cock and his cum cover my chest. He sagged back in his chair, dropping his head back. I leaned forward and licked the tip of his dick before pulling it back into my mouth and cleaning him off. His fingers found my hair again. "I love your mouth." I smiled up at him. I'd never felt so sexy and feminine except around him. "You made a mess." He grinned. "It's your fault." In a quick move, he stood, pulling me up with him and pushing me back until I was sitting on the edge of the table. My turn. 8. Devon. Did I want Serena out at the beach house for a chance to fuck her? Sure. But to be honest, I thought the best I might get was her warming up to me, maybe a kiss. So I was feeling really good about this turn of events. Already, I'd had 2 mind-blowing orgasms, and now I was going to get lost in her luscious body. If I was lucky, by the time she was ready, I'd be hard again, and I could feel her tight pussy hugging my cock again. Thank God I brought a few condoms into the kitchen with me after our romp on the couch. She sat on the edge of the table, and I pushed her thighs open so I could step between them as I cradled her face and kissed her. So far, I had her for 1 day, but if I played my cards right, I planned to parlay that into more days. As I kissed her, I cupped her breasts. My sticky cum coated them, sending a new wave of blood to my dick at the eroticism of that. I dipped my head, using my tongue to clean her tits, sucking her nipples as I did. I loved the little gasps and sighs that escaped her mouth as I played with her tits. The first time we'd been together, she'd been a virgin, but she hadn't been hesitant. She'd been open and responsive. I'd never been with a woman like that. Sure, some women were eager and assertive in bed, but with Serena, it always felt like she was surrendering her pleasure to me. She gave herself over to my touch and let me know exactly what it did to her. I'd been a little concerned this time, since she was so guarded around me, that even in sex, a part of her would be withheld from me. But that wasn't the case. From that first kiss, I felt her body go completely pliant against mine. It was like she was melting into me. It was fucking fantastic. As I focused on her nipples, her hand went to my dick, gently stroking him back to life. Not that he needed that. Simply being next to her, touching her, that's all my dick needed to fill with liquid heat. For a moment, I wondered how many other men since me had a chance to suck her tits and fuck her sweet pussy. I growled at the thought of it. Mine. Of course, she wasn't mine. She hadn't been mine since the day she decided not to run off with me. But that didn't mean that deep in my soul, part of me still felt connected to her. That part of me was hers, and she was still mine. I pushed that away, knowing it was too soon to be thinking like that. First, she was right, in that we were different, and perhaps this little tryst would end with us realizing that what we had 5 years ago was great, but that we couldn't recapture it. Good luck with that, I thought. I knew already that even while she might leave today thinking this was a one-off, I'd want more. I'd always wanted more. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. The fact that during our time apart, there were times I was with another woman, but imagining Serena at the moment of orgasm told me she'd always been there with me, even when I thought I'd put her behind me. I pushed her back until she lay on the table. I'm still hungry. I reached over for the jam, taking a large glop in my fingers and running it over her belly and lower to that sexy nest of curls. "Oh," she gasped. "You're already sweet down there," I said, as I lapped up the jam from her belly, dragging my tongue down. I'd feasted on her earlier, but I could never get enough of her sweet pussy. I flicked my tongue over her clit, loving how her hips bucked and she cried out, "I'm gonna make you come hard, baby. You ready?" Yes, Devon, oh, yes. Music to my ears. I used her moans and sighs and mews to guide me as I used lips and tongue to push her up and up. Just when I thought she'd fly over, I stopped, moving to kiss or suck her inner thigh. Chances were there'd be a mark. If there was another man in her life, he'd see that she was mine now. Oh God, Devon, don't stop, don't stop. Her hand gripped my head, and I knew I needed to give her what she wanted. I thrust 2 fingers inside her and sucked on her clit. Her entire body went taut for a second, and then she screamed my name as I fucked her with my fingers and sucked her clit. By now, my dick was aching. Pre-cum dripped onto the floor, and chances were good he'd blow all on his own. I've gotta fuck you, baby. I stood, grabbing the condom on the table and with shaking hands, finally getting that sucker on my dick. I nearly chucked it and would fuck her bare. In that moment, it was worth risking a pregnancy just to feel her around my dick again. I'd done that the last time, and thank fuck she hadn't gotten pregnant. Then again, maybe if she had, she'd have come to Europe with me. Oh God, Devin, more, I need you inside me. Jesus, when she said that, it always nearly made my head explode. I hooked her legs over my shoulder and lined my dick up. Touch yourself, baby, because I won't last long enough to make you come again. With that, I thrust in, and sweet mother of God, it was like going home. She was so tight. It made me wonder if maybe it had been a long time since she'd been with anyone. Her body wrapped around my cock like it was made for it, like she was made for me. Her fingers slid to her clit and rubbed, and it was so fucking hot. Yeah, baby, make yourself come. I thrust in and out of her so hard the table scraped back on the floor. I held her hips as I drove in again and again. Need coiled tight in my balls. Ah, fuck, baby, now. Her hips bucked up and her pussy fisted so tight around my cock, I swore I saw stars as she launched me into the stratosphere. Yes, I yelled as the first wave of release shot out of my cock. I pumped in her again, each time amazed at just how fucking good it felt. Finally, my dick was empty. My legs were noodles. I grabbed the chair and sank down. Come here. I used what strength I had left and pulled her into my lap. Her head dropped to my shoulder as I wrapped my arms around her. We sat in the kitchen, her wrapped around me, straddling my lap, messy from jam and cum. It was fucking perfect. If only it could last. But, of course, it didn't last. She'd given me the day, but on the drive back to the city, I could feel her slowly pulling away. When we reached her apartment building, she wouldn't let me walk her up. She tried to be nice about it, but she was adamant. I wanted to push her on it, but I also didn't want to ruin the fantastic day we'd had by ending it with an argument. I want to see you again, I said, reaching for her hand that she pulled out of my reach as we sat in the car. We will, during the planning of your parents' party. My dick was fully invested in this relationship, but at that moment, I realized my heart was already latching onto hers because I could feel it crack as she once again pushed me into the client zone. I nodded because what else could I say or do? What I didn't understand was why. I could ask, but she wouldn't tell me. That I knew for sure. My only choice was to use the party for my parents as a way to wear down her emotional wall until she let me in. Project Get Serena to Open Up started the next week, back out at the beach house. I could see when she walked in that she was going to try to make this a work-only situation. Initially, I went along with it. After all, the party was real, and it did need to go off well, not just for me and my parents, but for Serena and her career as well. She brought books and catalogs with all sorts of party items that I had to choose. Mostly, I didn't care and let her be the expert. She'd ordered invitations, which I had my assistant send out. Serena recommended that I call people too, since it was short notice, which I'd done the day before. At noon, the caterer arrived with samples for us to try. I liked it all, but again, deferred to Serena for the final selection of food. When the caterer left with our order and my money, I knew it was time to make my move. I'm going to grab a glass of wine. Will you join me? I should get home. Just one glass. We got a lot done. I know my parents are going to have a great event. We should celebrate. She gave me that look that said she knew what I was doing, but she nodded. One drink. I smiled, knowing it undid her a little bit when I did, and then got the line. You know, this party isn't that far from St. Patrick's Day, and your family is Irish. I wonder if we shouldn't have done that, she said. I shook my head. My mom will like the elegance of the pearl theme. As long as we have real Irish whiskey on hand, my dad will be fine with anything. She sat on the couch in the sunroom as I handed her the glass of wine. I sat next to her, but gave her some space. "How Irish are you?" she asked. "About as Irish as you can be outside of Ireland. The ancestor that opened the Rourke in New York came from Ireland. The first Rourke restaurant was a little pub his father had opened in Dublin. The Rourke was the first franchise," she said. I laughed. "I suppose. My mother was an O'Connor. All their ancestors were Irish too. I think they were mostly arranged marriages, especially after they built their wealth." She looked at me funny, but I couldn't decipher why. Maybe it had to do with her thinking my family wouldn't think she was good enough. "Do you still do the St. Patrick's Day pub crawl?" I asked. "No, not since the time we did it." "Really? Why not?" "School, life, you know." She sipped her drink and looked out over the ocean. I got the impression there was more to her answer, but that she didn't want to tell me about it. I put my glass down. "It's no secret here that I want you, Serena." "I don't think that's a good idea." "I know." I turned to her and rubbed one of her dark curls between my fingers. "But out here, there is no school or life. It's just us." I saw the flicker of interest in her eyes. "I've been respecting your space, and I still will. Whatever is holding you back, though, isn't out here, though. It's not good to indulge in this thing between us." "Why not?" I took a chance, moving closer and caressing her cheek with my finger. Her head tilted into it, and her eyes closed as if she was savoring my touch. "It just isn't." "But you want to?" I leaned forward, kissing her neck. "Yes." She turned her head to look at me. I hated the war I saw in her eyes. Why couldn't she just let go? "You're like chocolate, Devon." "Oh? Sweet? Sexy? And I can't get enough." I grinned. "You can have as much of me as you want." I wanted to push her back and take her, but I waited and waited, staring into her lovely blue eyes until finally she pulled me over her and opened to me once again. Her body was like a Garden of Eden, lush, sweet, ripe. Knowing this was my only chance to have her for a while, I took my time, hoping that with my touch, I could convince her to not shut me out when we left again today. She pushed me back, and for a moment, I wondered if she'd changed her mind. Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. But then she straddled me, her body taking in my hard cock, her tits bouncing as she rode me. I buried my face in them, inhaling the sweet scent of her. So much of her was like before. Her beauty, her scent, her sexy body, her quick wit. And yet, she wasn't as open and approachable, except in moments like this. When our bodies were entwined, I knew all of her was with me. "Oh God, Devon, I'm coming." Her head dropped back and her fingers gripped my shoulders as she rode me hard, seeking her release. It was the most beautiful vision in the world. "Yes, baby, come. I want to watch you come." I gritted my teeth to stave off my own release that was rapidly approaching. She cried out, her pussy clamping around my cock like a vice as she came down on me. "Ugh, fuck," I gasped as my orgasm teetered on the brink. Her moan was long and beautiful as she continued to ride me. "Come with me," she gasped. That was all it took. I let go, and when she slid down on me again, I was off into the oblivion that only her body could take me to. I gripped her hips as I pumped my life into hers. Or I would have, but I remembered to wear a condom. But I could imagine all my cum inside her, dripping out of her, and it heightened my release. As we came down, I held back my request for more time with her, knowing she'd shoot it down. I felt a bit foolish allowing myself to be happy with crumbs. Didn't I deserve more? What sort of pussy was emotionally wept to accept whatever little bit a woman would offer? Me, that's who. A part of me resented her for that, and yet I knew that right now I had no choice, not if I wanted these fleeting moments. I had to hope that over time, whatever was causing her to put up barriers would be overcome, and we could truly see what if we had something special. 9. Serena. I thought I'd been doing a good job in resisting Devin once we left the beach on my first visit to plan his parents' party, but on the second visit, I succumbed to his sexy charm again. The worst thing about it was that he'd given me opportunities on both occasions to not get naked, so the only one I had to blame was myself and my helpless hormones. Back in New York, when I met with Devin, he respected the boundaries I set, and I appreciated that. Each time I was with Devin, naked or not, my guilt over not telling Andrew grew. I had to tell him, but the more that became obvious, the more scared I became. He might forgive me for not telling him 5 years ago. After all, his mother was the one who sent me packing. But over the last few weeks and 2 glorious sex-filled days, I'd learned that while he might be arrogant, he wasn't shallow and callous like his mother. He wasn't caught up in appearances and pedigree. It made me fall for him all over again, and so not telling him seemed like an even bigger betrayal. Would he forgive me? If not, would he try to take Andrew from me? Would his mother shun Andrew if Devin sought to claim him? Ugh, I was driving myself crazy trying to anticipate what could happen, and because I couldn't, I kept my mouth shut. I finally decided to tell him when his parents' anniversary party was over. He'd asked me if I'd stay with him in a B&B after the party to celebrate our success. Since I'd arranged to have Andrew stay with my parents that weekend, I could take an entire night with Devin. It would be the perfect time to tell him the truth and hope, against hope, that he not only understood why he didn't know until now, but also that he'd be interested in knowing Andrew. The weather was relatively mild for February on the East Coast, so we not only had the sun porch set up for the party, but also we decorated and set up the deck as well. The living room was elegant in pearl and champagne colors, and the caterers were well at work in the kitchen. "How about a quickie before my folks get here?" Devin whispered in my ear as I told the bartender where to set up. I'm too stressed out to enjoy it. First, don't be stressed. It's fantastic, Serena, really. Second, I feel confident I can relax you. He waggled his eyebrows at me. I agreed. He had mad sex skills, but still, save it till later, lover boy. He flashed me his signature sexy grin. He was right that everything was going great. My team was as excited as I was to help with the party, so they were in top-notch form. I had a moment of fear when Devin's parents arrived, worrying that his mother might remember me, but I didn't see a moment of recognition in her eyes. What did that say about her, that she'd completely forgotten a woman who 5 years before told her she was carrying her grandchild? Slightly miffed about that, I busied myself in the kitchen with the caterers, letting my team make sure everything was going to plan in the main party areas. The only problem with small, intimate parties is that they're small and intimate, a striking woman said, entering the kitchen and sitting with a large glass of wine at the breakfast bar. Oh, I love my parents and brother, but closeness only goes so far, you know. Sometimes it's like fingernails on a chalkboard. Brother? I studied the woman and saw the same green eyes as Devin's. You must be Brianna Rourke. I'm Serena Moore. I extended my hand. Her smile was friendly. You can call me Bri. That surprised me. Was she like Devin and didn't put as much stock in class structure? I have to admit, I was worried when Devin said he was planning this shindig, but he pulled it off with your help. The pearl theme is lovely. I smiled, feeling proud of my accomplishment. Thank you. And I see you stocked Dad's whiskey. He's such an Irish cliché. Movement on the other side of the kitchen caught my eye. Devin and another striking woman were walking through the hall. He bent over to whisper in her ear, then with his hand on her lower back, he escorted her to a door. Opening it, he led her in and shut it behind him. Everything in my body went cold. "That's Evie, Evelyn Winthrop," Bri said. I turned my attention to her and saw she was looking to where I had been. They're probably talking about when to have their firstborn, if my mother has any say about it. What? Oh, it took a Herculean effort to keep my tone calm and not run down the hall to scratch both Devin and Evelyn's eyes out. They're supposed to get married. Bri stole a bruschetta off the tray one of the caterers set on the breakfast bar for one of the waitstaff to take to the party. Married? I didn't realize he was engaged. She nodded. Practically since birth. Of course, my brother isn't ready yet. He's still sowing his oats. I don't know why she puts up with that, but who understands love, huh? I had been so sure that I'd been keeping my heart safe, but at that moment, I felt like an anvil had been dropped on it. How I was standing there was beyond me, because I was crushed. Brianna took a long swig of her wine and leaned toward me over the counter. Personally, I think he could do better, but even Devin, with all his talk about being his own man, can't escape family duty. Serena, we're about out of the scallop and truffle appetizer. Debbie from my team appeared with an empty tray. It took me a minute to make sure I could speak without crying. Take this bruschetta. I'll see if we have more of the scallops. Oh, let me have one more of those, Bree said before Debbie walked off with the bruschetta. I'm sorry, I need to check on the food, I said to Bree, casting a glance toward the door Devin and Evelyn had gone through. He's probably fucking her. It's probably why she never gives up on him. I swear he'll do it anywhere. She shook her head, but then she gave me a strange look. He didn't lead you on, Divye. He's a nice guy, really. But I waved my hand away. No, but he's the host and should be at the party, I said by way of excuse. Reed jumped down from her stool. I'll take care of the party. She sent me a sassy grin. Taking credit for Devin's work is always fun. I watched her leave, thinking that I liked her. Of course, she and I would never be friends, just like Devin and I would never be together. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Idiot! I chastised myself for getting caught up in the dream of Devin. I put all my focus into the evening, avoiding Devin, and not looking his way when he finally emerged from whatever that room was. A couple of times he approached me, but I busied myself with something else and asked Debbie to check with him. Near midnight, the party started to break up. I worked with my team and caterers to clean up while Devin and his family were out on the sun porch. Deb, can I ride back to the city with you? I asked her. There was no way I was going to spend the night with Devin in a B&B, especially right after he fucked another woman. Yeah, sure, if you don't mind being squished as we all rode out together. How'd you get here? Jimmy, who also was on my team, asked. I came out with Mr. Rourke, but he's staying here, and I forgot to arrange a ride back. If I were you, I'd try to arrange to stay with Mr. Rourke, like in his bed. He's yummy. Debbie sighed wistfully. His fiancé probably wouldn't like that, I said tightly. Fiancé? I didn't know he was engaged, Debbie said. Apparently it's been set up for a long time. Not wanting to talk about it, I said, let's finish up here. The faster we're done, the sooner we can be on the road. When we were done, I left the bill in an envelope with Devin's name on it on the breakfast bar. Normally, we personally handed it over along with a thank you for their business, but I didn't trust myself to keep it together talking to him. We were 15 minutes up the road when my phone rang. Noting it was Devin, I pushed the don't answer button. A few seconds later, a text came in. I'm at the B&B. Where are you? Are you okay? At first, I ignored the text, but then I worried he might call the police or something if he thought I was missing, so I responded, had to go home. His reply came quickly. Why? Is everything all right? No, it's not all right, I thought. I nearly told him to find Evie. She could attend to his needs. Instead, I texted back, don't worry. A few more texts came after that, but I didn't look at them. In fact, perhaps it was time to delete the contact info for Devin, maybe even block him from contacting me. The only thing that kept me doing it at that moment was the possibility it would be needed at work. I wanted to turn the phone off, but since it was the only way for my parents to reach me in an emergency, I left it on. The last text came from Devin an hour into the drive. I ignored that message too. I hoped he'd get the message that I didn't want to communicate with him. I should have stuck to my original plan of not getting caught up with him. I'd been right to want nothing to do with him and his family, and to keep Andrew from them. They were selfish and entitled people. My son didn't need that in his life. 10. Devin, I was either a putz or completely clueless about women. Maybe I was both. I'd been so sure that Serena was into me and our plans to spend the weekend in the Hamptons. Now, a week after my parents' party, I had to admit that she wasn't into me at all. I supposed the first clue was how she avoided me at the party, but at the time, I thought she was just being hyper-focused on her job. Then she wasn't at the B&B I'd arranged. She said she had to go home, which I suspected meant a family emergency, but her texts came through as cool, maybe even angry. But why would she be angry at me? I didn't do anything wrong. I sought out Brianna to see if she noticed anything at the party that might have upset Serena. I'd noticed her in the kitchen with Serena when I pulled Evelyn aside to tell her not to worry about my mother's constant insistence that we were to get married. She seemed all right to me, Brianna said, as she went through her wardrobe to find that night's fashions for her club-hopping venture. You sure? Yes. She did think you were shirking your responsibilities with the guests, but I took care of that. She turned and frowned at me. What do you care anyway? Then her frown turned into an accusatory glare. You're not messing with her, are you? I didn't want to lie, but neither did I want to tell her the truth, especially since it wouldn't seem to matter that I liked Serena. She clearly didn't like me. I just want to make sure everything was taken care of with the party. If you paid the bill she left, then I suppose the answer is yes. She turned back to her closet. What do you think of a speakeasy theme for the club we're going to open here in New York? I think it's been done. She rolled her eyes. It's all been done, including Irish pub. Well, we'll talk about that another time. I checked my watch, knowing I needed to get to the office for a meeting. Yeah, she said, dismissing me with a wave of her hand. I left her to sort through her attire and headed to our building downtown. I wanted to stop thinking of Serena, but so far, that wasn't working. I managed to push her aside long enough to have a productive meeting. Then I hid in my office. As I sat behind my desk to look over the plans for hosting a St. Patrick's party at the Rourke, my phone rang. The caller ID indicated the VP for the European office. Hey, Colin, how are you? I asked when I picked up the phone. Good. Listen, we're about ready for plans on the Paris Club and wanted you to come out to review them. We'd like to walk you through it. I had total confidence in the European office, but I did see a quick trip to Paris as a chance to get Serena out of my system. It had to be done, and it had worked 5 years ago when I had to leave for Europe. Well, sort of. I supposed I'd always had a feeling that she was the one that got away. But now I knew she didn't get away, she ran away. Yeah, okay. When do you need me? I said. He gave me the details, and I immediately asked my assistant to arrange my flight to Paris and a suite at the Hotel de Crillon near the Champs-Élysées. I added in a couple of extra days to visit the London and Dublin spots as well. It would be good to see how the clubs were doing and check in with old friends. For a moment, I considered calling Serena to see if she wanted to come with me. Maybe this time she'd show up since it was only for a week. But then I realized that she was doing what she'd done then, ghosting me. Now anger, more than irritation and concern, filled me. It was time to take the hint and leave her alone. I finished my work for the day and then sat back with my eyes closed as Doug drove me home. When my phone buzzed, indicating a call, I quickly grabbed it to see if it was Serena. Pussy, I said to myself when the caller ID read Evie. I hated the hold Serena had on me, and I hoped to hell it would break while I was away. I poked the pickup button. Evie, hi. Hey, Devin. Listen, my mother and I were just invited to lunch with your mom this week. Oh. My mother seems to think it will be a time to figure out how to wrangle you into control. They think you've put me off long enough. I pinched the bridge of my nose. You did tell her what we talked about at my parents' party, right? Evie felt about me the same way I felt about her. We were friends, but that was it. Like me, she'd been ignoring the ever-growing push by our parents to get us married. It was clear, though, that we needed to take stronger action. At my parents' party, I'd pulled her aside and talked to her about what we could do to get them off this idea that we'd ever marry. Of course I did. Surely you know by now that what we want doesn't matter. If you tell her about that musician you're seeing, maybe she'd leave us alone, I said. Evie let out a skeptical laugh. She'd make me marry you so fast our heads would spin if she knew about him. I'll talk to my mom. I'm heading to Europe for a week or so. Maybe with me gone, things will settle down. You're an optimist, or they're bearing you down. You better not come back with a proposal, Devin. I love you to death, but I won't marry you. I didn't want to marry her, but her words did make me wonder if there was something about me that women didn't like. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Is there something wrong with me? She sighed. I didn't mean it like, no, I know. I'm just curious. Why? Is there a woman you like who's avoiding you? Evie and I were close friends, but I wasn't ready to share Serena with her. Never mind. I'll talk to my mom when I get home. There's nothing wrong with you, Devin. In fact, I'm certain there are thousands of women who would like to marry you. Some even have the right pedigree. I felt like a putz having asked. I think I'd rather sow my oats a bit longer. Good idea. It will make our moms crazy. When I hung up, I called my real estate agent to find out what was up with the apartment I wanted to buy. Clearly, I needed to get out of my parents' house to create distance from my mother and her relentless attempt to marry me to Evie. They've got another offer, he said. Ugh, why couldn't something go right? Offer them 10% more, but I want to close in the next 2 weeks. I'll give them a call. If they hem and haw, withdraw the offer and find me a rental I can move into when I get back. I'll be in Europe over the next week, and I want to move to my own place when I get back. Will do. When Doug dropped me off at my parents' house, I immediately went to find my mother. She was in the study with my father. They were looking over some sort of paperwork. Oh, Devin, good, you're home. Will you be here for dinner? I nodded. I'd give them the evening before I rushed off to Europe and then out to my own place. Yes, I'll be here, but I'm leaving tomorrow for Paris for a few days, and while there, I'm also going to London and Dublin. Is there an issue? My father asked. They want me to tour the new club location, and I figured I'd make the rounds while there. My father inhaled an annoyed breath. We really don't need another club, not in Paris, not in New York either. I know you've been looking into it. It's not a secret that I'm planning a club in New York. Bree is working on it with me. She is? My mother's brows furrowed. I wasn't sure if she was surprised or concerned by that news. Yes, soon you're going to be too old, too settled for clubs. You need to let them go. My father stood and went to the liquor cabinet. I'm 28, hardly too old. And as far as being settled, what will it take for you to believe me when I tell you Evie and I aren't getting married? Not now, not ever. My mother stiffened. You've had your fun long enough, Devin. What year is this, Mother? You don't have a say in who I marry. Of course we do, she said, at least if you plan to run the Rourke business. I looked from her to my dad. Are you saying that if I don't marry Evie, you're going to disinherit me? The prospect startled me, and I wondered what I would do without my family money. I had some of my own money as I invested well, but I didn't have the vast fortune my father did. On the other hand, the idea of totally being free and clear of my duty and obligation held a certain appeal. It's not like that, my father said, pouring himself a shot of bourbon with a bit of water. But it's high time you get serious about your life. First, I'm serious about my work. You know it's true. Second, what I do out of work isn't any of your business. We have a family name to protect, my mother said. You don't seem to realize your Playboy ways have consequences. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. So the family name is more important than my happiness? She rolled her eyes. Of course not. But you and Evie, we're friends. She doesn't want to marry me. She'll come around. She'll be miserable, and I would be too. Is that what you want? Why is it misery and infidelity are okay with your antiquated aristocrat ways, but marrying for love and happiness isn't? This is all bullshit. Watch your mouth and tone, son, my father warned. I held my hands up. I'm not marrying Evie. I'll pack my things and move out now. I'll let Bree know that she's the family's last hope at maintaining the Rourke legacy. Stop being so melodramatic, my father shook his head as he looked from me to my mother. No one is disowning you, Devin. Really, Catherine, you need to let this thing with Evelyn go. There are plenty of other suitable women out there. She sucked in a breath, but before she could respond, my father turned his attention to me. And you need to stop playing Playboy businessman and get serious. You want to be the big man? Then start focusing on the Rourke business and give up all this club nonsense. I glanced at my mother and knew she wasn't going to give in on the Evie marriage. I knew I wasn't going to give in on the clubs. They were successful and catered to the next generation of Rourke customers.
I'm going to Paris. When I get back, I'm moving into my own place and working with Bree on a new club, while simultaneously managing current work properties. I did it in Europe, I can do it here. If you don't like it, fire me now." I waited for a second, my breath stuck in my chest as I wondered if my father would call me on my ultimatum. "You can't just—" "Well, talk when you get back," my father said, interrupting my mother. I nodded and turned to leave. "He's still young, Catherine. He can still come around if we don't force him into a corner," I heard my father say as I left the room. I shook my head, knowing I'd never come around. I went upstairs to pack for Europe. I checked on Bree, but she wasn't in her room. She was lucky to be born second. Perhaps being a girl helped too, considering how antiquated my parents' thinking was. I hope to hell I wouldn't put my family through all this old-world traditional bullshit. Then I remembered I wasn't going to have a family. Problem solved. 11. Serena. I did the right thing by completely cutting Devin from my life, but that didn't mean that I liked it. Each time he'd called or texted over the next week, I got annoyed, wishing he'd get the message and stop. Then he did stop, and now I was annoyed and hurt that he wasn't trying to get in touch with me. I was an idiot. Ultimately, I had to accept that while I wished it could be different, the situation now was the best for all of us. I needed to focus on keeping Andrew safe from Devin's family, even as it felt more wrong than before to do so. All I had to do was stay away from Devin, and my life could go back to how it was before. Well, maybe not exactly as before, but pre-Devin returning, I didn't think of him as much as I did now, and he didn't appear in my dreams as much either. Letting Devin touch me again also ruined my private moments of self-gratification. It just felt so much better when he was touching me than me touching myself. I wondered if a toy would help me with that, or maybe I could meet a new man. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't the answer. It seemed unlikely I'd meet someone who got to me the way Devin did. And if I did, I'd probably feel guilty about it, which made no sense. I wouldn't be cheating on him, and yet the idea of being with another man felt like a betrayal. I scoffed at myself. Clearly, he doesn't feel the same. I couldn't get the vision of him escorting his friend Evie into a private room at his parents' party, or of his sister telling me they were engaged and probably fucking. I thought I'd been smart with my heart this time, but clearly I hadn't been, because it felt like it had been stomped on. "Mommy, can we go to the airport? I want to see the airplanes." Andrew sat at the kitchen table eating his breakfast. "Maybe this weekend," I said, happy for the distraction. "I don't have to work this weekend, so we can do something fun." "Can we ride in one?" "I don't think we can do that," I said. "Did you know that rich people have their own airplanes? That's what I want when I grow up, to be rich and have my own airplane." Another wave of guilt rolled through me. Andrew was rich. The chances seemed pretty good that the Rourke family owned an airplane. It didn't happen often, but on occasion, like now, I realized that there were things Devin could offer Andrew that I couldn't. The money, yes, but I meant beyond the money. Experiences.
Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations, the problem was that the question of what the hell had happened ate at me, and I couldn't seem to let it go. The day after arriving back in the United States, I worked at the Rourke office to follow up on business issues in Europe, as well as catch up on projects at home. I left the office early and headed to the event planning firm to find out once and for all what had Serena ghosting me for a second time. As I rode the elevator up to her firm's floor, I wondered if knowing the truth would really set me free. With my luck, it would just piss me off. Or worse, hurt. At the same time, the not knowing was making me nuts. I exited the elevator and stopped at the receptionist's desk. "I'm here to see Miss Serena Moore." "Is she expecting you?" "No. I'm Devin Rourke. I think she'll see me." It was ballsy to expect that. At the same time, I knew being a Rourke would carry enough clout here that Serena would be hard-pressed not to see me. Her boss wouldn't like her brushing me off. "Mr. Rourke?" I turned to see Nikita approaching me. "Is everything okay? We're all set for the St. Patrick's party." "Yes, I was hoping to see Miss Moore." "Oh." Her smile brightened. "I'm glad she contacted you. We're very eager to help you with your upcoming plans." I was lost.
Serena never contacted me, and I had no plans outside the St. Patrick's party at the Rourke, except Serena wasn't the planner for that event. "Let me take you to her office," Nikita said. "Thank you." I followed her through a large, bright room filled with desks where people were working. Off to the far side was an area with large tables and comfortable-looking seating, probably to meet with clients. When you got to be as important as my family, nearly everyone came to us for meetings, so I'd never been in that area. We entered a long hall and walked a few doors down. Nikita knocked. "Come in." Hearing Serena's voice sent a shot of adrenaline through me. I took a breath to guard against any more reactions. It was time to find out what happened and then move on. My emotions had to stay out of it. Nikita opened the door. "Mr. Rourke, would you like coffee or wine? We have sparkling water too." "No, thank you." I stepped into Serena's office. "Mr. Rourke." Her eyes widened and then turned wary. Yup, I was leaving here an unattached man. "Miss Moore?" She stood as Nikita closed the door behind me. We stared at each other for a long moment before she finally said, "Is there something I can help you with?" "Yes, you can tell me what the fuck is going on." She flinched at my tone. I held my hands up and took a breath. "Sorry, I get that you're done with me, but I can't seem to let go without knowing why. What happened?" Her expression morphed into irritation. "I'm not interested in being a little something on the side." I stared at her, trying to make sense of her words. "I still have no clue what you're talking about." "Oh, for crying out loud, Devin, you have some gall." I put my hands on my hips and shook my head. "Still clueless?" She rolled her eyes. "Did you think I wouldn't notice that you took your fiancé into a private room?" Confusion had me frowning at her. "What fiancé?" "Oh my God, are you really going to deny that you took Evelyn Winthrop into a private room at your parents' anniversary party? The Evelyn Winthrop you're engaged to marry?" "No, I did do that. Evie is a friend." "Stop lying, Devin," she snapped, making me jerk in surprise. Anger replaced my shock. "I'm many things, Serena. A liar isn't one of them." "So your sister is a liar, because she told me you were in that room fucking Evelyn to appease her for wanting to put off your wedding until you finished sowing your oats?" "Oh, for fuck's sake." I laughed derisively. "Do you want the truth, or do you just want to believe I'm an asshole? If you weren't fucking her, what were you doing? Do you really want to know, or are you simply going to keep accusing me of being a liar and a cheat?" Her jaw tightened. "I'd like to hear what you have to say." "What I have to say is the truth, but it won't be worth wasting my breath if you're just going to accuse me of lying." At least I knew why she ran off and ignored my calls, but it irked that she believed I'd sleep with her while engaged to someone else. She cocked her eyes, and their brows lifted in an "I'm listening" signal. "Our parents want us to get married." "See? Engaged. Do you want the truth or not?" I bellowed, wondering how thick her office walls were. Or her colleagues overhearing this? Not that I cared, but she might. "Fine." She crossed her arms over her chest. "Our parents think they live in the 18th century and have plotted for me to marry Evie practically since birth. But," I held up my hand to stop her from interrupting again, "Evie and I don't want to get married. We're friends. That's it. We've spent the last 5 or 6 years. So, the last time we were together, you were engaged to her? Jesus fucking Christ, Serena, are you listening to me? We're not engaged. Neither Evie nor I want to get married." I met with her at the party because even after 5 years being gone, our parents are still trying to arrange a marriage that we don't want, and we're trying to figure out how to make them stop. She studied me with hard eyes, and I got the sense she didn't believe me. "Why not?" "Why not what?" "Why don't you want to marry her?" "I don't love her. Evie and I have been friends forever, but that's it. Neither of us has been attracted to the other, ever," I explained, in case she wondered about my history with Evie. To be honest, I'd nearly forgotten about this betrothal during my time away. But once I got back to New York, my mother was all over me about it. "She's threatened to—" I stopped because there was no reason for Serena to know that. "Oh well, I can't imagine you'd be able to survive without your bazillions of dollars, so you'll have to marry her." The anger dissipated and instead was replaced by sadness, hurt, and an acceptance that Serena wasn't the woman she'd been before. My trying to find the joy and happiness we had before was unrealistic. Don't worry about me. I'm competent. I'll do just fine if they disinherit me for not marrying Evie, because whatever happens here, between you and me, won't change the fact that I'm not marrying her. Ever. She looked down, her finger running mindlessly over a paper on her desk. I was dying to know what was running through her head. Be honest with me, Serena. If you hadn't thought I was engaged, would you have shown up at the bed and breakfast after my parents' party? She swallowed, and I could see she didn't want to answer. It was time to stop pushing her, hoping she'd be open to me. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter now. The fact that you think I'm capable of lying and cheating says a lot. Her eyes snapped up, and heat flashed in them. I'm not the bad guy. I laughed. You accusing me of something I didn't do makes me the bad guy? I can't seem to win. I sucked in a deep breath and readied myself to walk out, to walk away from Serena forever. I'm a fucking pussy. Do you know how much I thought about you the 5 years I was gone? How much time I've wasted over the last several weeks trying to figure out how to reach you? Her breath hitched. Why? I shrugged. For the life of me, I can't figure out why I've been trying so hard when from the start you were clear you didn't want to be around me. Ah, sure, I'm a good fuck in private where no one could know, but for some reason I'm not good enough. I shook my head. It's quite humbling. I held a hand up before she could speak. Don't tell me I'll get over it. I know you want to. I get now what sort of man you think I am. Why was I still there? The longer I stayed, the bigger puts I became. To save my pride, I turned and started to the door. Devin. She reached the door before I could open it. I saw regret in her eyes along with something else. It was that something else that kept getting in our way. What else was I supposed to think? She asked. I rested my palm against the door as I looked into her blue eyes. I don't know. Maybe you could trust me?
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. At the very least, you could ask me, or tell me off that night. I should have known when you ran off that it was over. Running away without a word is your MO. She looked down again. At least, she seemed to feel some shame over her behavior. Look, just tell me you don't want to be with me. Believe it or not, it's not the first time I've heard it, I said. It's not that. Then what is it, Serena? Because I'm tired of feeling like a sad sap. Your family. Leave them out of this. What they want or think doesn't matter. Not to me. But your family legacy? Fuck it. It's not worth it to me to live their life just for money. They know it too. I told them I could walk away. If I have to marry Evie to stay in the family, then I'm leaving it. If they don't like how I live my life, then I'll walk away. I shrugged because I couldn't figure out what to say or do to make her see. 5 years ago, I met a woman who inspired me to live my life. At the time, I hadn't been brave or confident enough to tell my parents I wasn't going to Europe so I could stay with her. 5 years later, I am. Unfortunately for me, that woman doesn't want to be with me. Devin. Her voice was soft, and I could see I was reaching her. Of course, we'd been here before. I didn't want to keep playing this game where we'd have a fight, come together, and then she'd put up barriers again. Tell me to leave, Serena. I don't want to continue like this, but I can't seem to quit you on my own. You need to tell me. She shook her head. I can't. I closed my eyes, feeling both relieved and yet tormented. Then tell me what you do want. You. Her voice was so quiet, I wasn't sure I heard right. I stared into her eyes, hoping to see if I could find meaning there. Our gazes held, and I felt that pull she had over me, like my heart was tethered to hers and pulling me to her. Her hand went to my cheek, and I got the sense that she was feeling the same as I was, that there was something special between us, and being terrified of it. I gave in to the pull, leaning towards her. I could be fired, she said softly. What? Why? You're a client. That stopped me. Is that why you've run hot and cold? She gave a non-committal shrug. Do you want to be with me? I asked. She nodded. I wanted to assure her that I wouldn't let her get fired or suffer financially if she was, but I also knew that wasn't the right response. She was a strong, independent woman. She wouldn't want to be rescued by a man. What can I do? I asked.
You could kiss me. I didn't need to be asked twice. And when she pushed the button locking her door, I knew she was mine. Maybe not forever, maybe not even tomorrow, but right now, she was mine. 13. Serena. Here I was again. Like the movie Groundhog Day, I was reliving the same scenario over and over. When I was on the verge of finally ending things with Devin, I found the prospect of never seeing him again too difficult to fathom, and so I reached for him, giving in to my need for him. My brain was telling me I was playing a cruel and dangerous game, but my chest was thick with need and emotion that was more compelling than the warning bells ringing in my head. His lips covered mine, and immediately I sank into him, giving all of myself to him. Outside the door, my boss and colleagues were going about their day. At home, my mother was watching Andrew, but in this moment, all I could focus on was Devin and how much I wanted him. Why did I need him so much? Why wasn't I strong enough to say no when he was standing in front of me? Was it those magnificent green eyes staring at me with pain and confusion that made me feel like a beast for pushing him away? Was it the way that he always deferred to me? He'd have walked out, I have no doubt. He wasn't pushing or pressuring me. Maybe if he did, I'd be able to resist. His hands slid around my back and pulled me tight against him. His erection grew hard against my belly, and a whole new need washed through me. It flowed through my bloodstream, awakening every nerve in my body. "I want you," he whispered harshly in my ear as he ground his dick against me. I gripped his tie and pulled him away from the door. "Here?" His brows rose in surprise. "Don't tell me you've never had sex in your office." His cheeks flushed. "I thought we had to worry about your job." "We do. It will add to the thrill, don't you think?" He grinned wickedly. "Can you keep from screaming my name?" His hands gripped my hips and pushed me against my desk. "I guess we'll find out." I had his tie undone and was pressing my hands over his hot, hot chest. His fingers undid the buttons of my blouse and unclasped the front hook of my bra. My breasts fell loose and he groaned. "I love your tits, Serena." He held one and bent his head, sucking the nipple deep into his mouth. I moaned, and my pussy squeezed tight in response to his lips and teeth sucking and licking and nipping. My hands shook as I hurried to get his dick free from his pants. We grasped, grabbed, tugged, all in a flurry of movement until finally he was sheathed in a condom and plunging that hard, thick cock inside me. I bit my lip to keep from crying out at the exquisite pleasure of his filling me. He buried his face in the crook of my neck and groaned, "You feel so fucking good." I wrapped my legs around his hips, my arms around his neck. I wished I could hold him there forever. His hips pulled back and then thrust forward, making me gasp. Devin, my pussy was on fire. He withdrew and plunged again, holding himself against me. "Don't stop. Don't ever stop." My hips rocked and my thighs shook as need consumed me. "Never," he growled as he moved, this time in a strong, steady rhythm. "Yes, yes, yes." Like a mantra, the words flowed from my lips as pleasure built and built, coiling tighter and tighter until I was sure I'd come apart. His fingers gripped my hips. "I'm coming." He groaned against my breast as his pace became frantic, frenetic. He was gasping, his face contorted into that mix of pleasure and pain brought on by good, hard sex. He tilted my hips and plunged in again, grinding against me and hitting that one delicious spot inside me. Everything around me imploded and then burst like a supernova, stealing my breath. He withdrew and plunged again, this time with a feral growl as he let loose his own orgasm. We moved together, drawing out the pleasure, until finally spent, he dropped his head to my shoulder. I held on to him like I wasn't quite tethered to the earth, and he was the anchor. Devin was the only man I'd ever been with, and it seemed like every time, even 5 years ago, it was intense and explosive, like this. I wondered if it was like this for everyone. I wanted to think we were special, except that was dangerous. Nothing had changed. I was still deceiving him. We still couldn't be together, at least not as a regular couple. Aside from my lie was the fact that I could be fired. I wished I could put all these thoughts off for a time so I could enjoy the afterglow of his touch. Stop thinking, he murmured against my lips. I can't help it. He lifted his head. I don't want you to risk your job. We'll think of something. Just don't withdraw from me. I nodded, even though I could feel the barriers rising again. I'd been so consumed by whether he and his family was good enough for Andrew, but in that moment, I realized that perhaps I wasn't the one good enough for him. He kept giving and being patient, and I kept reaching for him and then pushing him away. I was essentially leading him on. I was the worst. Can you have dinner with me tonight? I shook her head. I'm sorry, I have a son. Your son? Other plans? His green eyes bore into mine like he was trying to brush me off again. How about this weekend? Plans? I didn't have plans, except to spend it with Andrew. When I wasn't working an event, I always made sure to spend my free days with Andrew. So I was lying again. I really was a terrible person. He dropped his head and then started to pull away. I cradled his cheeks in my palms.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Can I call you when I've time? Will you have time? I sighed. My life is different than it was 5 years ago. I have more responsibilities and obligations. And what about you? Surely you can make time for you. He shook his head. I don't want to be another one of your obligations. It's not like that. My life is so complicated. I could feel tears coming. Despite my wanting to be with him, the gargantuan issues were a chasm I couldn't cross. He let out a breath and stepped away, tossing the condom and pulling up his pants. I'm willing to do what it takes to spend time with you, but I don't know what that is. You're hiding something from me or won't let me in, and I don't know how to overcome that. I slid from the desk. I have lunch breaks. I was desperate to have him, even though it was cruel. I could see in his eyes the pain I was causing. I hated myself for that. It was time to just come clean. I needed to tell him about Andrew and then let the chips fall where they may. I have been keeping... The phone on my desk buzzed. I closed my eyes, hating the interruption. Just a minute. I reached over and picked up the phone. Serena Moore. Rena, is Mr. Rourke still with you? Nikita asked. I looked over at him. Yes. Really? Is he hiring you for an engagement party? No. I wasn't quick enough to come up with some other excuse. What are you talking about then? He's just getting ready to leave, I said, hoping to avoid coming up with yet another lie. He stared at me with a mixture of annoyance, although I wasn't sure if it was at me or himself for letting me hook and release him again. Have him wait. I want to go over some of the St. Patrick's plans with him. I covered the mouthpiece. Nikita wants to talk to you about the St. Patrick's event. He nodded, even though I could see he'd rather get the hell out. Okay, I hung up and straightened my clothes. Nikita is on her way here. I walked to him. Maybe next time we can do this in your office? He quirked a brow. I thought you didn't want people to know. I shrugged. We could say it has to do with party plans. His shoulders relaxed slightly. I wish I could figure you out. I don't know. I think you know me pretty well. I waggled my brows. His lips twitched upward. I know your body and what turns you on, but I wish I knew what was going on up here. He pressed a kiss to my temple. Fortunately, I'm a patient man. I hugged him so he couldn't see my face. The truth was, patience didn't matter. This couldn't last, and my drawing it out was bad for both of us. I had no doubt that this was going to end spectacularly badly. But even knowing that, I couldn't do the right thing. If I was a braver person, I'd tell him the truth. If I was a stronger person, I'd walk away. Instead, I gave him a quick kiss and then unlocked my door. I gave the room a quick once-over, as well as our clothes to make sure Nikita wouldn't be able to detect what we'd done on my desk. I sat in on the impromptu meeting Nikita had with Devin. It was short because he seemed happy with everything she'd put together. If I was 10 years younger, I'd jump him, she said, standing next to me as we watched him leave, walking through the office to the elevator. He's a client. I wouldn't care. She looked at me with a grin. Some things are more important. I imagine he's really good in the sack. You have no idea, I thought. I feel sorry for him, though, she said. Really? Why? His life isn't really his. I frowned at her. What do you mean?
I bet no one asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up because his future was already decided. He had no choice but to go into the family business. He'd said similar things, but I'd gotten the impression that he was trying to carve his own life now. Didn't he say he'd leave his family before he'd marry the woman they'd picked? Have you ever met his mother? I shook my head. I wondered what number of lie that was. I seemed to be telling them at an increasing pace. She's a piece of work. We're lucky she's preoccupied with his father, because she was always a challenge. You'll notice how happy I was that you were tapped for the anniversary party. She's domineering and runs that family with a clenched fist. I didn't have to deal with her, I said. Good. She'd have sent you running and screaming to a new career. Devin finally disappeared into the elevator. Whoever marries him will have earned her angel wings to put up with her. The image of Mrs. Rourke telling me not to go to Europe with Devin, and then later how angry and cruel she'd been when I told her I was pregnant, flashed in my brain. Just like I was unable to resist Devin when he was with me, the memory of his mother made my decision to keep Andrew from them easier. 14. Devin. As I rode the elevator down in Serena's building, I didn't feel any clearer about what the hell was up than when I arrived. She said her concern was with her job. It seemed like a legitimate concern, and yet I couldn't help the feeling that there was more to it. Or something else. She was still hiding something. The smart thing to do would be to give her an ultimatum: come clean or let me go. Yet every time I started to walk, inside I was hoping to hell should ask me to stay. When she'd reach for me, I felt like we were in a little piece of heaven. For a short time, the world was just me and her, and it was sweet perfection. And then, before I could even withdraw my body from hers, I'd see the walls rise in her eyes. It was fucking frustrating. I couldn't figure out why I was bothering, except that the idea of not seeing her was something I didn't want to consider. When I arrived home, I remembered that the origin of her running off was in thinking that I was engaged. It was one thing if my mother had said it, but apparently Bree had said something. It was time I cleared things up with her, too. Oh, Devin, good you're home. Brianna is going to be here for dinner tonight for once. Will you join us? My mother said from her sitting room as I headed through the foyer to the stairs. Yeah, I have a few things I need to talk to you all about. Oh, good news? I suppose that depends. I started taking the stairs up to my room. I changed into shorts and a t-shirt and then went to the gym at the back of the house. I ran on the treadmill, pushing myself to relieve the emotional tension building in my body. Afterward, I took a sauna and then a shower. My muscles were relaxed, but my brain was still ruminating on what the hell to do about Serena. At dinner time, I walked into the formal dining room that felt a lot like a museum. That was the problem with my family, I thought. We were so focused on image that we lacked warmth, not just in how we interacted, but in how we lived. I pulled out my phone and texted my real estate agent about the sale of the apartment. While I was in Europe, I got the message that the seller accepted my offer. Now I just needed to close the deal. Close Friday. I'll be at your office at 10. Move in anytime after that, my agent responded. Hallelujah. Roped into dinner too? Bree asked as she sat across from me with a glass of wine. I suspected it wasn't her first one. It seemed to me she struggled with how our dysfunctional family was too, but I didn't know why. She had way more freedom than I did. I actually eat with them a couple nights a week. Glutton for punishment? I poured myself a glass of wine too and sat in my seat across from her. Something like that. Although, instead of thinking of my parents, I thought of Serena. Listen, you need to stop telling people I'm engaged to Evie. Bree quirked a brow. I don't talk about you and Evie. I've been told otherwise. I'm not marrying her. Do Mom and Dad know? She asked. Yes. She laughed. Do they agree? No. Mom threatened to disinherit me. Bree did a spit take. What? She grabbed her napkin to wipe her mouth and her plate, now covered with wine. What did you say? I said, fine. You're going to walk away from nearly $1 billion? She smirked like she didn't believe me. Yep. She leaned forward.
Haha, alongside the swoon-worthy declarations? Holy shit! Are you in love? Are you throwing it all away for love? No, I shifted uncomfortably. I didn't want to go into detail about my complicated relationship with Serena. It couldn't be love, because it seemed to me love would be easier than whatever it was that I had with her. But I'm not going to have my life dictated anymore. Besides, I invest my money. Plus, I learned a lot during my time in Europe. I can build my own billion-dollar company. She snorted. I love that. Mom and Dad sent you away to make you grow up, but didn't count on you growing balls, too. I rolled my eyes. My balls were always there. That's what the rumor is. So does Evie know you're not marrying her? She wants to marry me even less than I want to marry her. I leaned forward in case there were prying eyes. She's seeing Jasper Lassiter, but don't tell. Bree gaped. As in Low Country Sinners, the Southern rock band's Jasper Lassiter? She asked. Yup. Wow. She sat back and looked like she was taking in the news. But no one else knows? I shook my head. No. Maybe if the parents knew, they'd back off you two. I laughed. Can you imagine Mrs. Winthrop hearing Evie is seeing Lassiter? She'd stroke out. Right. Bree's brows furrowed. So, what were you and Evie doing hiding at the party if you weren't showing her those big balls you say you have? For a young woman from a high society family, Bree could be so low class sometimes. While I was gone in Europe, our supposed betrothal never came up, so we both thought the families had forgotten. But once I got back, both our families were ready to send out the invites. She and I were trying to come up with a plan to get them off our backs. How's that working? I think Mom believes when I say that I'll walk away. Walk away from what? My mother entered the room, looking rich and regal. It appeared that she'd dressed up for dinner. You're watching Downton Abbey again, aren't you, Mom? Bree asked with a shake of her. It's a sign of respect to dress for dinner. I looked down at my polo shirt and jeans and then over at Bree, who wore a hoodie. I have more respect than you, I said to Bree. You always were a kiss-ass. Brianna! My mother's shrill voice made both me and Bree flinch and then laugh. What's for dinner? My father said, entering. He wasn't in a full suit, but he did have dark slacks and a crisp button shirt. I suspect my mother was going to let him off the hook, because ties were difficult for him to tie these days. I watched as he made his way to the table. His gait was slow and stiff. Was it worse than it had been? I realized I hadn't been paying much attention lately. It's a roast with potatoes and asparagus, my mother said, sitting at her end of the table. I'm a vegetarian, Bree said. My mother looked horrified. My father rolled his eyes. That's why she lives on vodka, I said. A full potato diet? Bree grinned at me. Why can't we have a nice dinner without all the silliness? I swear, the two of you have never grown up. Sure we have. Devin was just telling me about his big balls. My father choked and my mother glared. That's enough, Brianna. She shrugged. Maybe you'd rather talk about who Dev is banging these days that has him willing to walk away from his fortune. Now I was annoyed. You really need to be sent to your room. I glared at Bree. Is that true, Devin? You're seeing someone? My father snapped open his napkin and laid it on his lap. Carl, one of several servants my parents employed, rolled a cart in with our dinner on it. He served my mother first. Annoyed, I said, "There's a woman I'm interested in." I couldn't be sure I could call what we were doing as seeing each other. Is it serious? My father asked. I shrugged. It's too early to tell. Who is it? Of course, my mother would go right to that. She'd want to make sure the woman was worthy of a Rourke. Serena was, but my mother wouldn't think so. Serena was aware of this. I wanted to reassure her that I didn't care about pedigree, but I wasn't sure I succeeded. You wouldn't know her, I said. Bree gave me a look like 2 + 2 were coming together. It would be too much to hope that she'd keep it to herself. Is it the event planner? It must be. She wasn't too thrilled to see you hiding with Evie. She gave herself a smack in the forehead. No wonder you told me to stop saying you were engaged. She's the one I told. Event planner? My mother's voice was tight. Not wanting to get Serena in trouble, I said, no, that would be wrong. She could lose her job for that. Bree smirked. I hadn't fooled her. You know, Devin, we all know that young men like to play the field a bit, but it's time for you to get serious. You need to be more discriminating.
There are women who'll pretend to love you just to get at your money. I looked at my mother. What do you think marrying Evie would be about? Pretending to love for money? Not money. Breeding. Status. I know you think that's not important, but it is. They might be gold diggers, Bree said. Thank you. Maybe Bree was on my side after all. They might like him for his other assets. I choked on my potato. Are you being vulgar again? My mother asked Bree. The point is, I'm not an idiot. If I can run a multi-million-dollar business, I can probably pick a wife. I shook my head, which I'm not doing, at least not anytime soon. Why not? My father asked. There's nothing wrong with settling down, son. I'm not going to get married just to be married. You make it part of a job when it's a personal thing. To be honest, I'm not sure I ever want to marry. I agree, Bree said. It's more hassle than it's worth. Plus, there's lots of fish in the sea. How can you settle for just one? My mother looked like she might pass out. We did everything right with these kids. Why are they so ungrateful? She asked my father. I wasn't much different in his age. I just had more respect for my parents and the responsibility of the business, my father said with a sharp eye on me. You've come a long way since when you first went to Europe, but you still have a ways to go, starting with giving up this club idea and focusing on what has made Rourke restaurants world-renowned. What's that? Bree asked, deadpanned. Oh, for goodness sake. My mother patted her eyes with her napkin, a sure sign that she was getting teary. Why can't we just have a nice family dinner? Why do you have to ruin everything with your snark, Bree? Bree inhaled a breath. Sorry, Mom. I could see her withdrawing into herself. For the rest of dinner, she'd likely only give yes or no responses. This is a family dinner, right? I said. Yes, that's what I want. I shook my head. No. What you want is a dinner in which Bree and I toe the line. If you want us to give lip service and placate you, we can. But if we're having a family dinner, maybe you can let Bree and me be who we are, not who you want us to be. My father's gaze cut to my mother. They're not wrong, Catherine. Then he looked to Bree. At the same time, you could learn some manners. I didn't realize I was so difficult, my mother said passive-aggressively. Daddy, how did your appointment go today? Bree asked, ignoring my mother. He shrugged. Everything is about the same. Is it really? I asked. Be honest, Dad. He glanced up at my mother. Your father is doing great, she said, in that way mothers did to hide just how bad things were. Is there something I can do? I asked. My parents weren't easy, but that didn't mean I didn't love them or wouldn't want to help them in a time of need. My father shook his head. You're a big help at the office. Do we need to make changes at home? Maybe move your master bedroom downstairs? I asked, knowing his mobility would slowly get worse. I don't want to talk about this at dinner, my mother said in a clipped tone. Bree rolled her eyes, but thankfully didn't respond. I blew out a breath. Okay, well then I'll let you know that I'm moving out this weekend. Why? Bree pouted. It's more fun with you here. I'm buying a place on Central Park West. You don't like it here? My mother asked. Mom, Bree couldn't hide her annoyance.
Ha ha ha, alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. How is it he's old enough to get married, but not old enough to have his own place? In fact, it might improve his chances to get married if he moved out. I don't need your help, I said to Bree. I'm not trying to escape. I'm just wanting my own space. We have plenty of space here. I wondered if my mother wanted me here because she loved me or because she wanted to keep me under the family rule. The rest of the dinner went about the same. After dinner, I met with Bree to talk about the club plans, and then she headed out to see her friends. Back in my own room, I continued to work until deciding to get some sleep. Once in bed, I remembered what my sister said about having my own place improving my prospects with women. I wondered if I'd convince Serena to see me at my new place, and if so, would she stay the night? Deciding to ask, I called her up. Hello? You picked up. It was the first time since my parents' party I'd called or texted her and got a response. That's a good sign. Is it too late to call? I'm just having a glass of wine and reading. That was something she could do at my place. How busy this weekend are you? Pretty busy. Why? I couldn't help but wonder if that was true. It seemed to be her standard answer. I'm buying a place and thought you could come over and help me christen it. I'm sorry. That sounds like it would be fun.
Her voice was quiet, which made me wonder if she had a roommate she was trying not to wake. "If you come over, it would prove my sister right," I said. "About what?" "My love life would improve." Love life? Oh, shit. Maybe I shouldn't have said love. You know, my time with the ladies. Ladies? You, Serena. Maybe I'd get more time with you. There was a pause from her end that had my gut clenching in that way it always did when I felt like she was putting up a wall. "I wouldn't mind that," she finally said. "By the way, I set them all straight about Evie. I even told them I was interested in someone." "Oh." Her voice pitched up slightly, making me wonder if she was nervous about my mother knowing about her. Considering she knew my mother was a snob, I supposed I couldn't blame her. What did they say to that? "Bree guessed it was you, but I told her it wasn't, so it wouldn't get back to your job." "Thank you." "My mother wanted to know who you were too, but I didn't say anything. You know, if I were 40, I could see all their concern about me getting married, but I'm not even 30. She sighed. "I think it's in parents' DNA to want their kids married. So your parents do it to you?" "Yes." "Well, I'm not sure I'll ever get married, which will make my mother batshit crazy." There was perverse joy in that idea. "Really? You don't see yourself ever getting married?" I couldn't read her tone. Was it a good thing or a bad thing that I wasn't sure I wanted to tie myself down? I don't know. What I'm taught about marriage doesn't make it appealing. I mean, my mom wants me to marry a woman simply because her family is old money. Love isn't a factor. So you'd marry for love? Maybe. I don't really see the purpose of it. I mean, marriage started as a business deal, right? Fathers married off their daughters for money and title. What about children? I'm pretty sure that's not in the cards for me. Again, there was a pause on the line. "You don't like kids?" "I like kids. I just don't see myself having them. I certainly don't want to have them simply to carry on the Rourke family name and business. Besides, I'm not sure I'm dad material." "Why not?" "I'm too selfish, I suppose. Raising kids, done right, takes time." "Maybe your feelings would change if you had one." Was she talking me into having kids? That didn't make sense because I could hardly talk her into dating me. Clearly, she wasn't eyeing me as long-term material. Maybe, but what if I had them and my feelings didn't change? It wouldn't be fair to some kid to have a dad like that. I suppose it was unusual to not want marriage or kids. Perhaps she'd think there was something wrong with me, that I was concerned I wouldn't love them the way I should. It was yet another reason that perhaps I should move on from Serena. 15. Serena. What was Devin wanting with me if he was never going to marry or have kids? Was it just a continuation from before? A fling with the girl from the wrong side of the socioeconomic tracks? I suppose I should be glad that he saw this thing between us as not something that could develop into a committed relationship. After all, I couldn't marry him and keep Andrew a secret. He couldn't marry me and keep me a secret from his mother. On the other hand, I was sad and, yes, a little hurt that he didn't think I was marriage material. His comments highlighted just how little he knew of the world average people lived in. He had choices in life that most people didn't have. Money and influence were currencies that bought anything a man wanted and could make inconveniences go away. After all, his mother had offered me a crapload of money to disappear. "I guess you don't have to worry about it. Men have choices like that," I said to his comment about having a kid but not being able to commit to it. "What do you mean?" "Women can choose too." "Not always. Not in the case of an unplanned pregnancy. There are many women out there who raise children without fathers because the fathers didn't want to be bothered with it. Or sometimes they're just not involved. Mothers don't have a choice to be involved or not. In that situation, I like to think I'd step up. But given the choice to have kids or not, I think I'll opt out." He'd step up to fatherhood out of duty, but not out of love. Considering that was what his parents were asking him to do by marrying a woman he didn't love and taking over a business he hadn't a choice in running, I almost felt like I was giving him a gift by keeping Andrew from him. "Don't fool yourself, Serena," my conscience warned. "He still has the right to know." "I suspect you're going to want a brood of kids," he said. "I'd like at least one." I scoffed at myself for my answer. "You probably want the whole shebang. Husband, kids, home with a picket fence." I sighed. "I suppose, in an ideal world, all that would be nice. I totally wanted that for a time, but today I'm older and wiser. I've learned that life doesn't always turn out the way you plan." He was quiet for a moment, and I wondered what I'd said that left him without a response. "Sarita? Hmm? What happened to you?" My hackles rose, feeling offended that he thought something was wrong with me. What do you mean? I mean, did someone hurt you? I hate the idea that something happened to you to change that free-spiritedness you'd had. I grew up so stifled, and meeting you 5 years ago was like having my first breath of fresh air. Had things been different, his statement would have filled me with warmth. I'd loved that what I was brought life into his drab, ordered world. But things weren't different. He'd brought me life too, in the form of a son, and I'd always cherished that. But it had been a significant change that meant I couldn't be a free spirit. I had a child to house and feed, a college tuition to save for, and I had to be present as much as I could, so dating or a personal life just wasn't in the cards. Just life, Devin. Like I said, responsibilities, obligations. I can't afford to be impulsive. Is that what we were? Impulsive? For reasons I didn't understand, tears came to my eyes. I supposed I was grieving the two young lovers 5 years ago. Yes. And now? I don't know what's going on now, to be honest. He was quiet again for a moment. Is it impulsive to feel drawn to a person? I have to sound like a cliche, but I'm a fucking moth and you're the flame. Is that impulsive? I don't know about impulsive, but there is danger in getting burned, isn't there? Fuck. Neither of us said anything for a time. I'm a selfish bastard. Oh, I said, curious about his statement. You and I want different things. If I was an honorable man, I'd wish you luck and let you go. I will, if that's what you want, but I meant what I said.
I think of you all the fucking time. He laughed in a way that made me think he was self-conscious or embarrassed about all he was revealing. But I don't want to hurt you, and I'm afraid I will. My breath hitched because I knew the truth. I wasn't the one who'd be hurt. I feel the same. That I'll hurt you? No, that I'll hurt you. I already have, and I'm not sure I can stop. We're fucked then. I laughed, even though I wanted to cry. It appeared so. The line was quiet again, and I held my breath, feeling like my entire future hinged on the next few things that we said. I guess I should go. I swallowed the lump as I realized this was it. We were going to end it now, before anyone got hurt. Okay, I managed. Okay, but he didn't hang up, and neither did I. We sat in silence for what felt like an eternity, and yet, when he finally said goodbye, felt too fast. As I hung up, I was reminded of the saying about being careful what you wished for. I just got my wish. Devin was giving me up. Andrew would be safe from his mother. Devin wouldn't be forced to care for a child he didn't know about or didn't want. But it was true that wishes could be devastating, because in that goodbye, I felt like I'd lost a dream. When Devin hung up, I went to bed and cried. It was silly to cry, and yet I couldn't help it. I felt like everything I'd ever wanted was within my reach, and yet a million miles away. And all of it was my fault. Because I was a coward. Because I wasn't a good enough person, I was hurting him. I reached over and picked up my phone from the bedside table and sent him a text. I'm sorry. Then I curled into a ball and tried to get some sleep. The next morning, I woke to a return text. Do you wish it was different? At first, I wasn't sure what he meant, but then I decided he was asking if I wished our situation was different, if I wished we were in sync with our goals and lives. My initial impulse was to lie or to say something to the effect that wishes didn't matter, only the reality of our situation. But I felt like I owed him something of the truth, or maybe I hoped it would lessen my guilt over my actions. Either way, I told him the truth. Yes. Then I put my phone down and did my morning routine, which for once didn't perk me up for the day. I got Andrew up and ready, and after taking him to my mother's, I walked to the subway to head to work. When I exited the station outside my building, my phone pinged with a text. Do you think we're capable of creating our own destiny? Wow, how could I respond to that? Of course, I knew that we could affect our own futures, but we also were at the mercy of outside forces, the weather, the economy,
our own impulsive behavior that lead to unintended consequences. The last one was the big one in my life. I loved Andrew with all my heart and wouldn't change a thing about having him, but he wasn't part of my plan when he was conceived. Because he was the most important thing in my life right now, I couldn't make plans that could hurt him. So while yes, I thought I could set my own course in life, I did have boundaries within which I had to navigate. Devon's question seemed to suggest that he thought we could overcome our challenges. The problem was, he thought our only challenge was my job and the fact that we had different ideas about marriage and children. Those were not small issues. I liked my job. I wanted a husband someday. But the real problem was the fact that Devon was a father and didn't know it, and, to a lesser extent, fears around how his mother would treat Andrew. I had no clue how to overcome those challenges, at least not without risking losing Andrew. It took me several tries to figure out a response. Finally, I messaged back, "Within limits." I waited outside my work building for a reply, but after a few minutes when one didn't arrive, I tucked my phone into my purse and headed inside, and up to my office. "Rourke sent Pat meeting in my office, 10 minutes, Nikita said as I made my way to my office. "I'll just put my things away and be right there." In my office, I grabbed my notebook and folder for the event, took my phone from my purse and put it in my pocket, and then put my purse in my desk drawer. As I left my office for the meeting, my phone beeped. I stopped in the middle of the hallway and pulled my phone out. Can limits be pushed? I read and reread his message, knowing he was asking if there was any hope. My heart filled with emotion that he was trying so hard to find a way for us. I couldn't figure out why he still cared after everything I'd put us through. Every fiber of my being ached to tell him that yes, limits could be pushed, that if we both wanted to be together, we could. But the reality was, when he learned the truth, it would likely destroy whatever feelings he had for me. I don't see how. I waited again, but no text came back, so I put my phone in my pocket, fought to keep my emotions in control, and headed into Nikita's office. 16. Devon, I don't see how. It was nuts how 4 words could totally ruin my day. But with that text, Serena was telling me that the obstacles that were keeping us apart were too large to overcome. My brain couldn't accept that, though. There had to be a way, although I wasn't being successful at finding it. Obstacle 1. Her job didn't want her having relationships with clients. The answer was for me to stop working with her firm, but odds were they'd fire her for being the cause of my leaving. Maybe I could just threaten to leave if they didn't make an exception. She could leave her job, but she seemed to like it, and she might resent me if she left for me. So that was out. But even if we could overcome the job issue, there was the difference in life plans. She wanted a home and family, and I wasn't sure I could do that. I loved my family, but we weren't like other people. I suspected Serena had warm, loving parents who supported her life choices, minus the nearly running off with me 5 years ago. While they wanted her to marry a good man, they probably didn't care about his breeding or the size of his bank account. In her family, there wasn't a tie between maintaining the family honor and the love one received. Did my parents love me and Brianna? Yes, in their own way. But their love did have some conditions. I didn't want to perpetuate that type of life. I didn't want to force a woman like Serena to conform to our antiquated way of life or raise a child in a way that stifled his dreams. That afternoon, I met with Brianna to review our plans for the New York club. "Do you ever see yourself getting married?" I asked her. She was shallow and couldn't always be trusted with secrets, but she was the only person I felt I could talk about personal stuff with. Well, Serena too, but since this involved her, and I already had her answer, I had no choice but to seek guidance elsewhere. It didn't escape me that Brianna hadn't ever been in a long-term relationship, and I wasn't sure she'd ever been in love. But when it came to confidants, I didn't have any other choice. Sure, I have this fantasy of marrying a rich guy to make mom and dad happy, but his money was earned from porn or drugs or something. I smirked. Does everything you do have to butt up against mom and dad? She quirked a brow. Do I detect a hint of disapproval? I just wonder how much of what you do is because you truly love it versus doing it simply to bug the parents. Why can't it be both? Besides, you're the one telling them you're going to change the business and not marry or have kids. That gives mom a heart attack more than I do. I guess she was right. Why? Are you rethinking marrying Evie? She asked as she pulled a glass of water from the mini fridge in my office. No, that's not happening. Someone else then? Perhaps the event planner. I narrowed my eyes at her, wondering how someone who often seemed oblivious could be so observant. What do you have against marriage anyway? She prodded. I don't have anything against it. I just don't like the way our family goes about doing it.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. About any of it? Our nanny was more nurturing than our mother. All decisions are made based on what will look right to a bunch of uptight, conceited, rich jerks, not on what makes us happy. Her brows furrowed in thought. Yes, that's true. To be honest, I doubt mom and dad ever had sex. Geez, not what I was going for in this discussion. Too intimate and messy. Instead, I bet dad jerked off into a cup and they used a surrogate. Please tell me you don't think of dad like that. I really wondered what made me think I could have a serious conversation with Bree. She rolled her eyes. Not specifically, no, but you know what I'm saying. I do, and that's my point. I don't want to live like that. She stared at me for a long moment. Then don't. I don't have a choice. Of course you do. You've already made one by not marrying Evie. If you want to marry for love, do it. If you want to take your kids to the park instead of sending them with a nanny, do it. Mom and dad don't have as strong of a hold on you as you think. And yes, they'd fuss, but let's face it, our generation of entitled brats would likely see you as a hero for breaking free of the ridiculous rules that generations before us put in place. Just do what I want? Was it really that easy? Bree was right in that I was already doing that to a certain extent by continuing with the clubs despite my father's insistence that I stop. I was shucking social constraints by not marrying Evie. Within limits. That had been Serena's answer when I asked whether or not we could make our own destinies. She'd not been optimistic about overcoming limits, but who set those limits? Society, yes, but I was already pushing against them. So maybe the limits I was having trouble with were those I set in my own head. I thought I'd have to have a marriage and family like the one I grew up in, but Bree was right. I could change that. I could choose a good woman who might be out of my social class, but to my mind was richer in personality and goodness. I could give her children, watching them grow in her belly and then teach them to throw a ball. My money would give them all the opportunities they deserved, but my love and the love of their mother would give them emotional security and confidence. Put in that context, having a family had an appeal. Of course, mom would likely be mean to any woman you married that didn't fit the mold, but fuck her, right? Bree's words brought on a concern I hadn't been considering, but Serena had. Several times she'd suggested my mother wouldn't approve of her. It made me wonder if she'd ever met her, as she was spot on about that. But again, that was a limit I felt I could overcome. Thank you, Bree. She smiled. You're welcome. So when are you inviting your event planner to meet the family? I shook my head. Not yet. But if all goes well, hopefully soon. I was bogged down in the new club project with Bree, the one in Paris, and other work at the business, so I wasn't able to follow up on my revelations with Serena at that time. On Friday, I closed on my new place, and on Saturday, I had furniture and other home goods delivered. I had to admit, having money was a godsend during a move. I ordered what I needed and paid to have it delivered and put away. On Saturday evening, I showed up with my bags of clothes, and once they were hung in the closet, I was moved in. On Sunday, I finally had time to start wooing Serena again. Because she could be elusive, I decided it would be better to see her in person than try to reach her by phone. She'd indicated she was busy over the weekend, which I suspected was an event. But when I discreetly researched what event she was working, I was told she wasn't working at all. Had she just been giving me a line to keep me away? Or had I misunderstood?
The day was nice and relatively warm for the end of February, so I decided to drive myself to her place. Maybe I could convince her to go for a ride with me. I put the top down in the cabriolet and headed to her neighborhood. The gods were with me, I thought, as there was a parking spot just a few doors down from her building. At the door, I found 2 Moores listed. I selected S. Moore, hoping it was her apartment. I buzzed and waited more. Fuck, she wasn't home. She really was busy. A middle-aged woman came through the door. "Can I help you?" I was looking for Serena Moore. The woman smiled in a way that told me she knew and liked Serena. It's such a nice day. She's probably having a picnic at the park with Andrew. Andrew? Who the fuck was Andrew? What park? I asked. It was cavemanish of me, but if I had to fight for her affection, I would. Tompkins Square. She pointed up the street toward the park. I smiled, even though inside I was preparing to battle whoever this Andrew man was. Thank you. The park wasn't far, so I walked. I entered the park and began my search. Many people were taking advantage of the nice day, so my search was slow as I took in each person. As I approached the playground, I found her. She was sitting on a bench with a notebook in her lap. My heart rate sped to 1,000,000 miles a minute as I took her in. Her dark hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Her cheeks were flushed, probably from the cold air. The yearning for her nearly brought me to my knees. "What is it about you?" I said to myself. I didn't know why I felt how I did, but I knew I wanted to indulge my desire for her. I approached her. "Serena?" She looked up, and immediately her eyes widened, darted toward the playground, and then back at me. I'd expected surprise, but her expression looked more like panic. "Devin, what are you doing here?" She swallowed, and I noted that her hands shook as she put her notebook in her bag. "I'm looking for you. I've had an epiphany." Not sure what to make of her reaction, I sat on the bench next to her. Now? I frowned. Is now a problem? I cocked my head to the side. "What's going on?" "Mommy, look at me." Her head turned toward the voice of the child standing at the top of a slide. "Watch how fast I go," he called out. "I'm watching," she said to him. It took me a minute to make sense of what was going on. Her eyes glanced at me before focusing on the boy. He sat on the slide and whooshed down with his arms out wide like an airplane. "Did you see me, Mommy?" He ran toward her. "I did, honey. You were so fast." He ran to her. "Can you come with me?" "In a minute, baby." The boy looked up at me. "Who are you?" "This is Mr. Rourke. I work for him. Go play, and I'll be there in a minute." I turned to her, my mind in a whirl. She was a mom? And why was she introducing me as someone she worked with? Was there a dad somewhere around here? "You've got a son." My voice sounded distant to my ears. She nodded. "Andrew." Well, that answered the question about who Andrew was. I studied her. "You didn't tell me." She shook her head. Her eyes held a mix of worry and strength. "Why? Why wouldn't you want me to know you have a child?" At least now it made sense why she thought we couldn't overcome limits. I'd told her I didn't want kids, and she had one. I felt a little set up and duped by that. "You said you didn't want a family." My brain felt like it was wading through muck as I tried to sort out what was going on. That was the other night. What about all the weeks before? You could have said something about being a mom. She simply shrugged. I shook my head. "No, I don't buy it." She flinched. "If you kept your child from me because you didn't think I'd approve, that would mean you were interested in me, but hiding him. But you've been pretty clear that you don't want me." She huffed out a breath. "That's not true. I told you my life was complicated." She nodded toward Andrew. "What I want takes a backseat to what is best for him. And I'm bad for him?" How was it she could always make me feel like pond scum? "No, you have your own family responsibilities and duties." I laughed derisively, "Which I was ready to shirk for you." She bit her lip. "Don't. You can't change yourself for me. That's just it, Serena."
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. I was still trying to conform to what my family expected, and I came here to tell you that I was giving that up. I don't know what our future would hold, but I was willing to see where it went. I wanted to see where it went. Past tense, she said, looking toward the playground where her son was running with his arms out and making machine sounds. "What? You're speaking in past tense. You said, I was willing, which suggests you're not still willing. You're fucking with my brain. Can you not use the F word when Andrew is around? Right, sorry. I took a breath to try and sort out my thoughts. Am willing. I am willing. I'm more than willing. I want to see you, to see where this thing between us goes. What about Andrew? I want to meet him. And I meant it. The kid was a part of her, and I was drawn to her. Being with her meant being with him, too. She studied me with hard eyes. I felt like she was using some special mom radar to determine if I was sincere and worthy of knowing her son. For a moment, I thought she was going to send me packing, but then she looked to her son, who was making his way to us again. All right, she said, although there wasn't much oomph behind the word. It was almost as if she was reluctant. I leaned closer to her so her son wouldn't hear. I wish you'd tell me what it is you want, because I can't read your mind, I said. All right, but you don't mean it. How many times have we been in this spot where I'm telling you I want you, and you say you want me, but half the time I don't believe it. I'm not sure you believe it. She worried her lip with her teeth. I'm sorry. I want you, but you and I aren't the only things I need to consider. I don't want to hurt you or your kid. I know. I don't want to hurt you either. What I heard in her voice was an inevitability that someone was going to get hurt. Mr. Rourke, do you know how to fly? Andrew came to stand in front of me. He had blue eyes and a sweet face like her, but I suspected he looked more like his father. Do you mean airplanes? I leaned forward to give him my attention. Yep. Well, I don't fly, but I have a pilot. Do you have a plane, too? Yes. His eyes widened. Are you rich? Andrew, that's not a polite question, Serena chastised him. I am. The boy moved closer to me, putting his hand on my thigh. When I grow up, I want to be rich and have my own plane, but I want to fly it. I think that's a great idea. Maybe someday you can come on my plane, I said. Yay! Can we, Mommy? Serena stiffened next to me, and I suspected she didn't like my offer. Well, see, baby, Mr. Rourke is a busy man. I glared at her. We're friends here. You can call me Devon. Can I call you Andrew, or would you prefer Mr. Moore? Andrew grinned. Andrew. I held out my hand. Nice to meet you, Andrew. He giggled as he shook my hand. Nice to meet you. 17. Panic wasn't a strong enough word for what I felt when Devon showed up at the park. Right then and there, my secret was going to be exposed, and I'd have to endure the wrath of Devon. It would be justified, of course. I deserved every bad thing he might say to me. When he said, "You didn't tell me," in reference to Andrew, I was sure he knew. How could he not? Andrew looked so much like him. But then it was clear he was asking why I didn't tell him I had a son, not why I didn't tell him about his son. The rest of the conversation was pretty much like all the ones we always ended up having before, where he'd tell me he wanted to see me, I'd say I wanted to see him too, but then would proceed to say or do something that suggested the opposite. I wondered how long he was going to put up with that from me. I suppose it meant that he was sincere in his interest in me. After all, he was willing to go against his mother to see me. But of course, that was another thing I had to consider that Devon didn't know about. His mother wouldn't be happy about his dating a single mom. But at some point, she'd figure out what Andrew was to Devon, and who knew what would happen then. She'd either shun us or fight for custody, likely with Devon's blessing, and I couldn't risk that. So, yup, I was still in the same predicament as always, with no hope for a happily ever after outcome. Until I could figure out what to do, or until this thing between Devon and I fizzled out, or until he learned the truth and destroyed me, I had to go along with things. How big is your airplane? Andrew looked up at Devon with his wide blue eyes. Big enough that it has a bedroom. Whoa! Andrew climbed onto the bench between me and Devon. My heart was simultaneously singing and crying. It was so beautiful to see them together. To see Devon be so sweet and natural with him.
Does it go fast? Pretty fast. To be honest, I've never thought about it. I know lots about planes. Did you know that there are jets that can go 2,000 miles per hour? Andrew eagerly shared. Devon's eyes widened. Holy cow, that is fast. That must be what, Mach 3? Mine's isn't that fast. I'd still like to see it. Devon smiled so sweetly at Andrew, and that was it. If I was fighting my feelings for Devon, I couldn't do it anymore. Whatever happened in the future, I'd always remember this moment and how beautiful the two of them were together. It's a date. Where should we go? Devon asked. Andrew bounced in his seat. We can ride in it too? Well, of course. Maybe you can even spend some time in the cockpit with the pilot since you want to learn to fly. Can I, Mommy? Can I? Please say yes. I laughed. If it can be arranged. Andrew turned back to Devon and climbed into his lap. At first, Devon's expression was surprised, but quickly he helped Andrew adjust to sit comfortably in his lap. Where do you go in your plane? Andrew asked. Usually Europe, London, Paris. They have a Disneyland there, right, Mommy? I think so, baby, but there are some closer to us, I said. I didn't want Devon thinking he had to take Andrew to Europe. Did you go to Disneyland? Andrew looked up intently at Devon. Never been. I've been to the top of the Eiffel Tower, though. What's that? The two of them chatted about everything and nothing, and my guilt grew even as my heart filled with such love for the both of them. Will you push me on the swing? Andrew asked Devon. Honey, Devon probably has other things he needs to do. No, I don't. Devon's eyes narrowed, suggesting he didn't like that I was trying to give him an out. I'll push you on the swing. 'Kay, come on. Andrew hopped down and took Devon's hand, leading him to the swings. I watched them, wishing things could have been different. Wishing Devon had spent the last years knowing about Andrew and being a father to him. Devon spent the day with us at the park and then walked with us back to the apartment. Some limits can be overcome, Devon said to me as Andrew trotted ahead of us, his arms out like an airplane. Some, I admitted. About your job. I'll just work with other planners in your firm, and if they have a problem, I'll find a new firm. He took my hand. He clearly had been thinking things through, which only made my deception worse. If he knew our real limits, would he still be trying so hard? And I'll be fired for losing their biggest client, I said, playing devil's advocate. Then you'll start your own firm, and I'll hire you. I smirked. You have an answer for everything. When I want something, I find an answer. My heart was both rejoicing and breaking. I wanted what he was saying he wanted, but I was going to blow it to bits. I'm tired. Andrew wrapped his arms around my legs. We're almost there, I said. I'll carry you. Devon barely had the words out before Andrew stood before him with his arms up. Devon picked him up, settling him on his hip. I have a book of airplanes. Want to see it? Andrew asked, looking Devon in the face. I wondered if Devon would see the resemblance. How long would it take him to figure out Andrew Athreus? Yes, I would. We have to be at Grandma and Grandpa's for dinner soon, I reminded Andrew. You can come to dinner, can't you, Devon? Andrew asked. I shook my head.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Sure, Devon has plans. Trying to get rid of me? He quirked a brow at me. Are you saying you want to meet my parents? I retorted. Wasn't that the last thing most men wanted? He blanched slightly, but then said, Yes, I do. We need to ask them too, I said. We can't just invite a guest without checking. They'll say yes. Andrew patted Devon on the cheek. They think my mommy needs a boyfriend. I coughed. Devon grinned. Do they now? I rolled my eyes. Yes, because I don't have a daddy. Devon frowned. Why not? Andrew laid his head on Devon's shoulder. He went away. Everything inside me stilled as I waited for Devon to put two and two together. I'm sorry to hear that, he said. Do you have a daddy? Andrew asked him. Yes. Did you like it? I suppose I did. Did he take you to the park and on airplanes? Devon's face was unreadable as we neared the house. Not so much. I had a nanny who took us to the park. What's a nanny? It's like a babysitter, honey, I said, noting some sadness in Devon's expression. Like Grandma? Yes, I guess so.
We reached my building, and Devin continued to carry Andrew as we rode the elevator and we entered my little apartment. I felt self-conscious about our humble abode. It was neat and tidy and served its purpose, but I knew Devin was used to larger, grander living spaces. "I'll get my book," Andrew said when Devin put him down. "Do you want a drink or something?" I asked Devin. He shook his head, taking a seat on the couch. "If you don't want to stay for dinner, now is the time to tell me, or I'm going to call my mom and let her know you're coming." He smirked. "You can't scare me, Serena." Andrew rushed in and climbed into Devin's lap. "Want to see my favorite one?" "I do," Devin said with a wink to me. I left them alone, going to the little kitchenette. I wanted to be alone, to take a breath, because I felt like I hadn't breathed since Devin showed up at the park. If I thought I was playing with fire before, I was damn near burning in the flames now. I peeked around the corner to see Devin and Andrew looking at the book. My heart ached to tell him the truth and for us to overcome all those limits. Surely Devin would protect Andrew from his mother, right? But would learning the truth change how Devin felt about me? And if so, what would he do in his anger? My life had become an endless cycle of a catch-22 that I couldn't get out of, and eventually would blow up in my face. I texted my mom to ask her if I could bring a guest. She responded with yes and wanted to know who it was. I told her it was a friend, as I knew she'd freak out if she knew O'Rourke was about to have dinner at her house. I cleaned Andrew up, and then the three of us headed down to my parents' apartment. "My mom is probably going to freak out a little bit when she meets you," I whispered to Devin. Andrew stood next to him and took his hand. "Why?" "You're O'Rourke, a famous, prominent New York family." He rolled his eyes. "I don't shit daisies." You said a bad word," Andrew said, looking up at Devin. "Sorry, I'm human like everyone else. She'll also probably try to marry us off, and I know how you feel about marriage," I said, wanting to make sure he understood what he was getting himself into. "It all depends on the in-laws," he said with a cheeky grin. If that was true, I'd be better off staying away from him, because I knew his parents wouldn't accept me. "We're here, Mom, Dad," I said, opening the door. "Come meet Devin," Andrew said, running to the kitchen. "Remember, you asked for this," I whispered as my father entered the room. "I'm Graham Moore," my father said, as he scrutinized Devin even as he extended his hand. "Devin?" He didn't use his last name, which only meant he was concerned about my mother freaking out. "Hello, I'm Alice." My mother stopped short when she saw him. "You're Devin Wark?" "I am." "It's lovely to meet you, Mrs. Moore." He extended his hand to her. My mother looked from me to Devin. If I'd known O'Rourke was coming, I'd have cooked something." Devin waved her comment away with his hand. "Whatever you're cooking smells delicious. Thank you so much for including me. What brings you to our neck of the city?" My father was still frowning, like he didn't quite trust Devin. Devin smiled as he looked at me. "Serena." Both my parents' eyebrows shot up to their hairline. Then my mother got this hopeful look. I glanced at Devin to see if he noticed it. In her mind, we were married already and probably had more kids. "Remember, I helped with his parents' anniversary party," I said. "Oh, yes, of course. But that's done, isn't it?" my father asked. Devin gave his head a disapproving shake toward me. "The party was a success. Convincing Serena to see me in a non-professional situation has proven more difficult." "Oh," my mother gasped. I rolled my eyes. "Serena is a smart woman who has a son to think about," my father said, maintaining his fatherly duty. "Andrew is a great kid." Devin ruffled Andrew's hair. "Devin has an airplane and he's going to take me for a ride, huh, Devin?" Andrew tugged on Devin's hand. Devin winced a bit, probably because it sounded like showing off to have a plane. I did say that. "Well, let me go get dinner finished," my mother said, fluttering her hands about. "Honey, why don't you help me?" she said to me. I knew that meant she was going to grill me. Then again, that would leave Devin alone with my father, who clearly wasn't sold yet on him. Maybe he'd scare Devin away enough that I didn't have to worry about his change of heart over relationships. 18. Devin. I meant what I said about being willing to see where this relationship with Serena would go. If, over time, this draw I felt to her remained or grew stronger, chances were that I'd want to marry her. With that said, maybe agreeing to meet the parents wasn't the best idea. My intentions were good, in that I wasn't using her just for sex. But I think she was right in that her mother was already planning our wedding, and her father was ready to interrogate me. At least Andrew was still around. Maybe he'd protect me. Want a drink, Devin? Her father asked. Was this a test? Should I say no so I don't look like a lush? Do I say yes to be polite? An Irish boy like you probably likes whiskey, he said. I nodded. I like whiskey. You must be Irish too. He nodded. Full bred. A-list too? Am I Irish, Grandpa? Andrew asked. Through your mom, yes. I supposed that meant his father wasn't Irish. I'd tried to push away thoughts of Andrew's father. It was crazy how unsettling it was to think of another man touching Serena. And clearly, he didn't respect her as he left her pregnant. What sort of dumb fuck would do that? I'd taught her a lot about sex the week I was with her 5 years ago, but she'd still be naive about men, I suppose. And someone took advantage of that, although I could see she loved her son. I wanted to ask about the boy's father, but I knew I shouldn't in front of him. What is Irish? Andrew asked. It's people who are from Ireland, or born from people from Ireland, Mr. Moore explained as he handed me a glass of straight whiskey. Are you from Ireland? Andrew asked him. No, but my parents were, as were your grandmothers, he said. Andrew turned his inquisitive eyes to me. Are you from Ireland, Devin? I shook my head. No, my grandparents were. I've been there, though. It's very pretty. Did you fly in your plane? Inwardly, I winced, not wanting to flaunt my wealth. I didn't want Serena's parents thinking I felt I was somehow better because I had money and family prestige. Yes, my ancestors started a pub there over 100 years ago, and my grandfather moved here, opening one here. Andrew's eyes narrowed in curiosity. What's ancestor? That's like a grandfather, Mr. Moore explained, finishing off his drink. Dinner, his wife called out. He held his hand out to direct me toward their dining table. Their apartment was bigger than Serena's, which felt too small for her and a small boy, but she seemed to make it work.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. I wondered if her focus on her career was to make more so she could get a larger place. She might do better to start her own business. Maybe we could add event planning to Rourke businesses. We hosted events set up by others all the time. Maybe we should get rid of the middleman. I wondered if Serena would be interested in doing that for us. Devin, you sit there next to Serena, she said. Serena smirked at me. We all sat, and Mrs. Moore made a thing out making sure I was served. It's just stew. It's not just stew, Mr. Moore said, annoyed. It's the best Irish stew in New York. The Rourke can't even beat it. Mrs. Moore looked horrified. Now, honey, you know the Rourke has very good food. I love Irish stew, I said. The Rourke doesn't serve it anymore. It was a change my mother influenced years ago when she decided stew was too low class for the clientele that the Rourke served. In fact, much of what the Rourke served could be best called Irish-ish because it wasn't truly authentic anymore. See, Elise, the boy likes stew. I took the bread Serena offered me. Can I dunk? I whispered to her. My mother would be horrified that I dunk my bread into my stew, and I wasn't sure if that was a snooty rule or not. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Moore said. I grinned, poking my bread into my bowl and then taking a bite. Delicious flavor of lamb and herbs coated my mouth. I groaned as it teased my taste buds. This is fantastic, I said. I use mutton. Most people use lamb now, Mrs. Moore said, smiling with pride. And Guinness, Serena added. It's wonderful, really. I usually only have good Irish stew when I get to Ireland. Now I'll just come here. Come anytime you like, honey. Mrs. Moore patted my hand. Suck up, Serena whispered next to me. I gave her a smug smile. Parents usually liked me. I suspected it was the money and family connections, but I could be charming too. So you met through your parents' anniversary party? Mr. Moore asked. While Mrs. Moore seemed to like me, I'd yet to earn the respect of her father. Yes, Serena started. Actually, I met Serena about 5 years ago. She flinched, giving me the impression I wasn't supposed to say anything about our past hookup. Oh, her mother said, intrigued. How was that? The St. Patrick's pub crawl. Serena closed her eyes, as if she was embarrassed. I was smitten and asked her to run away with me. I grinned at her, enjoying making her squirm a bit. Devin is embellishing, Serena glared at me. No, I'm not. I looked at her parents.
I'm the one you had to talk her out of moving to Europe with. Her mother's eyes widened. Her father frowned. When was... Mom, you know if Devin loves this recipe so much, perhaps we can give it to him. He and his sister are looking at opening a club. She turned to me, her eyes imploring me to shut the fuck up. Will you be serving food there? I was slow on the uptake, but finally said, we're still working on the details. I'm all for a traditional pub, but my sister feels they're a dime a dozen here in New York. I studied Serena, wondering what I said that was such a big deal. She'd told me they'd been the ones to talk her into staying. Surely they'd known. It seems to me that a Rourke pub would compete well, though, she said. What's a pub? Andrew said, putting his milk down after sipping it and getting a milk mustache. It's a type of restaurant and bar. Wipe your mouth, baby, Serena said. Mrs. Moore reached over to help Andrew, who turned away. I can do it. So, what made you return to New York? Mr. Moore asked me. My father was diagnosed with Parkinson's. We knew that, Graham. It was all over the papers. Mrs. Moore glared at him. Then she turned to me. Such a devastating disease. How is he doing? He's a fighter. So, you're running things now? Mr. Moore dunked his bread into the remaining stew juice in his bowl. Yes, sir, mostly. It's difficult for my father to relinquish control, especially since he doesn't always like my choices. Mr. Moore's eyes narrowed. Why would that be? Dad, Devin is our guest, Serena tried to intervene. If he's spending time with my daughter and grandson, I have a right. No, you don't, Serena, her mother admonished. He's just trying to look out for you and Graham, butt out. It's all right, I said. I have ideas that my father sees as too new. I want to bring the Rourke and our other establishments into the 21st century. He doesn't agree. Mommy, is my daddy Irish? Everyone at the cable went silent. Serena stiffened, looking at her parents and then me before turning her attention to Andrew. Let's talk about that later, okay, baby? Have 4 more bites of stew and then you can have dessert. Devin is Irish like you and Grandpa and Grandma. I want to be Irish, too. You are, honey, you are. I was surprised at Serena's apparent distress. In the end, we're all Americans, I said, hoping to diffuse the situation. Andrew seemed to think on it. Are you an American, Mommy? Yes, we all are. He gave a short nod and then scooped up a piece of meat from his stew. The rest of the dinner went about the same. Mr. Moore grilling me, Mrs. Moore chastising him for it, Serena rolling her eyes, and Andrew asking random questions. It was odd and at the same wonderful. They seemed to have annoyances with each other like I had with my family, and yet there was a warmth between them that, of course, didn't extend to me, but clearly they were a close family. I wanted to spend the rest of the evening with them, but, concerned I was overstaying my welcome, I got up to take my leave once dessert was finished. When can we go on the airplane? Andrew asked as I pushed my chair into the table. Let me talk to your mom about that, okay? Don't forget. Andrew waved his spoon. I won't. Thank you for dinner, Mrs. Moore. It was wonderful. Nice to meet you, Mr. Moore. I reached over and shook his hand. It was our pleasure, Mrs. Moore said. Yep, her expression suggested she'd already accepted me as a son-in-law. I'll walk you out, Serena said, pushing her chair in too. The door wasn't that far from where we were eating, but I guess it was enough to give us some privacy, although not enough so I could kiss her like I wanted to. I'd apologize, except I tried to warn you, Serena said as I opened the door. I leaned against the door jamb. I had a great time. You lie. My father was like the Spanish Inquisition. I shrugged. He's not the first to question my intentions. She quirked a brow. I guess lots of fathers have had a run at you. I rolled my eyes. Your insecurities are showing. I leaned forward, not caring if her parents could see. I kissed her cheek. You do plan to take Andrew to see your plane sometime, don't you? I hate to hold you to that, but you can't promise a kid something and not deliver. I jerked back, once again annoyed at the type of person she apparently thought I was. You still think I'm an asshole? That I'd use a fake promise to your son to get into your pants? No, I didn't mean it like that. Yes, I plan to take him for a ride in the plane. If you're nice, maybe you can come too. She looked down. I know I'm a bitch to you. I keep waiting for you to stop. I grinned at her to let her know I wasn't mad. Annoyed, yes, but I was wearing her down, so that was something. She gave me a wan smile. I'm not sure why you keep bothering. I like being around your kid. I expected her to smile at that. Instead, she flinched first, and then she smiled, but it didn't look genuine. To be honest, sometimes I wondered why I stuck around. If only I could figure out what was going on with her that made her so unreachable sometimes. 19. Serena. I felt like I usually did these days as I watched Devin walk away. Guilty. I should be happy that he liked Andrew and that Andrew seemed taken with him. I should feel good that he was willing to endure my father's scrutiny. But everything in my life boiled down to the fact that I was lying about Andrew, and until that came out, I'd never be free of the guilt. Serena. My father's stern voice called me from where he sat in his chair in the living room.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. My mom and Andrew had disappeared into the kitchen. I should help Mom. I started toward the table to finish clearing. Come here. I felt like I was 10 years old and about to get in trouble. What's up? I asked, sitting on the couch. What was all that about running off with him 5 years ago? Oh, that? I waved my hand to show it was no big deal. It was just a joke. His narrow eyes studied me, and I felt like they could see right through me. How was it that you met him? I blew out a breath, resolved to have to explain something. He and his friend came into the restaurant I was working in on St. Patrick's a few years back. He was bored with his usual group, so he went with us on the pub crawl. We hung out some the next week, and then he moved to Europe. I made a "that's all there is to it" shrug and started to stand. Sit. I'm not done. I stayed seated and hoped my face was impassive. Were you going to run off with him? No, I lied. I told him my parents said I couldn't go. I don't know why you're harping on this. We were just being silly kids. He nodded, and I was feeling like I'd dodged a bullet. 5 years ago. St. Patrick's, huh? My stomach rolled. He started counting on his fingers. I knew I was sunk. He reached the 9th finger. December, same month as Andrew was born. I closed my eyes as one of my fears was realized. Serena. His sharp voice made me blink open in my eyes. Is that boy Andrew's father? I looked toward the kitchen, not wanting Andrew to hear. When I turned back, I faced my father's disappointed expression. Yes, but he doesn't know. My father's eyes narrowed even more. What? Devin doesn't know about Andrew? You're telling me that you had Devin Rourke's child and never told him? I looked toward the kitchen again, desperate to not have Andrew hear this. He left and I couldn't reach him, I said, knowing it was a dumb defense. He wasn't on Mars. He has family here, family that could be a big help to you. They can provide things for Andrew that we can't. No, they wouldn't, I said, tersely. My father jerked back, surprised at my sharp denial. I leaned forward so I could speak low. I went to his mother, and she told me to never tell him. She even offered me money to go away. Maybe I should have taken it, but it felt wrong. Why that selfish elitist? He didn't finish his statement. He stood and went to his little liquor cabinet and poured himself more whiskey. Why haven't you told him now? Really? After what his mother did to me, he thought I should tell him? Because I don't want his mother anywhere near Andrew. That's not your call. I'm surprised at you, Serena. We raised you better than that. I hated disappointing my father, but I'd do that before I risked Andrew's happiness. What if she shuns him? What if she did? What if he fought for custody? He flinched and inhaled a deep breath. A father has rights, Serena. It's not fair to him or Andrew. It's not your choice to make. He has to know, and the chips fall where they may. And if there's a fight, well, we'll help you. The Rourkes have money and influence, but they also have a reputation they'd like to keep clean. It won't look good that his mother offered you money. They'd have to believe her, I said, knowing I couldn't fight them. If you think he's like his mother, why did you invite him to this house? He sat in his chair again. I don't think he's like his mom. So let him deal with her. He sighed. Honey, love is a bitch, no doubt about it. But lying to him is wrong. He deserves to know, and you have to accept whatever happens. I don't want to lose him. Tears filled my eyes. I knew what my father was saying was right, but I wanted to hold on to this fantasy longer. Andrew or Devin? I looked my father in the eyes. Either.
My father moved to sit next to me. I wish I could promise you that he'll handle the news well, but I can't. Whatever happens, your mom and I are here for you, and you know that, right? I nodded and rested my head on his shoulder. Serena, what's wrong? My mother said, entering the room. Mommy, are you sad? I quickly sat up and wiped my eyes. No, just tired, baby. Come on, let's get you home and into a bath. Why doesn't the boy stay here with us tonight? My father said. I knew he was suggesting I go hunt Devin down to tell him about Andrew, but I wasn't ready. Not tonight. What's going on? My mother looked from me to my father. Knowing he'd tell her and she'd be equally as disappointed in me, I didn't answer. I took Andrew's hand and led him to the door. Say goodnight to Grandma and Grandpa. Goodnight. I hurried out before my father could hook me into staying. The next morning, my mother sent Andrew to the kitchen when I dropped him off. Is it true? Devin is his father? She said in a low tone. Mom, I can't talk about this now. I'm going to be late for work. Serena! Her terse voice stopped me in my tracks. Don't brush me off. Yes, Mom, he is. No, he doesn't know. Yes, I'll tell him when I find the right time. She huffed out a breath. There won't be a right time. He deserves to know. That little boy in there deserves to have his father. I hated that she was disappointed in me. I hated that I was disappointed in myself. But I couldn't get past how much I could lose. And so procrastination continued to seem like a good idea. As I rode the train to work, though, I knew I wasn't just riding on borrowed time, but that the longer I waited, the worse it would be. Devin met Andrew, and they hit it off, which meant now was the time to tell him. I guess I'd find out what his limit really was, and if we'd hit it. I was busy with meetings most of the morning and had to visit a location for a corporate event, so it wasn't until that afternoon that I was able to reach out to Devin. He didn't pick up when I called, so I left a message. As I rode the train home after work, I got a text from him. Sorry, crazy-ass day. I have to go out of town this week. Be back Saturday. How about taking a flight then? I was given a reprieve from telling him about Andrew, but I didn't feel relieved. Now that I'd made the decision to tell him, I wanted to get it over with. Saturday, I have an event. Sunday? Several minutes later, his text came in. Sunday, be ready at 8 and give me the entire day. I wondered what he had planned. I wouldn't be surprised if he was planning lunch in Ireland or something. We'll be ready. My parents didn't seem thrilled that I still hadn't told him. I explained he was out of town, but that we'd made plans for the weekend. He says he wants to take Andrew flying. You shouldn't do it in front of Andrew, my mother said, shaking her head. In case he doesn't take it well. She had a point. What man won't take hearing he's a father well? My father growled. He likes the boy. He likes Serena. She's lied to him for years, Graham. Tell me that wouldn't make you upset, my mother said. He shrugged. I'd be smart enough to hold it together for the boy. He shouldn't have to hold it together. Why don't you leave Andrew here after your flight, my mother said. Okay, I agreed. She was right. I didn't want Andrew to know if Devin was upset about learning he was a father. And Devin deserved to express whatever sort of feeling he was going to have without worrying about upsetting Andrew. That night, Devin called late. I'm sorry I couldn't talk earlier. I've had a bitch of a day. It's fine. I know running the Rourke empire takes a little time. Andrew was in bed and I had my wine and book. I moved to my bedroom to keep from waking Andrew. For a moment, I wondered if maybe I should tell Devin about Andrew on the phone, but then decided now wasn't the time. He was distracted with business and was having to leave town. I'd stick with the plan and tell him Sunday after the flight. Were you sleeping? He asked. No, wine and book time. My me time when Andrew is sleeping. What are you wearing? My cheeks heated at the sensual tone in his voice. What are you? Nothing. I'm laying in bed with an iron-hard dick wishing you were here to help me. That must be painful.
Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations, I closed my eyes, imagining just what he described. I'm sorry, I'm not there to help you. What would you do to help me? What would you want me to do? My clothes felt hot and uncomfortable as my blood heated. I wished I was with him now too. Suck it. He let out a low moan, suggesting he was imagining me sucking his dick. All of it? Or just the tip? Fuck. Both. There was a pause. Are you touching yourself, Serena? I might have to. Will you think of me when you do? He was all I ever thought about. Yes.
When I get back, maybe we can take Andrew to the beach for a few days. My heart rolled in my chest at how easily he seemed to accept Andrew as part of the deal with me. That sounds like fun. And when he's sleeping, I want to do wicked things to you. I closed my eyes as my pussy contracted in pleasure. I want to do wicked things to you too. Fuck. I'm going to make myself come. Do you want to hear? Yes. I nearly asked him to video chat it so I could watch him stroke himself, see his handsome face as pleasure washed over it. I want to hear you come as you imagine me sucking your dick. It's hitting the back of my throat. I've taken you so deep. I'm so hard, Serena. Fuck. He let out a long groan that I recognized as an orgasm. The real thing is better. Hold that thought, I said, hoping that when he got back and I told him the truth, that he'd still want to take me and Andrew to the beach. You know, it's your turn now. For what? I asked. I want to hear you come. Touch yourself. Imagine me eating your sweet pussy. My body arched as my fingers slid underneath my panties. I hoped this wasn't going to be our last intimate encounter. Devin? His name escaped on a harsh breath. Oh, yeah, you're hot. I can hear it in your voice. Yes, so hot. I want you to know. Know what, baby? No limitations. I was rubbing my clit, thinking of him lapping and sucking it, but not like before, not with my mind worried about secrets and issues. I imagined he and I together with the truth out and him totally committed to me and Andrew, and us to him. We were open and free with each other. I wish I was there right now. I can't tell you how bad I want to fuck you right now. I wish that too. When I get back, baby, you and me and Andre, no limitations. My orgasm hit, rolling through me with a mixture of hope and fear. Promise me. I promise. 20. Devin, I always enjoyed Europe, but this trip, I was on the edge the entire time. Serena was finally putting aside her hesitation and ready to see what this thing between us could be. But instead of getting right to it, I had to go to Paris to check on the new club. What if she changed her mind while I was gone? What had become clear to me was that the walls she kept enacting before had to do with her son. I tried not to be offended that she thought I was an asshole or a jerk, that I'd not want to be with her because of Andrew, especially since I had told her I didn't see myself as marriage or parent material. I was recognizing that I was wrong about that. I didn't know if Serena was the one, but I knew I wanted to see where things went with us. I understood that Andrew was part of the package, and I was looking forward to spending more time with him. I'd apparently passed the parent test too, or at least her mother. On Sunday morning, I showed up in a limo because I wanted to give Andrew the full fun day package. It was such a joy to watch his eyes light up at seeing the car and then exploring all the cool stuff in it, like the gaming device and mini fridge. He's going to think you ride like this all the time, Serena said with the prettiest smile as she watched her son take in the car. Maybe I will from now on, at least with Andrew. I took her hand and kissed it. Maybe we can go on a date, just you and me. There's lots of adult things that can be done in here, too. Her cheeks flushed, and this time I leaned over and kissed her lips. You're kissing my mommy, Andrew pointed at me. Are you her boyfriend now? Are you okay with that? I asked him. Yup. Will you be my new daddy then? My heart stalled in my chest, and I looked at Serena for guidance on how to respond. She flinched and looked almost panicked. I sucked in a breath. No matter what, Andrew, I'll always be your friend. Is that okay? He nodded. Yeah. Luckily, we pulled into the airport and he was immediately distracted by the plane. He pressed his face to the window. Is this our airplane? It is. It's a Gulfstream. Did you learn about that in your book? A little bit. Is it fast? Fast enough. We piled out of the car and Andrew rushed up the steps. We caught up to him as he oohed and awed at the cockpit where my two pilots were telling him about how to fly the plane. Baby, maybe we should let them focus on their job, Serena said, putting her hands on his shoulders. I want to watch. I tell you what, I said, picking him up. Let them get us in the air, and then you can watch. Okay. I put him down, and he ran up the aisle. Is the bedroom back here? I laughed. Yes. Andrew, come sit down until we're in the air, okay? Serena said, following him up the aisle. She looked into the room. More adult activity can be done there, I whispered in her ear. Are you in the Mile High Club? Again, her cheeks flushed. No. I waggled my brows. I'll add it to my list. It was probably perverse how much I enjoyed initiating her into sexual escapades. We buckled Andrew into a seat where he could look out the window. Serena and I sat on the couch that ran along the length of the main cabin area. I guess this is nothing but a thing for you, she said, taking in the leather seats. I've been fortunate in my life financially. She turned to look at me. But it sometimes is a weight? I smiled as I gently tugged on a tendril of her hair. The money isn't. The way people act because of it is. Expectations from my family. People who see dollar signs instead of Devon. She pressed a hand to my cheek. I see Devon. I know. I pulled her hand to my chest. That's the real fortune. She sighed, and while she looked happy, there was something in her eyes that I could only describe as concern. Was she afraid to fly? Was she worried about me not treating Andrew right? Maybe she was concerned about my family, which admittedly was a legitimate concern. While my mother had backed off on pushing me to marry Evie, I had no doubt she wouldn't be happy about my bringing Serena home. Dealing with Serena's father was a piece of cake compared to what my mother might do. So far, my plan had been to keep my mother out of my personal relationships. But if this thing between Serena and I progressed, I needed to prepare them both, especially with Andrew now involved. With the plane ready and doors locked, we headed out to the runway, and soon the wheels lifted and we were airborne. When I first met Serena, my life was one endless bore of a day after another. With her, I'd been able to see the world with new eyes. I'd been able to have new experiences. The same was turning out to be true being around Andrew. How many times had I been on this plane? I arrived back from Europe on it on Friday. To me, it was a mode of transportation. But watching Andrew, his eyes wide, bouncing in his seat, laughing with such joy, I knew I'd been spoiled and jaded. I don't know that I've ever seen him this happy, Serena said. She was smiling because her kid was happy. I vowed to do as much as I could to make them both happy. Less than an hour later, we were coming in for a landing. Is that the Washington Monument? Serena asked, looking out the window. It is. She whipped her head to me. We're in Washington, D.C.? Yes. What's Washington, D.C.? Andrew asked from his perch by a window. It's where the president lives, Serena said. Are we going to see the president? Andrew looked at me with wide-eyed awe. No, we're going to something better. I had a car waiting, which took us over the Potomac and to Jefferson Drive. Where are we? Andrew asked as I ushered us out of the car. Andrew, welcome to the National Air and Space Museum. God. Devon, Serena looked at the building and then at me. For a moment, I thought I saw love in her eyes. My heart clenched in my chest as I realized I wanted that. I can't believe you did this. What is it? Andrew asked, grabbing my hand and jumping up and down. I squatted down. This museum has planes and rockets and all things that fly in the air and in outer space. Andrew's mouth and eyes rounded like saucers. Really? Really? We're going to see it all. I took his hand and put my arm around Serena, taking them to the entrance of the museum. They weren't mine, not really. But I felt like they were. I definitely wanted them to be. The minute we walked in, Andrew's mouth was agape. Planes and jets hung from the ceiling. There were space vehicles and moon rocks. There were old planes and new ones. There was a space shuttle. We took it all in, even the movies. I took them to dinner at a Rourke-owned restaurant in Georgetown, of course, and by the time we arrived back at the airport, Andrew was sound asleep. I put him back in the bedroom, feeling bad he'd probably sleep through that. Still, I felt like fucking Superman the way that kid looked at me. Serena, too. I got us both a glass of wine and sat with her on the couch for the flight back to New York. Today was amazing, Devin. Thank you. Hell never forget this. I was happy to do it, really. To see all that through his eyes, I couldn't completely express what I was feeling. She looked at me, and it seemed like she wanted to say something. What? I prodded. She shook her head. I'm just overwhelmed by it all. By you. I grinned. In a good way, right? Right. She leaned forward and kissed me. Again, it felt like there was something unsettling in the kiss. Not that she was pulling away like before, but a wall still existed. You're an amazing man, she said when she pulled away. I studied her, wishing I could read her mind. You're amazing too. She looked down like she didn't believe it. Finally, she looked at me. When we get back, my parents said they'd take Andrew for the night. I wasn't sure if it was the right response, but my dip perked up at that. Oh, we can have some time just the two of us. Now I was confused because it seemed like that meant sex, and yet her expression had that same worry. Will you tell me what's going on with you? Her head snapped up at me like she was surprised that I could tell. Yes. Good. Will we be able to make love too? She bit her lip. I hope so. When we dropped Andrew off with her parents, they had a similar expression as Serena, and I couldn't help but feel like a shoe was about to drop. I wasn't ready for that, so when we got to her apartment, I pressed her body against the door and kissed her hard. I want you, Serena. We need to talk. Sex first, talk later. She looked at me with those pretty blue eyes that held sadness. What the fuck was wrong? But she nodded and took my hand to lead me to her room. She kissed me, and everything else left my brain except her and my need to touch her, to be inside her. It seemed like forever until we were naked, but finally my hands and lips were on her soft skin. I feasted on her nipples, savoring the sounds she made as I sucked and nipped at them. Fuck me, Devin. I need you inside me. Her voice sounded desperate, and I wanted to give her what she needed, while at the same time, I wanted to take this thing as slow as possible. I couldn't help but feel dread at whatever the hell she needed to talk to me about, so I wanted to put it off as long as possible. I'm going to make you come, baby, I said, as I made my way down her body to her sweet pussy. I want your dick, she gasped as I licked her clit. You will, baby. You will. I didn't give her the opportunity to talk more as I dove into her pussy. I licked and sucked. I thrust my tongue inside her, sweeping it around her sweet pussy walls. She arched and writhed on the bed as I drove her higher and higher. Devin, she screamed my name, and her sweet juice coated my mouth as her orgasm overtook her. I continued to lick and lave, bringing her down. I reached for the condom packet, worried I'd come when I rolled it on. I was so fucking hard. She put her hand over mine. My brain wasn't fully functioning, so I just stared at her. I'm on the pill. I have been for years. It keeps me regular. I had no clue what that meant, but I didn't care. Fuck, at this point, I'm not sure I cared if she was on it or not. To fuck her without a barrier? The idea of it made my brain short-circuit. I'm clean, I managed. Safe, healthy. She smiled. Me too. I positioned myself over her. I stared down into her eyes, and emotion swelled in my chest like I'd never felt before. I think I'm in love with you, Serena. She gasped, and her eyes filled with tears. I hoped to hell they were happy ones. Show me, she said, as her hands gripped my ass and pulled me to her. Make love to me. I pressed the tip of my dick into her pussy, and just that little contact felt like I'd gone to heaven. She was soft and wet, and as I pushed in, I swear I could feel every inch of her. I'm not going to last, I said as I reached the limit. I want to feel you come in me. I groaned as her words sent erotic shots of electricity straight to my dick. I moved, wanting to keep things slow and steady to ensure she'd come again. But almost immediately, the pressure shot up and my dick was ready to explode. Fuck, Serena. Are you close, baby? Yes. Devin, don't stop. Don't ever stop. I kissed her hard, wanting contact with every bit of her body as my hips bucked in and out, up and down, harder, faster. She cried out, arching underneath me. Her pussy gripped my cock so hard, stars burst behind my eyes. A long, feral growl tore from my chest as my orgasm ripped through my body. Oh fuck, I chanted like a loon as I pumped and pumped, releasing load after load, filling her pussy. I collapsed on her, even as my cock continued to pulse inside her. I held her close, knowing that she had something to tell me and praying that whatever the hell she had to say wasn't going to ruin us. 21. Serena. The day was perfect. The man was perfect. Had I played my cards right, life might have been perfect. But I didn't play them right. And now I was likely to lose the only man I'd ever loved. I was supposed to be telling him about Andrew, but instead I let him talk me into sex. It was wrong, and yet I had to feel his touch one more time. I had to feel him moving inside me one last time. I think I'm in love with you, Serena. Oh, God. Devin, Serena looked at the building and then at me. For a moment, I thought I saw love in her eyes. My heart clenched in my chest as I realized I wanted that. I can't believe you did this. What is it? Andrew asked, grabbing my hand and jumping up and down. I squatted down. This museum has planes and rockets and all things that fly in the air and in outer space. Andrew's mouth and eyes rounded like saucers. Really? Really? We're going to see it all. I took his hand and put my arm around Serena, taking them to the entrance of the museum. They weren't mine, not really, but I felt like they were. I definitely wanted them to be. The minute we walked in, Andrew's mouth was agape. Planes and jets hung from the ceiling. There were space vehicles and moon rocks. There were old planes and new ones. There was a space shuttle. We took it all in, even the movies. I took them to dinner at a Rourke-owned restaurant in Georgetown, of course, and by the time we arrived back at the airport, Andrew was sound asleep. I put him back in the bedroom, feeling bad he'd probably sleep through that. Still, I felt like fucking Superman the way that kid looked at me. Serena, too. I got us both a glass of wine and sat with her on the couch for the flight back to New York. Today was amazing, Devin. Thank you. He'll never forget this. I was happy to do it, really. To see all that through his eyes, I couldn't completely express what I was feeling. She looked at me, and it seemed like she wanted to say something. What? I prodded. She shook her head. I'm just overwhelmed by it all. By you. I grinned. In a good way, right? Right. She leaned forward and kissed me. Again, it felt like there was something unsettling in the kiss. Not that she was pulling away like before, but a wall still existed. You're an amazing man, she said when she pulled away. I studied her, wishing I could read her mind. You're amazing too. She looked down like she didn't believe it. Finally, she looked at me. When we get back, my parents said they'd take Andrew for the night. I wasn't sure if it was the right response, but my dick perked up at that. Oh, we can have some time just the two of us. Now I was confused because it seemed like that meant sex, and yet her expression had that same worry. Will you tell me what's going on with you? Her head snapped up at me like she was surprised that I could tell. Yes, good. Will we be able to make love too? She bit her lip. I hope so. When we dropped Andrew off with her parents, they had a similar expression as Serena, and I couldn't help but feel like a shoe was about to drop. I wasn't ready for that, so when we got to her apartment, I pressed her body against the door and kissed her hard. I want you, Serena. We need to talk. Sex first, talk later. She looked at me with those pretty blue eyes that held sadness. What the fuck was wrong? But she nodded and took my hand to lead me to her room. She kissed me, and everything else left my brain except her and my knee. Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. He tugged his shirt on and then leaned over the bed. Will be all right? It came out more like a question,
like he was concerned about what I had to tell him. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure we'd be all right. He gave me a quick kiss and then rushed out the door. I flopped back on the bed. I hated myself for being a coward and not telling him sooner. And now I had to find a new time, a new way to tell him. This secret hung like a lead weight on me now, and I was afraid I'd either never be free of it or it would crush me. I wasn't able to sleep that night. I stopped in to see Andrew quickly the next morning, but not long enough to have a discussion with my parents about what had happened, or in this case, what hadn't happened. On the train to work, I texted Devin, asking him how his father was. I didn't hear anything back, and I worried it wasn't good. I texted him again at work, letting him know that if there was something he needed, to let me know. It wasn't until I arrived back at my apartment building that I got a text back from Devin. He's going to be fine, but have to make changes. Plate is full, baby. I'm sorry. Part of me wondered if he didn't need my help because he didn't want his mother to know he was seeing someone like me. Not that he was ashamed of me, but because he knew his mother wouldn't approve. He had a lot going on with his father, his taking over the business, and having met his mother on 2 occasions, I suspected she was a handful now too. It's fine. Let me know if I can help with something. I didn't hear anything further. So, how'd it go? My mother asked when I picked up Andrew. We stealed away in the kitchen where we could talk while my father played Go Fish with Andrew. I didn't have a chance to tell him. He got a call that his dad had fallen. My mother's face pinched together like she was trying to decide if I was telling the whole truth, which I suppose I wasn't. I could have told him when we got back, but instead I chose to make love to him first. It didn't seem unreasonable to want one last moment of intimacy before I blew up our lives. I want to invite him for dinner again, she said, but he needs to know about Andrew first. He's got a lot going on. His dad, the business. Yes, of course. Is there something we can do to help? My mother asked. I offered. Maybe you don't offer. Show up. Help. I shook my head. I don't think his family knows about me. What do you mean? My father said, entering the kitchen. I mean, he hasn't told them. I haven't met them. Why not? He scowled. He doesn't think you're good enough. I'm sure he does, but his family won't. Well, my mother said indignantly, they're snooty. I told you, Dad, she tried to pay me off. Personally, I don't want to meet her. My dad put his hands on his hips and glared at me. The two of you aren't good for each other. Why? Because his parents are conceited? That's not Serena's fault, my mother said. No, because the two of you— Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. He tugged his shirt on and then leaned over the bed. Well, be all right. It came out more like a question, like he was concerned about what I had to tell him. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure we'd be all right. He gave me a quick kiss and then rushed out the door. I flopped back on the bed. I hated myself for being a coward and not telling him sooner. And now I had to find a new time, a new way to tell him. This secret hung like a lead weight on me now, and I was afraid I'd either never be free of it or it would crush me. I wasn't able to sleep that night. I stopped in to see Andrew quickly the next morning, but not long enough to have a discussion with my parents about what had happened, or in this case, what hadn't happened. On the train to work, I texted Devin, asking him how his father was. I didn't hear anything back, and I worried it wasn't good. I texted him again at work, letting him know that if there was something he needed, to let me know. It wasn't until I arrived back at my apartment building that I got a text back from Devin. He's going to be fine, but have to make changes. Plate is full, baby. I'm sorry. Part of me wondered if he didn't need my help because he didn't want his mother to know he was seeing someone like me. Not that he was ashamed of me, but because he knew his mother wouldn't approve. He had a lot going on with his father, his taking over the business, and having met his mother on 2 occasions, I suspected she was a handful now too. It's fine. Let me know if I can help with something. I didn't hear anything further. So, how'd it go? My mother asked when I picked up Andrew. We stealed away in the kitchen where we could talk while my father played Go Fish with Andrew. I didn't have a chance to tell him. He got a call that his dad had fallen.
My mother's face pinched together, like she was trying to decide if I was telling the whole truth, which I supposed I wasn't. I could have told him when we got back, but instead I chose to make love to him first. It didn't seem unreasonable to want one last moment of intimacy before I blew up our lives. "I want to invite him for dinner again," she said, "but he needs to know about Andrew first. He's got a lot going on, his dad, the business." "Yes, of course. Is there something we can do to help?" my mother asked. I offered. "Maybe you don't offer. Show up. Help." I shook my head. "I don't think his family knows about me." "What do you mean?" my father said, entering the kitchen. "I mean he hasn't told them. I haven't met them." "Why not?" He scowled. "He doesn't think you're good enough." "I'm sure he does, but his family won't." "Well," my mother said indignantly, "they're snooty. I told you, Dad. She tried to pay me off. Personally, I don't want to meet her." My dad put his hands on his hips and glared at me. "The two of you aren't good for each other." "Why? Because his parents are conceited? That's not Serena's fault," my mother said. "No, because the two of you have too many secrets. If you can't tell him about Andrew and he can't introduce you to his parents, what sort of life can you have?" I sighed. I'd thought the same thing at one time. Wasn't that why I tried to avoid him? If I didn't see him, I wouldn't feel compelled to tell him about Andrew. What he didn't know wouldn't hurt him, right? Of course, it was too late for that now. "That's why I tried to avoid him. I'm scared of how they'll treat Andrew." "They'll treat him just fine," my mother said confidently. "He's a part of her son. When are you going to tell him?" "The longer you let that go, the worse it will be, Serena," my father warned. "I know. I need to wait until he has time." My father shook his head. "No, you need to push him. I know he's got a lot on his plate, but I doubt he'll see you're holding off as being nice to him." He was probably right. "I'll find time this week to see him. Maybe I can arrange lunch at his office or something," I said. My mother put her hands on my shoulders. "This isn't just for Devin. It's for Andrew, too. He loves Devin. He can't stop talking about him. He's going to be over the moon about this." Andrew and I did our regular routine that night, although my mother was right. Andrew couldn't stop talking about Devin and his airplane flight and trip to the Air and Space Museum. "Do you think Devin can hang my airplane up on the ceiling like at the museum?" he asked, of the toy plane Devin bought him. "Don't you want to be able to play with it?" I asked, pulling his covers over him. "I want to have them hanging like they did Bear." "Well, ask him next time we see him." "When will we see him?" I pushed Andrew's hair out of his face, making a mental note to get him a haircut. "His daddy is sick and he needs to help his family right now." "Can I make him a card?" "Yes, of course." "Why don't we make it tomorrow morning and I'll try to arrange to get it to him." "Okay, give me a hug, baby. Good night." Andrew sat up and hugged me. It occurred to me at that moment that he could be upset when he found Devin was his father and I hadn't told him. Cripes, I really did mess things up. Inwardly, I prayed they'd both forgive me. The next day, Andrew drew a card with an airplane for Devin that said he hoped his dad got better soon. After I dropped him off with my mother, I texted Devin asking if we could meet for lunch or coffee, whenever it was convenient. I didn't hear back until that afternoon. This time he called, so I was at least able to hear his voice. "I'm so sorry, Serena. It's just been crazy. My dad is going to need rehab, which my mother is insistent needs to be done at home, but she's driving every potential PT person to run for the hills. The board is concerned that without my dad guiding me, I'm going to run the business into the ground. I'm pretty sure a tabloid is going to come out any moment with a picture of my sister doing shots off a drag queen's abs. Oh God, Devin, is there something I can do to help? I wish there was. Ah, fuck, I'm so tired. And I miss you and Andrew. How is he?" I closed my eyes, wondering why I was so worried about Devin when all he had been was wonderful to me and Andrew. Even now, with his world gone crazy, he was asking about him. He misses you. He wants you to hang his airplane over his bed. I'd like to do that for him. I heard a commotion on his end, and he said something muffled as if he covered the speaking end of his phone. "Listen, Serena, I'm sorry, but I've got to go. How about lunch on Friday? My sister has promised she'd keep my mother occupied. I have to take care of some business, but I should be able to meet you for lunch. He gave me the name of a restaurant. I'll see you then. At work, my team met with Makita about the St. Patrick's party at the Rourke. I wondered if I needed to tell her now that I was seeing him. Then again, when I told him about Andrew, I might not be seeing him. Even so, he was Andrew's father, so it seemed likely we'd be involved, even if it was just co-parenting. God, why couldn't anything be easy to figure out? I decided not to worry about telling Nikita now. Right now, I just focus on my lunch with Devin on Friday and dealing with the fallout. From this moment until then, I'd pray that he'd understand and forgive me. I crossed my fingers that my mother was right and Devin's mom would accept Andrew because he was part of Devin. 22. Devin. Before Serena, I managed my family and business like a machine. They were all I had in my life, and I was able to deal with everything with a sense of detachment. But now, I was growing to resent my mother's histrionic control, my sister's outrageous behavior, and my father's secret
laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. I'd guilt-tripped Bree into giving up her Friday shopping spree to deal with Mom and Dad. She and I had put the New York club on the back burner for now because I had to exert control over the business to prevent a mutiny. There would be an emergency board meeting on Friday, and I was determined to show them that I was more than capable of running Rourke businesses. I was also prepared to run any of them out if they continued to sabotage me. The only good thing about my life now was it was so crazy hectic that time flew by. Before I knew it, I was standing in the conference room with the board and my father being video conferenced in. My mother, with my sister's help, had encouraged him to join in. He looked frail, and if you looked closely, you could see the tremors. But he was in a suit, his silver hair slicked back. One of the longest-standing board members started to speak, but I cut him off, which might have been rude, but my intention was to show my dominance from the get-go. When my father tried to interrupt me, I muted him and continued on. It was obnoxious, but if I didn't win this battle, there was no use staying on. I'd made headway, but as lunch approached, I knew I wouldn't be able to make my date with Serena. I had to hope she'd understand. I'd call her later, and maybe if all went well tonight, I could take her and Andrew out for dinner. Maybe we'd even go see a movie. "You're definitely Rourke's son," one of the board members said at 3 in the afternoon when I'd finally wrangled the last agreement out of them. I didn't want to be compared to my father, but for now, I'd take it if it would give them confidence in me. I hope you see that I want what's best for this company as well as you and my father does. I know what I'm doing, and I intend to do it. "That sounds like an ultimatum," one of my father's allies said. "It's a promise, Rich," I said, using his first name, again, as a rude way to hold my position of power. He glanced at my father, who looked small on the screen. He'd have hated that. While he looked pale and frail, his green eyes were as sharp as ever. Worried about what undermining or backhanded comment he might make, I forged ahead. "The Rourke is having a St. Patrick's Day party. I hope you'll all attend." I pulled all my notes and items together, shoved them in my briefcase, and then left the meeting. I didn't even bother going to my office. I went straight for the elevator and headed down. My destination? Serena's place. It was possible the board, along with my father, would vote to get rid of me. So be it. I was thinking that perhaps I should transfer the New York club work to my own business entity. Maybe I'd arrange to buy the other clubs too. My father would be happy and I'd be free. I got into my car and asked Doug to drive me to Serena's building. When he let me out, I gave him the rest of the night off. If I was lucky, I'd be staying with Serena tonight. Or maybe I could invite her back to my new place, which I hadn't spent much time since my father's fall. I poked the buzzer to her apartment and waited. When she didn't buzz me in, I rang again. The third time, I buzzed her parents' apartment. "Yeah?" Her father's gruff voice sounded through the intercom. "Mr. Moore, it's Devin Rourke. I'm looking for Serena and Andrew. Come on up." The door buzzed and I walked in. I guess they were at her parents' place. I hated to bug them, but I did owe her an apology for missing lunch. When I got to her apartment, I knocked. "Devin, come in," Mr. Moore said as he swung open the door. "Glad you're here." I stepped in. The place was quiet. "Is Serena or Andrew here?" "They're at the park with my wife. They'll be back any minute." "Want a whiskey?" After a day like today, I wanted several. "Maybe a small one." "Sorry to hear about your father. Is he okay?"
Mr. Moore went to his liquor cabinet and poured 2 small glasses of whiskey. He looks frail, but his mind and tongue are sharp as ever. Mr. Moore laughed. Sounds like you've been cut a few times. I shrugged. I think my father forgets I'm grown up. With a son of your own even, he said, handing me the glass. Huh? I have to say I was worried how you'd take it or what you'd do. It does my heart good to see you here, Devin. Ah, yes, sir. Andrew thinks the world of you. When do you and Serena intend to tell him? I sipped the whiskey, trying to figure out what he was talking about. Tell Andrew what? I don't know. To be honest, sir, I'm not sure what... You know, I saw it from the beginning. The boy looks like you. His eyes narrowed at me. I don't like the idea that you took advantage of my daughter all those years ago, but Andrew is the heart and soul of this family, so I guess it's a good thing you did. I just hope that you weren't as careless with other women over the years. I stared at Mr. Moore, completely confused. He was speaking English, and if I wasn't mistaken, he was talking to me as if I was Andrew's father. But that couldn't be right. First, Serena would have told me. Second, the boy was 4, and I'd been with Serena nearly 5 years ago to the day. Shit, pregnancy. I'd forgotten about the 9 months. Was it possible? My brain was in a whirl, unable to sort out what was going on. You weren't, were you? He asked. Careless? I shook my head. No, sir. I always used a condom. Except the last time with Serena, but she told me she was on the pill, and I believed her. I thought back to 5 years ago. I'd used a condom then too. Except, Jesus, I think I didn't once. My lungs seized and my heart sped up like it was running the Indy 500. Mr. Moore's brows pulled together in concern. Are you all right? You're looking a little pale. The door opened and I heard people enter. Devin! Andrew called and rushed to me, wrapping his arms around my legs. Hey. I looked up at Serena, who was looking at me much in the same way as her father was. Devin and we're just having a chat about fatherhood, Mr. Moore said. Immediately, Serena's eyes widened into panic. I looked down at the boy again, and knowing struck at the heart of me. Andrew was my son. I looked at Serena. Is it true? Devin, of course it's true, Mr. Moore said. He paused for a moment, looking at Serena, then to me, before giving his attention to her again. Hell, Serena, you told him, didn't you? Is what true? Andrew asked. Oh dear. Mrs. Moore's gaze darted from me to her husband to Serena. They all settled on Andrew. Sweetie, let's go to the park. You too, Graham. I'm right behind you, he said. We just got back from the park. I want to see Devin. Andrew held my legs tighter. Let's get ice cream. Mr. Moore held his hand out. Come on, Andrew. Your mom needs to talk to Devin. Here. Can I see you later? Andrew looked up at me. My son. Jesus. I could barely breathe. Yes, of course. He released my leg, and with Mr. and Mrs. Moore, he left the apartment. My brain was still whirling as I looked at Serena. The guilt on her face said it all. The more I stared at her, the angrier I got. Why? I couldn't seem to form a coherent sentence. My words were lost in the anger and shock and pain. She stepped to me, reaching her hands out. I stepped back from her, repulsed by the idea that she'd keep something like this from me. She stopped and looked down. I was going to tell you, but the time was never right. Don't lie to me. Her head shook. I'm not. I was going to tell you the night we got back from Washington, but your mom called. You could have told me, but decided to fuck me instead. Same for all those times at the beach house, too. Don't tell me you couldn't have told me sooner. Jesus, I can't believe this. I raked my fingers through my hair, feeling like I wanted to throttle something. Everything about her started to fall in place. I whirled on her. You weren't going to tell me at all, were you? I was. I was going to. No, that's why you tried to avoid me in the beginning, isn't it? You wanted me to stay away so I wouldn't ever know my own son. God, Serena, how could you? She was crying now, but I had no sympathy. I was afraid. Bullshit. I was.
Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations? You didn't even tell me you were pregnant. Why not? You think I'm that much of a dick that you didn't tell me? I don't think you're a dick. I think you're wonderful. Bullshit. If you loved me, you'd have never, ever kept this from me. Who does that? Who finds out they're pregnant and doesn't tell the father? her voice pitched up in desperation. I wanted to, really, I did. You changed your number. I couldn't find you. My parents live in New York. They knew where I was, how to reach me. It looked as if all the air left her as she sagged to a chair. She wouldn't let me. What? She wiped her tears. I went to your mother. She said you couldn't ever know. She offered me money. She launched out of the chair. I didn't take it, Devin. I didn't take 1 cent from her. I thought my heart was broken, but now it was decimated. I didn't want to believe my mother would do this, and yet, deep down, I knew she would. It was my turn to feel like I had no life in me. I sagged against the wall. Why didn't you tell me when I got back? I was afraid of losing him, of how your mother might treat him. Then I was afraid of this, your anger and hurt. You're damn right I'm angry and hurt. What were you going to do, Serena? Let me believe he wasn't mine? I was going to tell you. Honest, Devin, I was. Today at lunch was going to be my next attempt. So, it's my fault? It's my mother and my fault that I missed 4 years of my son's life? She only stared at me. I shook my head as I took in the woman that I thought I knew, the woman I was beginning to think I might spend my life with. I used to think you were different, beyond all the bullshit, but you're not. What are you going to do? She asked. Good question. Does he know? She shook her head. No, I was waiting for you. We could tell him together. I didn't want to do anything with her, but I had enough common sense to know that she was Andrew's center. She'd need to be involved. I'm going to get a lawyer and fight for my son. She pressed her hands over her heart. I'm not going to keep him from you. You already have, Serena. She rushed to me, and this time I couldn't stop her from grabbing my arms. Please don't take him from me. I know I was wrong, so wrong. I don't know what I'd do if I lost him. I scoffed. There you go again, thinking I'm a monster. I can't stand to be with you right now, but I know he needs you. I wouldn't take that from him, but I'm not going to let you keep him from me any longer. Yes, of course, she sniffed, releasing my arms. When she looked at me, I saw pleading in her eyes. Please don't let your mother hurt him. I know she'll have unkind things to say about me, but please don't let her do that to him. I won't. The room started to feel small, and my instinct was to run away, but I had a son. I want him to visit me. She nodded. Okay, tomorrow. I want him to meet my family and take his rightful place as a Rourke. She flinched. I have an extra room at my place. I'll fix it up for him. Right now, I'm at my parents'. He needs to know his family. She nodded. I'll have him ready, but except for my parents, he's never been away from me. If he gets scared, I'll bring him home. Thank you. The door opened and her parents walked in. The way their eyes darted between us, I could see they were assessing the situation. Her mother was the first to recognize that what Serena and I had was gone. She rushed to Serena and hugged her. Mr. Moore's eyes narrowed toward me. Now, son, I know she hurt you. You don't know the first thing about what I feel. I had no reason to want to impress her parents, not anymore. Andrew's eyebrows arched up in surprise. Are you mad? He looked around the room, stopping at Serena. Did you hurt my mommy? No, I. Andrew drew his fist back and punched me in the thigh. You don't hurt my mommy. Andrew! Serena rushed to him, kneeling down to hug him. Mommy is okay. You're crying. Why are you crying? His little lip quivered, and I hated that I was the one coming out to be the bad guy. She stayed on her knees as she leaned back to look at him. Because I did a terrible thing, and I feel really bad about it. I heard Devin. He has a right to be mad. Andrew narrowed his eyes as he glanced at me. You need to tell him, my mother said. Graham, let's go in the kitchen. Let me grab my whiskey first. Graham grabbed his bottle and disappeared in the kitchen. Serena stood and took Andrew's hand, leading him to the living room. Sit on the couch, baby. We have something to tell you. Is Devin leaving us? This time, when he looked at me, sadness filled his eyes. I'm never leaving you, Andrew. Not ever. Holy hell. I was a father. See? It's going to be fine. She smiled, and I had to hand it to her. She sure seemed to pull it together for the boy.
She sat on the coffee table and motioned me to sit next to her. "What's going on?" he asked, and I hated how worried he seemed. "Remember when you asked about your dad?" He nodded. I wasn't completely truthful. His head tilted to the side. "Why?" "I don't have a good reason, but I'm going to tell you the truth now, okay?" She held his hands, pulling one to her lips and kissing them. "Okay." Again, he looked from me to Serena again. "Baby, Devin is your daddy." I tried to smile, which was hard because inside I felt like a fucking mess. "My new daddy?" "No, honey, he's your real daddy." He looked at me. "Where were you?" I looked at Serena as resentment built. He blamed me for all this. "Andrew, look at me, baby." She squeezed his hands. "He didn't know about you. I didn't tell him. That's why he wasn't here. But now he knows, and he's here." He still looked confused, and I hoped this wasn't going to mess up our relationship. "He wants to spend time with you. He wants to be your daddy." She nodded and smiled like she was willing Andrew to be happy about this. "Does he love me?" Fuck, he was talking like I wasn't there. "Yes, son, I love you so much." That had been the strangest part of all this. I'd cared for him when he was just Serena's son, but hearing he was mine, it was like my heart doubled in size. He looked at me with apprehension. "Can I call you Daddy?" Jesus, make that quadrupled in size. I covered my heart with my hand. "Yes, I'd love it if you did." 23. Serena. I was broken. My heart, my soul. When I walked into my parents' apartment that afternoon and saw Devin and realized he knew about being Andrew's father, I felt my entire world crumble. I wanted to go back and do it all over again, but now it was too late. I wanted to beg him to forgive me, but I could see in his eyes that I'd hurt him too badly. He was broken too. He was devastated, and it was my fault. I'd been a selfish bitch, only worried about my feelings and protecting Andrew. I hadn't seriously considered Devin's feelings. The truth was, I didn't deserve him. The entirety of our relationship, I'd been selfish and hurtful. But Andrew did deserve him, and so I'd need to do whatever I could to support their relationship. "Devin would like you to go stay with him for a day tomorrow," I said. I was trying so hard to be strong and positive for Andrew, but it was so hard. Inside, I was completely undone. Andrew looked from Devin to me. "Do I have to sleep there?" "A sleepover will be fun," Devin said. "Where will I sleep?" "I'll have a bed for you. Your own room. I can hang airplanes if you want." Devin remembered Andrew wanting his planes hung. See, he was good dad material even before he knew he was a dad. "What about my toys?" Andrew's expression was apprehensive, and I worried how Devin might interpret that. "Well, we'll pack some of your favorites," I said. Andrew scooted off the couch and pressed against me. He looked up at me with his big blue eyes. "Will you be there too?" I shook my head. "This is time with your dad." "What if I get scared?" I glanced at Devin, who had resentment toward me in his eyes. I couldn't blame him. Andrew was nervous about being with his own father. That was my fault. "Then you tell Devin, your dad, and he'll help you." Andrew snuggled closer to me as he looked at Devin.
Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations, "Are you going to live with us now? Mommies and daddies live together." My heart stuttered in my chest as that dream fluttered away. Not all mommies and daddies live together, I somehow managed. Some of them have two homes. And Devin, your dad has a mommy and daddy, and a sister? Are they nice? I looked away because I was terrified that they wouldn't be. "I'll make sure they are," Devin said. Andrew shrugged. "Okay, I know you'll have fun," I said. "Why don't you go in the kitchen with Grandma and Grandpa so Devin and I can finish our talk?" "Okay." Andrew started past me. When he got to Devin, he stopped. "Do you like to play Go Fish?" Devin smiled. "I haven't played in a long time." "I'll show you how. I'm good at it." "I bet you are." Andrew reached out and hugged Devin. Devin buried his face against Andrew. It was beautiful to see, even as it made me feel worse. Andrew ran off to the kitchen. The minute he was out of the room, Devin jumped up and moved away, like he couldn't put distance between us fast enough. "I'm sorry, Devin." The words were so inadequate, and yet I couldn't think of anything else to say.
I desperately wanted to find the words that would allow him to forgive me, but those words didn't exist. He held his hand up. Don't. Your words are worthless. I nodded. His words were like a knife to my heart. He paced for a moment. When can I come get him tomorrow? I can bring him to your place. 9 or so? He looked at me with such pain and loathing, I wanted to shrivel and disappear. You still don't think? I shook my head. It's not a reflection of you. I think it would be an easier transition for Andrew if I bring him to you. That's all. He gave a curt nod. Fine. My parents' house. 9 tomorrow. Yes. Okay. He stared at me for a moment. I thought I knew you. My lips quivered and tears streamed down my face. I'm sorry, I really am. I looked down as the shame became too difficult to bear. Why? Jesus, why, Serena? The pain in his voice had me breaking. At first, I was afraid. I knew I needed to tell you, but the longer time went, the harder it was. That makes no sense. I was trying to find a way to tell you that wouldn't destroy your feelings for me. His jaw tightened. You should have told me from the beginning. I should have known you were pregnant. I wondered what he would have done. Would he have come back to New York? Would he have insisted I go Europe with him? At that time, he wasn't standing up to his mother. He put his hands on his hips. If you'd come to Europe with me, I'd have known. He said as if he'd just realized it. Did you know you were pregnant and that's why you didn't come? Because your parents certainly didn't talk you out of coming. They were clueless about that. Your mother talked me out of going with you. I wondered if I should have kept that to myself. This was my fault, and while she played a role, in the end, all this was on me. You lie. Do you lie about everything? I'm not lying. His expression was disbelieving as he stared at me. She didn't even know about you. How could she talk you out of going? I inhaled a breath, trying to gather strength before I wilted into a pile of ash. She came to my dorm room. She told me you were leading me on. And you believed her? She told me you were spending time with other women. She showed me a picture of you and Evie. It was clear you two were close. I sank into the nearest chair. I told you about me and Evie. Recently, but back then, you could have asked. I could have, I admitted. I was a 21-year-old girl from a regular family, swept up by you. I looked up at him. I thought you were too good to be true. I was afraid to take the risk that your mom was right. How would I get home if it didn't work out? And when you found out you were pregnant, he crossed his arms, looking down on me with harsh eyes. I told you. I went to your mom, and she said you never mentioned me, and so I couldn't be important. You had a future that couldn't be ruined by the likes of me. She offered me money to go away. Fuck. He turned away. I hoped his reaction meant that he believed me. What about when we met up again? You could have told me then. I should have. My reasoning for not telling you made sense at the time. Like what? He demanded. What possible excuse is reasonable to keep me from knowing I'm a father? Protecting Andrew. From me? From your mother. And I was afraid I'd lose him. I was going to tell you, Devin. I really was. I was just too late. I know, there is nothing I can say or do that will have you forgive me. But I need you to know, need me to know. Now you have something I need to know. I looked down because he was right. I was offering too little, too late. Finally, I stood and moved to stand in front of him. I'd say this looking into his hurt, sad, angry green eyes. I love you. He scoffed. Excuse me if I don't believe you. I nodded, knowing I had to accept that. I have to leave, he said. Andrew, I called out. Andrew ran through the kitchen door. Devin, your dad has to go. Devin squatted down Andrew's level. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do something fun. 'Kay, bye, Daddy. He hugged Devin. When Devin left, I sent Andrew back into the kitchen because I needed a minute to pull myself together. My father exited the kitchen and came to me. I'm sorry, honey. I thought you'd told him at lunch. I messed up, Dad. I sank down on the couch and cried. He sat next to me, taking me into his arms. Yes, you did. But there's time. He'll come around. I shook my head. No, He hates me. I don't blame him. It's raw pain right now, but over time, that will lessen. He'll see the good woman in you, the great mom you are. I couldn't see how. There was no way he could look at me and not see a deception of the worst kind. In the meantime, we'll—
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Are you going to live with us now? Mommies and daddies live together. My heart stuttered in my chest as that dream fluttered away. Not all mommies and daddies live together, I somehow managed. Some of them have 2 homes. And Devin, your dad has a mommy and daddy and a sister? Are they nice? I looked away because I was terrified that they wouldn't be. I'll make sure they are, Devin said. Andrew shrugged. Okay, I know you'll have fun, I said. Why don't you go in the kitchen with Grandma and Grandpa so Devin and I can finish our talk? Okay. Andrew started past me. When he got to Devin, he stopped. Do you like to play Go Fish? Devin smiled. I haven't played in a long time. I'll show you how. I'm good at it. I bet you are. Andrew reached out and hugged Devin. Devin buried his face against Andrew. It was beautiful to see, even as it made me feel worse. Andrew ran off to the kitchen. The minute he was out of the room, Devin jumped up and moved away, like he couldn't put distance between us fast enough. I'm sorry, Devin. The words were so inadequate, and yet I couldn't think of anything else to say. I desperately wanted to find the words that would allow him to forgive me, but those words didn't exist. He held his hand up. Don't. Your words are worthless. I nodded. His words were like a knife to my heart. He paced for a moment. When can I come get him tomorrow? I can bring him to your place. 9 or so? He looked at me with such pain and loathing, I wanted to shrivel and disappear. You still don't think I can— I shook my head. It's not a reflection of you. I think it would be an easier transition for Andrew if I bring him to you. That's all. He gave a curt nod. Fine. My parents' house. 9 tomorrow. Yes? Okay. He stared at me for a moment. I thought I knew you. My lips quivered and tears streamed down my face. I'm sorry. I really am. I looked down as the shame became too difficult to bear. Why? Jesus, why, Serena? The pain in his voice had me breaking. At first, I was afraid. I knew I needed to tell you, but the longer time went, the harder it was. That makes no sense. I was trying to find a way to tell you that wouldn't destroy your feelings for me. His jaw tightened. You should have told me from the beginning. I should have known you were pregnant. I wondered what he would have done. Would he have come back to New York? Would he have insisted I go Europe with him? At that time, he wasn't standing up to his mother. He put his hands on his hips. If you'd come to Europe with me, I'd have known, he said as if he'd just realized it. Did you know you were pregnant and that's why you didn't come? Because your parents certainly didn't talk you out of coming. They were clueless about that. Your mother talked me out of going with you. I wondered if I should have kept that to myself. This was my fault, and while she played a role, in the end, all this was on me. You lie. Do you lie about everything? I'm not lying. His expression was disbelieving as he stared at me. She didn't even know about you. How could she talk you out of going? I inhaled a breath, trying to gather strength before I wilted into a pile of ash. She came to my dorm room. She told me you were leading me on. And you believed her? She told me you were spending time with other women. She showed me a picture of you and Evie. It was clear you two were close. I sank into the nearest chair. I told you about me and Evie. Recently, but back then, you could have asked. I could have, I admitted. I was a 21-year-old girl from a regular family, swept up by you. I looked up at him. I thought you were too good to be true. I was afraid to take the risk that your mom was— At least she and I were friends. I trusted her. And even if she lied, I wouldn't have the heartbreak I had now. And what the hell was it she said about my mother? My mother was just elitist enough to do what Serena accused her of, and yet at the same time, I couldn't trust one thing Serena said. Needing some time to sort out the chaos in my head, I started walking. When I passed a bar, I stopped in for a drink. By the time I finished, I was antsy to get started on this new phase of my life, which meant going to my parents to tell them the news. I called for a car, and 20 minutes later, I was walking up the steps of my parents' home. Here goes nothing, I thought, as I worked my way to my father's study. I stepped in and assessed the progress on turning it into a bedroom. It still had his desk and books, but a bed was positioned in the far corner. There was no reason for my father to be navigating steps, and while there were other options, such as a stair chair or installing an elevator, it seemed best to create one-level living for him. Since my mother hadn't slept with him in years, it didn't put her out. I stopped for a moment as I considered my parents. They didn't have a marriage built on love, but they didn't dislike each other. I suppose they saw their marriage as a business relationship. They'd each done their part, and so the partnership worked. The only expectation was to always put the family and business first. Maybe they'd been smart to keep love out of it. Devin. My mother frowned. You look like hell. Is something wrong? Yes, we need to talk. She looked at my father, who was sitting at his desk, while she was helping him sort through papers. According to your father, you should be pleased about the board meeting. Her tone suggested she didn't like my father's report of how I ran the meeting. That was the least of her concerns now. It's not about the business. I pulled out my phone and texted my sister, asking if she was in the house to come out to Dad's study. She responded that she'd be right down. I went to the bar next to my dad's desk and poured another drink. What's going on, Devin? My father asked. Let's wait for Bree. I want to tell you all together. Oh, goodness, you're not running off or doing something crazy again, are you? My mother snapped. I looked at her and knew that while Serena had lied about Andrew, she'd been honest about my mother. I downed my drink and poured another. Go easy on that, son, my father said. The doors opened and Brianna breezed in. You rang? I nodded. I have to talk to you all about something. She quirked a brow. Sounds ominous. She took a seat on the couch. Can't wait to hear it. I stood looking at them, wondering how to start. Did I just blurt it out? I'm a father? Did I confront my mother first? Devin, my mother prodded. 5 years ago, before I left for Europe, I met a woman. I turned my attention to my mother, wanting to gauge her reaction. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but I didn't see anything that suggested what Serena accused her of. Ooh, I'm liking the sound of this already, Bree said, her eyes glinting. Jesus, did she know how tortured I was feeling? I asked her to come with me, but she didn't. I watched my mom. She held my gaze defiantly. She did remember. Is she the first woman to say no to you? Oh, wait. Evie doesn't want you, Brianna, my mother snapped. Bree rolled her eyes and sat back waiting for me to continue. When I got back, I ran into her again. And, like before, I was drawn to her. Oh, for heaven's sake, my mother said. You should know by now that lust isn't love. I whirled on her. What do you know of love? Devin. My father slapped his hand on his desk. Have some respect. Respect? Today I found out I'm a father. What? Bree shot up from the couch. My mother's lip curled as she turned away. You knew, Mom. She came to you 5 years ago. What? My father looked up at my mother. What's he saying, Catherine? When she looked at my father, her expression had softened, like this situation was nothing. I had no way of knowing if she was telling the truth. She was probably just mad that Devin left her. She wanted money. If that's true, why didn't she take the money you offered to make her go away? Oh, Mother, you didn't, Bree said. You have no idea if that child is yours. She left, didn't even take the money. That's proof the child isn't yours, as far as I'm concerned. And now she's probably trying to get back at you, or me, or get support for the child. I pulled out my phone and opened my picture app. Look at him. My mother turned away. Look at him, I commanded. Tell me he's not mine. I held out the phone, showing a picture I took of Andrew in the cockpit of the plane the day I took him and Serena to the museum. My father stood and leaned toward me over his desk.
Bree moved next to me and looked as well. "Oh, Devin, he's cute. He's definitely yours," Bree said. "You can't know that for sure," my mother snapped. "You need a DNA test." "Stop." I clenched my fist. "Why would you do this? I've missed 4 years of his life." "I told you why. I had no way of knowing she was telling the truth. I was protecting you." "Bullshit." "Devin," my father warned. "No, she wasn't protecting me. She was protecting her reputation. Everything this family does is about maintaining an illusion. It's exhausting." "He's right about that," Brianna said, as she took my phone and studied the picture. "Is that the plane?" I nodded. "He wants to be a pilot." "So you've been spending time with him but didn't know he was yours?" Bree asked. "Yes." My jaw hurt from being so tight. "The mother didn't tell you?" Brianna looked at me. "No." "See, he may not be yours," my mother said matter-of-factly. "Stop!" I slammed my hand down on the desk. Everyone jumped. "For once in your life, could you have some empathy? My fucking world just crashed, and you're a part of it, Mother." She stiffened. "She could have told you. You could have too. You're my mother." I turned away and sucked in a breath, trying to get myself under control. I knew my mother would find it easier to dismiss me if I appeared unhinged. Finally, I turned back and pointed my finger at my mother. "He's coming here tomorrow, and you will be kind to him." "Maybe you should take him to your place," Bree said. "He needs to meet his family. He's a Rourke." All this, I held my hands out to indicate the house and all that my family owned. It will be his someday. My mother hissed out a breath. "He's not one of us." I leaned to her. "Whose fault is that?" "You don't talk to me like that." Her hard eyes stared back at me. "That woman wasn't good enough for you." She was right about that, but that wasn't the point. He's a part of me. "A part of you. Can you be so heartless?" "Devin." My father's voice was stern but not censuring. "If you believe he's your son, the boy will be welcome. We should have a DNA. The boy will be welcome here," my father said to my mother. She gave him a scathing glare. "This is an innocent child, Catherine. It isn't his fault he's in this situation. It sounds like it's partly your fault." I wondered if it was his illness that made my father seem much more empathetic. "I will not. He will be welcome in the home, and Devin and the mother can work out whatever needs to be done." "What about our reputation?" my mother hissed. "I suspect that if what I'm hearing is true, we're probably lucky that this woman didn't sell the story about how Catherine Rourke tried to sell her grandchild." My father sat and ran a hand over his head. He looked exhausted. "I did not sell my grandchild. I'm not convinced it is my grandchild." "You offered her money to go away," Bree said. "That sounds like selling to me." "I don't have to take this." With her chin up, my mother strode out of the room. My father looked up at me. "You're sure that this child is yours?" I nodded. "Have you talked to a lawyer yet?" "Not yet." "What? Why? You're not going to take him away from his mother, are you?" Brianna stepped up next to me, putting her hand on my arm. "That would be too cruel." "You think I should be nice to her?" I quirked a brow. "I meant for the boy." Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. I gritted my teeth, wondering how long before they fell out from all the tension. I'm not taking him from her, but I'm damn well going to protect my rights. "Good," she smiled. "I'm an auntie. How fun." She turned and skipped from the room. I was left with my father. Slowly he stood. "I'll do my best to keep your mother under control, but you'd be wise to have a paternity test. You saw him." My father held up his hand. "I did, but your mother may not be the only one to question his paternity. It would protect him and you to have it confirmed officially. It would protect the mother's reputation as a gold digger as well." While I didn't care much about protecting Serena's feelings, I didn't want her smeared either. I suppose he had a point about having a confirmation to shut up people who might question it. But in the end, all that mattered was that I believed it. I knew it. Andrew was my son. Now, you're going to have to think about running this business and being a father. I know today young people think they can do everything, but you'll need to consider getting a nanny. I closed my eyes, remembering what it was like spending time with Andrew, in contrast to my doing that stuff growing up with a nanny. One step at a time, I said, not wanting to discuss it with my father. Would I need childcare? Probably, but right now, I was going to focus on being Andrew's father. I headed up to my room. As I went down the hall, I considered which might be best for Andrew. Or maybe I should have him sleep in my room. I opened my door and found Bree sitting on my bed. She stared at me with that smile sisters got when they were ready to hassle you. I'm not in the mood. I took off my coat and tie, tossing them on a chair. Oh, come on, Devin. You have some explaining to do. Who is the mother? I went to the window, looking out over the river. It doesn't matter. Bree came and sat in the window seat. I know I'm a pain-in-the-ass sister, but I'm a pain-in-the-ass sister that cares for you. I sat next to her. Her name is Serena. The event lady? No wonder she was pissed when I told her you were canoodling Evie at the anniversary party. God, that felt like a million years ago. She accused me of cheating and lying, and the whole time she was keeping him from me. I looked at Bree. Is there something wrong with me? Her expression was a mixture of pity and annoyance. Don't get all melodramatic, Devin. No, there's nothing wrong with you, but there is with this family. I have to tell you, in her situation, I might have thought twice about disclosing that information. Really? I'm his father. His grandmother offered money to make her go away. Mom knew that child was yours, was her grandchild, and she sent her off. Who'd want their kid around that kind of callousness? I rolled my shoulders. I can see that, but what? I told her I loved her. Since the moment I saw her again, I'd pursued her hard, worked to convince her I was sincere. I looked at Bree with my heart bleeding out. She wouldn't have ever told me if she had her way. Oh, Devin, she threw her arms around me. For a moment, I let myself be held by her. But I didn't have time to wallow in my pain. Only pussies did that. I pulled away. I've got to get ready. He's coming tomorrow at 9. I can't wait to meet him. I smiled. Despite the pain, thinking of Andrew filled my heart. You'll love him. He's so smart. Well, of course. He's a Rourke. Her brows pulled together. Will you have him take your name? I nodded. Maybe I should ask him, though. I know he's only 4, but I don't want to overwhelm him with change, you know? She stood and smiled. You're going to be a great dad. And me, I'm going to be the best auntie ever. She put her arm through mine. Come on, let's go find him the best room in the house. I think some of our old toys are in the attic. Let's see what cool treasures we find there. She stopped. No, let's take him up there and let him explore. She grinned as she led me out the door. It's gonna be so fun. 25. Serena. The next morning, I woke to a cold, rainy day. The gray dreariness fit my life, I decided. Normally, I'd take the subway in the city, but since Andrew was going to the Rourke home, I didn't want him showing up wet and tired from the walking the invariably went with taking the train. So I ordered a car. My mother and father stopped by as I helped Andrew put on his backpack. I'm going to see my daddy, he told them. He was keeping a firm upper lip, but I could see he was nervous. The mother in me wanted to protect him from his anxiety, but I knew I couldn't. You're going to have a good time too, my mother said. I could see in her face that she was feeling like I was. She was putting on a brave front for him. I made you some cookies to share with your dad. She handed him a plate. Oh, and I've tapped the Irish stew recipe on the top. I quirked a brow. Way to a man's heart is through the stomach, she said. I gave her a wan smile. I appreciated her effort, but cookies and stew wouldn't make up for what I'd done. You ready? I asked. Yep. You have fun, young man, my father said. He didn't look like he'd slept all night. When I had the time, I'd have to reassure him that it was okay he leaked my secret. I suspected, no matter how it came out, that Devin would have taken it badly. Should he have heard it from me? Yes, but I'd waited so long that there was no way he wouldn't have been upset. I will, Grandpa. They rode with us down to their floor, and then it was just Andrew and I. Me and him against the world, I remember thinking when the nurse put him in my arms after a long labor. I love you, Andrew. I love you too, Mommy. He leaned against me as the elevator slid down. I just want to be sure that you know that. You're going to spend some time with your dad because we both want you and we have to share. I know. He shrugged. I guess it was a good thing that he didn't feel like I was trying to get rid of him. The car was waiting when we exited the building. I helped Andrew in and gave the address for the Rourke mansion. I wondered if I should warn Andrew how different it would be there. Devin might think I was somehow trying to sway his experience, so I kept it to myself. We pulled up in front of the limestone home along Riverside Drive in the Upper West Side of the city. My hands shook as I helped him from the car. Please, God, don't let them hurt my baby, I whispered the prayer as I walked Andrew up the front steps to the arched front doorway. Does Daddy live in a castle? Andrew asked as he took in the ornate carved scallops and cherubs adorning the building. It's a big house, isn't it? I said, not sure how to respond. I knocked on the door and was surprised when Devin answered. I'd expected a butler or something. How strange that I'd felt so close to him 5 years, and then recently, but I'd never been here. He smiled when he saw Andrew. Hey, champ, welcome home. I flinched and bit back a response that this wasn't his home. Devin's smile was polite to me. Come in. Andrew and I stepped into the foyer. It was marble and wood with a coffered ceiling. It's fancy here, Andrew said, as he took in the surroundings. We've got a pool in the basement, Devin said. Andrew's eyes widened. In the house? It was stupid, because I was in this situation from my own selfishness, but I wanted to lash out at Devin. He didn't need to rub in how much more he could give Andrew than I could. But I bit my tongue. I mustered a smile. Andrew, sweetie, I'm going to go now. I'll see you tomorrow. 'Kay. He gave me an absent hug as his eyes continued to scan the room. I tried not to take it personally. I'll bring him home tomorrow, Devin said, as I reluctantly went to the door. I nodded, swallowing the cry of pain that threatened. He's got cookies for you and your family, and my mother sent you the Irish stew recipe since you seem to like it. His eyes narrowed, and I wasn't sure if he was surprised or suspicious by that. Thank you.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. I took a last glance at Andrew, who was looking at a painting of a 19th century man I suspected was an ancestor of Devin's Andrew. Andrew, be a good listener, I said. I will, he said absently. It took every ounce of strength I had to walk out that door. It was only 24 hours, but so much could change in that time. Andrew loved me, but he was a little boy. This house was going to be more fun. Devin could buy him all the things I couldn't. His mother could poison him against me. I was terrified that the child I was dropping off wouldn't be the child I received back tomorrow. He'll be fine, Serena. I nodded. Yes, of course. If you have any questions or if there's a problem, I'll call. I'd reached the bottom of the steps when I heard Devin say, Andrew, wait just a minute. I want to ask your mom something. I turned as Devin came to me. Why didn't you take the money? What? When my mother offered you the money, why didn't you take it? I couldn't imagine why it mattered. The first time it was... The first time? He set his hands on his hips and frowned. Yes, she offered me money to soothe the pain of losing you, I guess. It sounded like I wasn't the first one she'd had to soothe. He was shaking his head, but I wasn't sure if it was at me or at his mother. I didn't take it that time because I was pissed at being dumb enough to fall for you when I should have known you were just being a player. That's not true. I cared for you. I shrugged. The second time, I was so offended by her that I vowed I'd never take anything from the Rourke family. I worked to bite back the words I wanted to use to describe his mother. I accept full responsibility for your pain. But she was ready to let you go through life not knowing you had a son, too. In fact, she was ready to pay money to ensure you never knew. Once she made the offer, I knew I didn't want my child anywhere near a woman who'd do that to her own child and grandchild. Worried I'd gone too far, I looked down and took a breath. Once I felt stable, I looked at him again. I know you can give him more things, Devin, and I know you care for him. I love him. I'm glad, because he needs that more than things or stuff or a reputation in an elite family. He glared.
You have some nerve to judge me. Not you, your mother, and I made this bed. And I get that you can't walk away from family like you can walk away from me. But you asked me why I didn't take the money, why I wanted to keep Andrew from you. She's a large reason why. You were wrong. I was wrong to keep him from you. Absolutely, but I'm going to be honest with you, Devin. I'm scared to death of what your mother might say or do to Andrew. His jaw tightened, but he didn't defend her. I won't let anyone hurt him. I tried to smile because this was going to be my life from now on. Me and Devin trying to be civil while co-parenting Andrew. You should probably get back to him. He's a good boy, but he is 4 and likes to explore. One more thing, he said as I turned to leave. I want him to take my name. It was a fair request, and yet the timing was such that I felt like he was purposefully trying to hurt me. I nodded my agreement and then started up the street since I hadn't asked the car to stay. I'd get a block away and then decide what to do next. I didn't have to work. I didn't have to be with my son. I didn't want to be at home or with my parents. What was there to do for a sad, lonely woman in New York City? 26. Devin. I trotted back inside, pushing aside the idea that Mother twice interfered with my relationship with Serena. Serena was wrong to keep Andrew from me, but I couldn't deny that it would be impossible for her to go up against my mother. Serena was right. My mother was a part of keeping Andrew from me. Andrew? I called when I entered the foyer, but didn't see him. Oh shit, had I fucked up already? You looking for this guy, my sister said, at the top of the stairs that went to the main floor. I found him exploring. You should probably deter him from that. The monster won't like it. Andrew's eyes widened. There's a monster. Jesus, Bree, don't scare him. There's no monster, I said, taking the steps up 2 by 2. Mother. I meant mother. She smirked at me. Breakfast is ready. Give me a minute. She bent down and looked at Andrew. If he gets too boring, you come see your Auntie Bree, okay? He nodded. Okay. She headed toward the dining room. It probably is best if you don't explore alone, I said. You can with me or Bree. When I reached him, I squatted down to his level. Did you have breakfast? His head bobbed up and down. Toast and peanut butter. For breakfast? Was that a real breakfast? It has protein. Mommy says I need protein in the morning for my brain. He pointed to his head. What about eggs? He squished up his face. Yuck. Pancakes? I like pancakes, but those are only for the weekend. Is it the weekend? Yes, I've got pancakes for you this morning if you're hungry. He shrugged. Come on. I took his hand and led him to the dining room. I inhaled a breath and second-guessed the wisdom of introducing him to my parents so soon. Maybe I should have taken him to my place. We stepped into the entryway. Only Bree was there. I had a moment to regather my wits. How many people are in your family? Andrew asked as he looked into the room. 4. 5 including you. Why do you have such a big table then? He is brilliant, Bree said, as she poured herself coffee from the buffet. I don't know, I answered him. Here, sit next to me. He climbed into the seat, but he was too short to adequately reach the table. He maneuvered onto his knees. I didn't bring my booster. I'll get you one later, I said. I hadn't even thought about what he might need. Jesus, I was fucking up this father thing from the get-go. Carl entered with a plate, bringing it to Andrew. Pancakes, sir. Andrew frowned. I'm not a sir. Carl's lips twitched. The cook tried to make them look like cats. He set the plate down. Andrew looked closely and then grinned. They do look like cats. My mommy makes clowns. It was silly to feel annoyed by that. Of course he'd talk about his mom. She was all he knew. Still, I felt ripped off. I'd missed so much time. Sir? Carl looked at me. Shall I find something for young Master Andrew to sit on? Oh, goodness, Carl. Is Mom Downton Abbeying you too? Young Master, Bree rolled her eyes. Carl shrugged. Yes, if there's something for him to sit on, that would be great, Carl, thank you. Are they coming down? They'll be here shortly. Have you warned him about her? Bree asked, sitting across the table from us. No, and I'd appreciate it if you'd behave too. She looked at Andrew. I always behave. She winked. Andrew grinned and then looked up at me. I don't have a sister. You're not missing much. Hey, a piece of toast came across the table, hitting me in the chest. See, she's not house-trained. But I glared at her. If she set Mom off, it would be a difficult morning, and I didn't need that for Andrew's first day. My parents entered together, which wasn't normal. I wondered if my mom wanted to make a grand master and mistress of the house entrance, or if my father was keeping my mother in line. I stood and leaned over to pick up Andrew. Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Andrew. They moved toward us, my mother's hard eyes staring at Andrew. Jesus, he was going to think she was the Wicked Witch of the West. As they got closer, Andrew held out his hand. I'm Andrew. At least someone has manners, Bree quipped from her side of the table. My father took his hand. You can call me grandfather. My mother gasped and looked at my father like he'd grown a third eye. It's very nice to meet you, young Andrew, he said, ignoring my mother. It's nice to you too. Andrew extended his hand toward my mother. She looked at it like it had cooties. My mommy says it's good manners to shake hands when you meet someone. I guess he thought she didn't understand what he was doing, so he was explaining it. His mom has manners too. Imagine that. I glared at Bree. Mother.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. I hope she read in my eyes that I was telling her not to be such a jerk. I'm Mrs. Rourke. She gave his hand a quick shake and then went to her seat. Andrew leaned closer to my ear. Is she your mommy? Yes. Isn't she grandma then? Don't worry about it. Carl entered with 2 thick books. This should work for now, he said, putting them on Andrew's chair. What's that for? My mother snapped. So he's tall enough to sit at the table, madam. Can I get you some orange juice? Carl asked. Cook is nearly finished with your omelet as well. Yes, thank you, Carl. So, kid, you in school? Bree asked. I'm 4. I go to school when I'm 5. What? That's too late, my mother said, looking horrified. He should be in pre-K. Andrew here wants to be a pilot when he grows up, I said, giving Andrew a pat on the shoulder. You can kiss that dream goodbye, Bree quipped. Bree, I gave her a warning. She shrugged. Firstborn Rourke boys don't get to pursue their dreams. My daddy took me in an airplane. We went so high and so fast, didn't we, Daddy? Everyone else at the table stopped and looked at me. We did. I frowned as I wondered what was up. What? I mouthed to Bree. It's so freaking weird to hear him call you Daddy. It's premature, if you ask me, my mother said under her breath. Catherine, we have a guest, my father reminded her. If you're not in school, what do you do? My mother asked. I rolled my eyes. I was sure this was one of her sneaky ways to interrogate him about Serena. While I was angry with the woman, it wasn't my mother's place to probe Andrew for information to use against her. If my mommy is home, we go to the park or the library. When she's at work, I go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. We play games and read. I help my grandma cook, too. What do you cook? Bree asked. Cookies and stew. He looked up at me. My grandma gave me the stew recipe for you. What stew recipe? My mother's eyes narrowed. Daddy came over for dinner once, and he loved my grandma's stew. She thinks he should serve at... He frowned and looked up at me. I don't remember. Inwardly, I winced because I knew this wasn't going to go well. The Rourke. Yes, it's a fancy restaurant. That's what my grandma says. It is fancy, my mother said. Too fancy for stew. Taking a page from Andrew's books of naive honesty, I said, it was true, authentic Irish stew, more Irish than what is served there now. And I suppose you plan on changing that when you steal away the company from your father? Everyone at the table quieted. Andrew looked up at me, his eyes wide with fear. Is she mad? No, honey, that's how she always is, Bree said. I closed my eyes because I knew all hell was about to break loose. When I'm mad, my mommy tells me to count to 5 and then give someone a hug. Hugs always make you feel better. He jumped down from his chair and walked over to my mother. I could see what he was about to do, and I wanted to stop him because I was sure it wasn't going to go well. He stopped beside my mother and extended his arms. Can I give you a hug, Mrs. Rourke? Catherine. My father's tone suggested he was worried too. She sniffed and then stiffly turned in her chair. Andrew put his arms around her. She allowed it, but didn't return it.
When he kissed her on the cheek, she flinched. "Do you feel better?" he asked. She mustered an insincere smile. "I do. Thank you, Andrew." "You're welcome." He skipped back to his seat. I helped him back into his chair. "Who'd have thought all this family needed was a hug?" Bree said with a laugh. Once my mother was out of the picture, the day went well. The weather was crappy, but Bree and I took Andrew to the attic, where we indeed found some cool items and old toys, including an old Lionel train set. "Just don't leave it plugged in," my sister said. "That plug looks older than Dad." We played hide and seek, and I taught him how to play pool. Andrew didn't bring a swimsuit, but he did have an extra pair of underwear, so I took him swimming in his tighty-whities. All the while, I was making mental notes of things that I'd need to get for him at my place. We had dinner again with my parents, and my mother wasn't as shrill, although she was still cool and aloof. It wasn't until I put him to bed in the guest room nearest to my room that I started to have trouble. "I want my mommy." Andrew stood next to the bed, refusing to get in. "You'll see her tomorrow," I said. I pulled a book from his backpack. "Why don't we read this plain book?" His lower lip quivered and his eyes filled with tears. "I want my mommy. Where's my mommy?" An oh shit feeling came over me. That and a feeling of total and complete ineptitude. I tell you what, I started wondering if bargaining was the right thing to do. I mentally added a parenting book on my list of items to buy. "You get into bed and we'll call your mom. Promise?" "Yes, of course." I pulled the covers down as I slipped my phone from my pocket. "We'll video chat so you can see her." He sniffed and nodded. He climbed into the bed and I called Serena. "Devin?" Her blue eyes filled the screen. It occurred to me that Andrew had blue eyes like her, but the shape of them were like mine, as was much of the rest of him. "Hiya. Andrew is homesick. He'd like to talk to you." "Okay." I handed Andrew the phone. "See your mom here, and she can see you too." "Hi, Mommy." He waved at the phone. "Hi, baby. You having fun?" "Yes, I went swimming in my undies." "Goodness. Well, remember to pack your swimsuit next time. What else did you do?" "We played hide and seek, and Carl calls me young Master Andrew." I didn't want to eavesdrop, and yet I didn't want to leave him alone either. I went to the window and looked out into the darkened night. "So, it's been a good day?" she asked. "Auntie Bree likes to make trouble, but I like her. She's funny." "I'm glad." "Did you see your grandparents too?" When I didn't hear anything, I looked over at him. His eyes were looking at me as he held the phone close to his mouth and whispered to Serena. I couldn't make out what he was saying. "I'm sure that's not the case," Serena said, but there was something in her tone that put me on edge, like he'd told her something that made her upset. "She doesn't," Andrew shook his head. "I even tried to give her a hug because you said people sometimes need hugs. I don't think she liked it." Fuck. He was talking about my mother. Maybe she's having a hard day. You know, even you get grumpy sometimes and don't want hugs. I had to hand it to Serena. She had the opportunity to skewer my mother in Andrew's eyes, but wasn't taking it. "Are you going to sleep now?" she asked. "Yes. Daddy said he'd read me a book." "Well, you have sweet dreams. I miss you, baby, but I know you're having so much fun with your daddy. I miss you, Mommy." I heard her blow him a kiss. He leaned forward and kissed the phone. Then he held it up to me. I took it and saw her still on the line. "Let me talk to your mom for a minute, okay? I'll be right back." "'Kay." Andrew picked up the book and started to read while I stepped into the hallway. "I think he'll be okay now," she said. It wasn't what I expected. I told her I'd protect him from my mother, and I hadn't done a good job of it. "She didn't say anything bad to him," I said, feeling like I should address it anyway. She looked down. "Kids can sense how people feel about them. He thinks she doesn't like him. I'll talk to him." "Maybe you need to talk to her," she snapped. Immediately, I saw her eyes turn to regret. "I'm sorry. He's innocent in all this. I'll deal with it, I promise." She nodded. "Thank you." She looked tired and sad, and a lot of what I felt. "How did you do all this by yourself?" She smiled warmly. "I had my parents' help, but most I learned as I went. I've had time to adjust and adapt. You'll get it." "I don't know. I don't have even half of what I need." I shook my head, starting to feel a bit overwhelmed by it all. "Like what?" "A booster seat, toys, all of it. I've started a list." "You'll need a car seat if you want to take him in your car," she said.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Jesus, how much does one little kid need? I can give you a list if you like. How will I know what to choose? I ran my hand through my hair. The people at the shop, or maybe you can bring your sister. I snorted. Bree would be useless. It'd probably come home with a 10-foot-tall stuffed panda or something. Serena smiled, and I had an urge to reach out to touch her. Not in a sexual sense, but just in a camaraderie. Maybe you could take me, I said. She jerked in surprise. Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to help. Feeling a bit awkward, I nodded. Good. Great. I should probably go read his book. Give him a kiss for me. I will. Good night, Devin. I ended the call and put the phone back in my pocket. I entered the bedroom to find Andrew asleep with his book tucked under his arm. I made sure he had his covers pulled up and kissed his forehead. I did it. My first day as a dad. 27. Serena twice, I had my coat on and was heading out the door to Devin's house. Not because I didn't think he was doing a good job, but because the idea of my son thinking his grandmother Rourke didn't like him. Seriously, what was wrong with her? Then I'd remember that Devin was there and would protect Andrew. And I wasn't without sin. The difference between me and her was that I recognized what I did was wrong and felt horrible about it. It was possible I'd lost my one chance at true happiness because I'd made a big mistake. I didn't sleep well, and I was distracted all day, looking at the clock until Devin brought Andrew home. Finally, at 7, my buzzer rang and I let them in the building. I scooped Andrew into my arms before my door was fully open. "Mommy, you're squishing me," Andrew giggled. "I'm sorry. I missed you so much. I think you grew." His eyes widened. "Really?" "Here's his stuff," Devin said, handing me Andrew's backpack and suitcase. "Thank you. I have something for you if you can wait a minute." He shrugged and stepped in, shutting the door behind him. "You need to get into the tub and then to bed." "Can Daddy give me a bath?" He looked to Devin. "Your daddy might have other plans." "I don't mind," Devin said. I was an idiot to be so happy to hear that. "He's here for Andrew," I reminded myself. Devin would be nice to me because I was Andrew's mother, but it didn't mean anything. "Okay, why don't you show your dad what to do?" I told Andrew. "Come on, Daddy." He took Devin's hand and led him to the bathroom. I put the items in Andrew's backpack away and his clothes in the hamper. Then I tiptoed to the bathroom, looking in as Andrew sat in the tub. I think there were more bubbles than water, but Andrew was smiling, as was Devin. I pulled out my phone and snapped a picture. If this was the best I'd have in terms of a family, I'd be okay with it. It was better than I deserved after what I'd done. I left them alone, pouring a glass of wine and reading my book while I waited for them to finish. 20 minutes later, Andrew ran out naked and giggling. "Hey!" Devin followed him, his shirt wet and soap on his arms. "Problem?" I quirked an amused brow at him. "He's slippery." He stood looking down at a giggling Andrew. "Catch me, Daddy." Devin lurched, but missed Andrew. "I think he might have a future as an athlete." "I'm going to be a businessman," Andrew said. "That's what oldest boy Rourkes do." My insides went cold. I jerked my gaze to Devin, whose expression seemed to match my emotion. "You'll be allowed to do what you want, I promise," Devin said. "Can I be a pilot and a businessman?" Andrew asked. "Yes." Devin reached out and grabbed Andrew. "Got you." "Get your jammies on, Andrew. It's past your bedtime," I said. Devin took Andrew to his nook, and I could hear them talking. It reminded me of that first day in the park when they'd so easily taken to each other. I stood and went to the nook. "Ready to say goodnight?" "Yep." "Daddy, when can I come see you again?" "Soon. I'll talk to your mom about it." Devin hugged him. "Good night, son." "Good night, Daddy." Devin moved out of the nook. "I still have that thing for you," I said to him. "I'll wait." I sat on Andrew's bed. "I'm so happy you had fun, baby." "I did. Everyone is nice." He lowered his voice. "Except his mommy. But Auntie Bree says she's mean to everyone." "You get some sleep, okay? I know Grandma and Grandpa will want to hear about all your fun tomorrow. Good night, Mommy." I hugged him and gave him a kiss. I turned out the light and closed the screen I used to block off the area, then went up the short hall to the living area.
Devin was looking over my bookshelves. You read a lot. I do. A book and wine are my me time. I went to the kitchenette and picked up the paper from the counter. I'd filled it with the things Devin might want to have when it was his turn to have Andrew. What did you do last night? He asked. I tried not to miss Andrew, and I read and had a glass of wine. Maybe two. He smiled, and I was glad that he was in a place where we could be civil. I handed him the list. Here's some things you might want, and some things that Andrew likes. He took the list, scanning it. Thank you. Do you want a glass of wine? He looked at me, and I felt like maybe I'd gone one step too far. I mean, only that we're co-parenting now. If you have questions or something, shut up, Serena, I said to myself. Or not. He inhaled a breath. I'd take a glass. My heart did a flip. My brain told it to settle down. He was being nice, not forgiving me, not giving me a second chance. I got him a glass of wine, handing it to him as he sat on the couch. I sat at the far end so he wouldn't think I was trying to rekindle what I'd doused. He's a great kid, Serena. I smiled. He really is. From now on, he'll be staying with me at my home. Overall, everything went well. Bree thinks the world of him, and even my father got a kick out of him. Your mom? He shook his head and took a sip of the wine. I won't let her hurt him, Serena, I promise. I nodded, but wasn't convinced she wouldn't somehow get her venom on my son. I had it out with her this morning. My mother has always been focused on image and breeding and all that bullshit, as you know. But I'll be honest, I was shocked to learn she'd tried to pay you off. So she admitted it? I asked. He laughed derisively. Her response was, of course I did. Like that was a normal thing to do. I'm sorry for that, Serena. That doesn't mean I'm over what you did, but I have a better sense of why you made some of the decisions you did. Thank you, but I'm his father. You can't make decisions for him regarding my mother without me. Not anymore. Yes, of course. He sipped his wine and stared off as if thoughts of his mother were rambling around in his brain. Devin? He looked at me, but I wasn't sure he was seeing me. I really am sorry. I pressed my hand over my heart. I know the words aren't enough, but I wish I'd done it differently. He pursed his lips. Do you wish you'd avoided me? Turned down the job of doing the anniversary party? I can't deny that at first I wanted to keep you away, but now, if I could do it over, I'd have told you at the beach that first time. You had many opportunities. I looked down into my wine. I was trying to find a way where I could tell you and keep you too, but there was no way. I'd accepted that. I was going to tell you the night after the flight. And yes, when you said you wanted to make love, I chose that because I was sure it would be the last time. That was selfish of me. So all that time you were pushing me away, it was because of Andrew? I hated to admit it out loud because it sounded so awful. I didn't want to. I wanted you, but I was afraid of losing you. It was wrong, not just to you, but to Andrew too. Shame and guilt overwhelmed me, and tears flowed. I thought I was a better person. I thought so too. He set his wine down and stood. Thank you for the wine. I'll be in touch about seeing Andrew again. I sniffed and rose to walk him out. You know where to find us. As he walked out the door, he stopped. Oh, thank your mom for the recipe. I'm thinking of suggesting it for the menu on St. Patrick's.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Would she be okay with that? I smiled. She'd love that. But you have to use mutton. It's not the same without it. He gave me a small smile. I'll let the chef know that. As I settled into bed last night, I felt good about Devin and I co-parenting Andrew together. He was hurt by my actions and not likely to forgive me, but he was able to push his personal anger at me aside for Andrew. Since Andrew was the most important part of this equation, I had to be happy with that. 28. Devin. There had been a minute in Serena's living room where I'd nearly taken her into my arms. She'd started to cry, and even after what she'd done, it tore me up inside. How had I gone from wanting her to feel like shit for what she'd done to hoping she could forgive herself and move on? Maybe because I believed her. In her shoes, I might have made some of the same choices. Was she selfish? A little bit, but I also believed she genuinely worried about Andrew. And with good reason, as it turned out. After breakfast that morning, Bree took Andrew to play, and I had it out with my mother, but she didn't budge on her position. Was it simply because Serena wasn't the right social status that she hated her, or that she hated her child? Or that I hadn't been with the woman she picked? Or maybe my mother was just a bitch? Aside from having fun with Andrew, I noticed that my father perked up some as well. My father tried to teach Andrew chess, and later, Andrew taught him go fish. Why couldn't my mother be like a normal grandparent? Over the next week, I called Andrew every night through Serena's phone. After I said goodnight to him, Serena and I would talk. The first couple of nights, it was a short conversation, usually around Andrew. But then one night, we somehow got off topic, where I was telling her about my challenges in running the business. When we hung up, I realized we'd been on the phone for nearly 2 hours. The next few nights were the same, until Andrew came to stay with me on Saturday. On that night, she called to say goodnight to him, and then she and I talked again for an hour. By Wednesday the following week, I found myself looking forward to our chats and going so far as wanting to see her. She was everything that I'd remembered from 5 years ago, and even when I first got back. Funny, smart, sweet, down to earth, sexy. Last night, I woke in the middle of night with a raging hard-on dreaming about her. My dick was so hard, I had to grab a tissue and jerk him off. What was I thinking when I made the leap into bliss? Serena's sweet mouth sucking me off. It didn't make sense that I was still drawn to her. She lied, she kept my son from me. While my mother played a part in the beginning and did take some of the blame off Serena, I couldn't get past all the time we'd spent together over the last weeks, and she never said a word about Andrew. Could I forgive that? How could I trust her? St. Patrick's Day was the following week, and we were in the final plans of the Rourke's party, including serving Irish stew. It was listed on the menu as Mrs. Moore's authentic Irish mutton stew. I asked my assistant to be sure to extend invitations to Mr. and Mrs. Moore, my treat. Nikita and her team, which included Serena, were at the Rourke this afternoon, going over logistics, checking that all the liquor and food was ordered, and finalizing the menu. I was talking with the chef when I noticed my mother walking across the dining area. "Why is she here?" I asked. "She likes to check the menu for St. Patrick's Day," chef said. "She's not going to like the stew." I shook my head, as it worked overtime to try and figure out how to intercept her. The chef gave me a sheepish smile. "We have a decoy menu for her, if you like." I quirked a brow. Chef shrugged. "We like your menu. We want to serve it, but we've been working with Mrs. Rourke on St. Patrick's for years. Show her the decoy. I'll handle any issues on the night if it becomes a thing." The chef nodded. I should see what other trouble she's making. I strode through the restaurant, but didn't see her there or in the lounge. I headed to the banquet and meeting rooms. A few were in use. When I heard my mother's terse voice, I stopped outside the door. "I will expose you," my mother hissed. "Mrs. Rourke, I don't know what you think you have on me." Jesus, my mother had cornered Serena. "I tell you what, I've got a check in your name for $5 million. You take it and your bastard child and make a new start somewhere else." What the fuck? My blood boiled that my mother would call Andrew a bastard child. "I didn't take your money the last 2 times you offered it. Why would I do it now?" I had to hand it to Serena. She was playing it cool. $10 million. "I can't be bought, Mrs. Rourke." "What is that look you're giving me? Do you know who I am?" my mother seethed. "I don't understand why you do something to hurt your son. He loves Andrew. And Andrew, he's your grandson." "He is not my grandson. I'm going to prove it too. I'll expose you, and Devin will see you for who you really are. He'll leave you in an instant. You don't love him anyway. Tell me what you really want." God, my mother could be horrible. I really needed to stop this. I was about to step in when Serena said, "Mrs. Rourke, in a perfect world, Devin and Andrew and I would be a happy family. I love your son, more than anything. I ruined that, so you don't have to worry about him sullying your family with a lower-class woman." Jesus fucking Christ. She continued, "Now, as far as proving Andrew isn't your grandson, we'll see about that," my mother scoffed. "I was a virgin. Devin is the only man I've been with. If it's not his, then Andrew is an immaculate conception." Jesus, my mother didn't need to know all that. "Listen to me." My mother's voice held a venom I'd never heard before.
I have that boy's DNA, and when I'm done testing it, it will show that you're a liar. Take the money and leave." No, I'd heard enough. I walked into the room. Serena's gaze caught mine, and she looked a little dazed. She lifted her chin. "I appreciate your sharing your thoughts, Mrs. Rourke. I have to pass." She hurried toward the door. I reached out to take her arm as she passed me. "Serena." "I have work to do, Devin." I saw tears in her eyes and hated that my mother's bitterness had put them there. But I released her, letting her leave. When I knew Serena was out of the room, I said, "Answer her question." My mother shook her head, like the conversation I'd just overheard was nothing. "What question?" "Why would you do something to hurt me?" "I'm trying to protect you," she snapped. "She's trying to pass that boy off as yours, and you're letting her. She's not worthy of you. She's a better person than you, Mother." My mother jerked like I'd slapped her. "I know you think I'm a conceited woman, but we have a business and reputation to consider. We also live in the 21st century. Even in England, a prince married a divorced mixed-race American." I stepped to her. "That boy is mine. I resent you taking DNA from him to test him. If I ever hear you dismiss him as mine, I will make it my mission to ruin you." Her eyes widened. "You're ungrateful. I'm protecting my son. Isn't that what you say you're doing for me? The difference is that I'm a grown man who can make my own decisions. I know I'm not making the ones that you want, but it's my life. You accept me and my son, or what? Or I walk. Don't think I won't. I've invested well and am prepared to buy the clubs from the business. I don't need you or your money." She let out a breath, and for the first time it seemed like her bravado was falling. "Your father's legacy is on the line here." "No, it's not. What I do is on me. And maybe if you had faith in me, you'd see I could make good choices. The company is doing well. Profits are up this quarter. That woman won't fit. We'd be so lucky to have that woman in our family. She's kind and good. She kept her son from you. She did. So did you. The difference is that she feels bad about it." "Mr. Rourke," Nikita poked her head through the door.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a few items to review. I'll be right there." I turned my attention back to my mother. "Dad accepts Andrew. Andrew wants to love you so much. It broke my heart to hear him say he doesn't think you like him. Seriously, Mother, you hurt and scare a 4-year-old boy. If you're so worried about the Rourke family reputation, you'd better hope he doesn't tell his friends how mean his grandmother Rourke is. You're cruel, Devin. So are you, Mother. I'll work on it if you do." She pursed her lips. "I'm going home." "Good idea. Do you want me to call your driver?" "No." With her chin up, she exited the room. I took a deep breath and followed her out. I headed to the bar with Nikita on my heels. I poured my own drink and scanned the area. "Where's Serena?" "She went back to the office," Nikita said. "How was she?" I looked at my glass as I swirled my drink. I felt like my insides were warring. She was like how most people are after being cornered by your mother, although I don't know why she'd target Serena. I downed my drink. "Do you believe in forgiveness, Nick?" "In general, yes." "Some things don't warrant forgiveness?" I asked. "Well, murder seems unforgivable, although I suppose under some circumstances it's justifiable. How about not telling a man he has a son?" She frowned. "Well, that's not good, but if he was abusive—" "He's not. I imagine there are circumstances where that could be forgiven. It would depend on why the information was kept hidden. If she did it out of spite or selfishness, that would be bad. What if she was offered money?" Nikita shrugged. "If she took it, that would be bad. What if she didn't?" Nikita frowned. "If she didn't take the money, why not tell the father?" "Because the father's mother is Catherine Rourke." I poured another drink. She had an aha expression. "Well then, that makes sense." Then she frowned. "Wait, are you saying you have a child?" Her brows knitted together and she looked like she was replaying our conversation again. "Is Serena's son also your son?" I nodded. I hadn't told anyone but my family, and of all the people to open up to, Nikita wasn't the obvious choice. But then again, she knew Serena.
Wow. Okay, well, I think the world of Serena. If she didn't tell you, I think she'd have a reason. She'd probably feel like shit, though, especially denying Andrew a dad. She'd do anything for that kid. Do you think my mother would do anything for me? I think there's a lot your mother would do for you if it benefited her. I downed my drink and considered having another. Instead, I decided I needed air. I trust you, Nick. Whatever you want or need for this event, take care of it. I've got to go. Yeah, sure, okay. I started to leave and then stopped. Oh, if you fire Serena for being with me, I'll fire you. Looking a bit dazed, she nodded. No worries there, Mr. Rourke. Good. I headed to the elevator and out into the cool March afternoon. There was an electricity snapping in the air that had me keyed up. I just had to figure out what to do with all that pent-up energy. What was it urging me to do? 29. Serena. I went back to my office, but I was too frazzled to work. Mostly, I just sat and replayed Mrs. Work's conversation. How'd she get DNA from Andrew? I hoped she got it from a hairbrush or a glass and didn't do anything to hurt or scare my child. The idea of it made me sick. I wondered how much Devin heard and whether he blamed me. He knew how I felt about her. Just my luck that now that we were getting along, he'd get angry at me for getting in a fight with his mother. It was yet another reminder about why I couldn't read anything to our late-night conversations. I looked forward to them so much, but it was silly to think that we were working our way back to each other. The truth was, I'd hurt him too deeply to ever have him forgive me. When I arrived at my building, I texted my parents asking them to watch Andrew a bit longer. I told them I had a hard day and wanted a little time to decompress in my apartment. They didn't need to know about the Dragon Queen. I leaned against the elevator wall as it took me up to my floor. The doors opened and I exited, walking to my apartment. I stopped short when I saw Devin leaning against the wall outside my apartment. Devin? He looked up from his phone, straightening from the wall. Your parents said you'd be here. I frowned, not understanding why he was talking to my parents. I was at their place, waiting for you. And getting my pants beat off me and go fish by Andrew and your dad. They're cutthroat at that game. His small smile had my own lips twitching upwards. Yes, they are. I opened the door, wondering why he was there. It must have to do with his mother. Devin, I didn't approach her. I know. He shut the door behind him. I feel like I should apologize for her. I shook my head. It's not your fault. At the risk of upsetting you, though, I have to say I don't know how you came out so good with a mom like that. He smiled. You think I'm good? I stared at him, still unsure what his purpose for being here was. Yes, you know I do, my unforgivable behavior notwithstanding. I huffed out a breath, feeling completely off kilter. Do you want wine? I need wine. Let me get it. You sit. He watched me for a minute. I forget how she can rattle people. I'm used to it. I sank into the couch. Did she come to see me, or was she there for something else and saw me? I didn't think she remembered me. She was there for St. Patrick's Day planning, he said from my kitchenette. I suspect Bree let her know who you were, and at the restaurant when she saw the event planning staff there, asked about you. Devin, she took Andrew's DNA. My voice pitched up as grief and shock and pain all whirled around me. I know. His voice sounded bothered by that too. I'm sorry, Serena. He handed me a full glass of wine and sat next to me. I don't know why her audacity surprises me. I suppose I thought there were lines she wouldn't cross. He's your son. I pointed a finger at him. Did I want him to forgive me? Yes. But I wasn't going to let his mother hurt my child, and if I had to stand up to him and risk offending him to make that happen, I would. Whether you believe me or not, I believe you. Never, never. I burst out crying. Serena, Jesus, I'm so sorry. He moved toward me and pulled me into his arms. I wanted to settle into them and let him comfort me, but I pulled back. I had so many terrible thoughts about his mother, but somehow I managed to keep them in my mouth. He wiped a tear from my cheek. I won't let her hurt you again. Fuck her, I blurted. I stood and nearly threw my glass across the room. Instead, I whirled around to see his stunned face looking at me. Despair wove through me again. I'm terrified she'll make Andrew feel the way she makes me feel. He doesn't deserve that. He stood and came to me again. No, he doesn't. You don't either. I pursed my lips at him. Of course I do. I lied to you. He pushed a strand of my hair out of my face. You did. It also shows what you'll do to protect Andrew. I'd do anything for him. Why was he being so gentle and caring? It was confusing my senses. I tore me in two to find out your secret. I won't deny that. I didn't think I could ever forgive something like that. I looked down, again wondering why he had such a caring manner when he was telling me he couldn't forgive me. His finger hooked under my chin, lifting my head to look at him. What you did wasn't because of me. It was because you were doing what you thought was best for Andrew. My mother, she'll tell you what she's doing is to protect me, but in truth, she's doing it for herself. I sniffed, not sure how to respond. Another big difference is that you feel bad for lying to me. My mother feels justified. It doesn't change that she's your mom and can hurt my son. Our son, he corrected. Right. Sorry. You don't think I can protect him from her? She's your mom, Devin. How can you always be there to stop her? I can do what you did. I flinched. It's too late for that. She knows he's yours.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Or we'll know when the DNA test comes back showing you're the father. His thumb brushed another tear away. I wished he'd stop. It was really hard not to fall against him and let him soothe me. I don't mean the lie part. I mean the do whatever I can to keep her away, including walking away from her. From the business, if I have to. I gaped at him. Devin, you can't do... Why not? Wouldn't you? I nodded. Do you think I'm not as devoted to my son as you are? Sure, I've only been a dad for a short time, but he's here, Serena, he said, putting his hand over his heart. I'm promising you that I, too, will do whatever is needed to protect him. Anything. Devin. This time I did sink into him, burying my face into his chest. It was unwise, but I allowed myself to indulge in his strength just this once. His hands caressed my back. I bet you wish you'd never told me where to find you on St. Patrick's Day 5 years ago. You'd have been spared my mother's evil ways. Then I wouldn't have Andrew either, and he's everything to me. He pulled back, and I looked up at him to see why. What about me? His green eyes stared at me with intensity, not angry or hurt intensity, but something else I was too afraid to acknowledge. If I hadn't met you at the bar and taken your virginity, I sucked in my lips to hide my smile. You wouldn't have me, he finished. I looked up at him, surprised. I don't have you. Ha, Serena, but you do. His smile was so sweet as he tipped his head and brushed his lips over mine. I must be dreaming, I thought, but in case I wasn't, I gripped his shirt. You told my mother you loved me, he murmured against my lips. I do, Devin. I really do. It would really tick her off to know that she helped me see that, while what you did was wrong and hurtful, that you did it out of unconditional love and devotion for Andrew. I don't like being the collateral damage from that, but I admire you for what you're willing to do for him. It would be easier to stand up to her with you around, I said, trying not to get my hopes up too much that he was reconciling with me. Perhaps I was misreading all this. Then I should stick around. Do you want me to? Yes, so much. Is this real or am I dreaming? He laughed. It's not a dream. I stared up into beautiful green eyes, hoping beyond hope all this was true. Do you want me? I felt stupid for asking, but I needed to hear the words. He kissed me lightly. I want you, Serena. I smiled. I've always wanted you. It broke my heart when you didn't come with me to Europe. Guilt gripped my gut. No, don't say anything. I know why you didn't come. I just want you to know, despite what my mother says, that I've always been drawn to you. For me, it's real and true with you. I don't deserve you, but I want you. Just don't lie to me again, and we'll be fine. That won't be a problem. Then, because I felt I could, I kissed him back, firm and thorough. He groaned, and I felt his dick thicken against my belly. Just one more thing, he said. I jerked back, afraid of what he might say.
Please don't tell my mother about our sex life. I furrowed my brows in confusion. You told her you were a virgin when we met? I felt my cheeks heat. I guess I did. I wanted her to know you were the only one who could be the father. When I met Andrew, I remember being jealous of the man who impregnated you. Then I wondered what sort of asshole would abandon you. I'm sorry about that. There hasn't been anyone. He quirked a brow. No one in 5 years? I shook my head. No. Serena, this is going to sound sexist or silly, but I can't tell you what it does to me to think I'm the only man who's ever had you. I grinned, happy that despite all the pain I'd caused him, there was something else I could give him. There is no man but you. That's fucking hot. I laughed. You know, there's a rumor that makeup sex is pretty good. Maybe you could show me that. He captured my mouth in a kiss so hot it stole my breath. His hands were lightning fast as they unzipped my dress. In minutes, we were both naked as he sat on the couch and tugged me over him. "Fuck me, Serena," he said as his mouth sucked my nipple hard. I sank over him, emotion filling my chest as his body filled mine. Devin, oh God. I wrapped my arms around him, trying not to cry at how beautiful and happy this moment was. He held me close. You undo me, baby. I lifted my head and kissed him, pouring all my love into the kiss as I began to move. Each time I rose and lowered, I felt my heart stitching back together. So good, he said on a low moan as he kissed and licked my nipples. Together, we moved in perfect harmony, pushing each other up and then holding off at the pinnacle, like we both wanted it to last forever, until the need was too acute. My pussy clenched and I shot off to the heavens. "Yes!" he cried out. "Make me come. Take me with you." His hips bucked up and warmth filled my womb. We rocked and moved until finally we floated back down. He kissed me. "I love you, Serena." At that, I did cry. "Oh shit, what's wrong?" he said, wiping my tears. "It's a happy day when your dreams come true. Does that mean you'd be willing to move in with me?" My breath caught. "Andrew said that mommies and daddies live together. You and I are good now. There's no reason not to raise him together." This time I bawled. He laughed. Happy tears, right? The best, the happiest. I landed kisses all over his face. "How about we do this one more time to make sure we've got the hang of it again, and then we can pack a few things and take Andrew home?" Devin, you're a dream come true. I love you so much. So much. He gave me his sexy grin. "Show me." 30. Devin, St. Patrick's Day. If I'd known living with Serena and Andrew could be so fun and fulfilling, I'd have moved them into my apartment sooner. Andrew was excited to have us together, and ecstatic when I hung airplanes in his room. "Do you want an airplane hanging above the bed, too?" I asked Serena as we watched Andrew take in his plane-themed room, including a bed that looked like a cockpit. "On the ceiling?" she asked. "I think I'd rather a mirror." My dick jerked to full mast. "Jesus, woman." I pressed it against her backside. She turned her head and smiled. "At least one part of you likes that idea." I'd never put much stock in what commitment could do for me, but I discovered that going to bed and waking up with Serena by my side was like a dream come true. Andrew was the cherry on top, finishing off this wonderfully sweet life. It had been less than a week, and yet I knew without a doubt it would be like this for the rest of my life. The only cloud hanging over us was the St. Patrick's Day party at the Rourke and what my mother might do. Serena had opted to stay away from the Rourke the rest of the week to avoid a run-in. I couldn't blame her, and yet I didn't want my life to be spent on eggshells around my mother. "You can't avoid her forever," I said, as I put on my suit for the St. Patrick's Day event. I wore a black suit with a green tie. "I can try. I don't know why I have to go." Nikita excused me from the event. "She excused you so you could be my date. Andrew and your parents are coming too. My father and sister have promised me they'll contain her." She quirked a disbelieving brow at me. I couldn't blame her. Even with my sister and father, I wasn't sure my mother was containable. Of course, I'd threatened to expose her heinous attempt to keep me from knowing my son if she messed this evening up for me. She wouldn't behave for her family, but she might to protect her reputation. Serena was complaining, but she dressed for the event. When she emerged wearing the emerald green dress that accentuated all her luscious curves, I nearly acquiesced the request to skip the event in favor of taking her out of the dress. Her expression suggested she knew what I was thinking. The lingerie is green lace. You don't play fair, I said, tugging her to me. All's fair in love and war. Did you know there's a secret powder room in the Rourke? I might have to show it to you. She grinned.
Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Is that all you'll show me? I kissed her hard to let her know I'd show her whatever she wanted. 30 minutes later, Serena, Andrew, and I were up in the Rourke. We were lucky that night was crisp and clear, giving a beautiful view of the city lights from the restaurant. Is this the fancy place? Andrew asked as we entered the restaurant. It is. I felt like the luckiest man alive as I held my son's hand and had my other arm around Serena. There's the family of the hour, Nikita said, approaching us. Your mother is already here. Your father and sister have her in the lounge. She's upset at the menu. She also thinks silver would have been better with green decor instead of gold. Gold is at the end of the rainbow, not silver, I quipped. I know. She's grumbling a bit about appearances and living in sin. I suspect that's about you two. So what you're saying is that my mother is acting her usual self? I said. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Nikita smiled. By the way, the Irish mutton stew is a hit. It's possible we'll run out. Oh, and Rena, your parents are here too. They're out on the terrace. We're lucky that it's unseasonably warm tonight. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. I looked at Serena. Shall we go meet our guests? I'm going to take Andrew to my parents. You meet your guests. I frowned. As far as I was concerned, Serena and I were partners in all things, not just raising Andrew. She, on the other hand, felt that Rourke business was all my purview. Sure, she'd help with planning events, but she wasn't the hostess in her mind. I acquiesced to her wishes, for now. I watched her and Andrew work their way through the restaurant to the terrace, making sure my mother didn't do something crazy. When they were safely outside, I made my way table to table, checking in on our patrons. Nikita was right. The Irish stew was a hit. The menu also included corned beef, coddle, limerick ham, and seafood chowder. I found my parents in the lounge. Bree saw me first, giving me a bit of an eye roll, which I took to mean my mother was unhappy and letting everyone know about it. Good evening, I said as I stepped up next to my dad. Devon. My father patted my back. Quite the traditional Irish setting you've created. I couldn't tell if he liked it or not. Yes, people seem to be enjoying it. Is my cutie patootie nephew here? Bree asked. Yes, I gave a nod to the terrace to indicate where she could find Andrew. Bree was supportive of me, and I appreciated how well she accepted Serena and Andrew. Even my father seemed to enjoy Andrew, and I wondered if that was the key to getting him to slow down and find something other than the business to focus on. Not just because I was ready to run it, but also because his illness seemed to slow him down less when Andrew was around. Of course, the few times I took him to visit my family this week, my mother was out of the house. I promised Serena I'd keep her away from him until we could be assured that she wouldn't be hurtful. Would you like to come and say something to our guests? I asked my parents. This is your show now, son, my father said. My mother looked away, clearly not liking that statement. I couldn't decide if it was because she felt bad for my dad having to slow down or that she'd be out of the limelight with him doing less. For the last 30 years, you've been running the business and the Rourke. It's St. Patrick's Day. I think people would like to see you. Both of you, I said, looking at my mom. He's right, honey. The people should see you, my mother said. Well, okay, my father agreed. I walked with them back into the restaurant, to the area where we had a band and a dance floor. I nodded to the band leader who stopped the group from playing. May I have your attention? The room quieted down and people walked in from the terrace, including Serena, her parents, and Andrew. That's my daddy, Andrew's voice squealed with delight. It was amazing how fucking blissful that felt. People turned to look and there was an audible awe in the room. I grinned like a loon. Being a dad is awesome. There was another awe. But I'm here to introduce my father. You all know him, and so no introduction is needed. Dad? My father stepped to the microphone. He took medication for Parkinson's, but it didn't stop the tremors.
His illness wasn't a secret, but he hadn't been seen in public for some time. The patrons all clapped, and there were a few whistles that I was sure horrified my mother. My father's eyes got misty at the response. "Thank you," he said, batting his hands in front of him to encourage them to quiet down. "You're very kind. I want to welcome you to the Rourke's St. Patrick's Day celebration. I hope you're all enjoying your authentic Irish cuisine. For over 100 years, the Rourke has been serving New York City. I anticipate it will continue to be one of the most renowned restaurants for the next 100 years under the leadership of my son, Devin, and perhaps in another 20 years, his son, Andrew." My head whipped to my father, and then to my mother, worried how she'd respond. Her jaw was tense, but her gaze held steadfast toward my father, her mouth in an attempt of a smile. The Rourke and all the other Rourke family-owned restaurants around the world are in good hands. And if you're looking for a younger vibe, I understand the Rourke clubs are the hot place to be. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. Was this really happening? In fact, I believe Devin and my daughter Brianna are working together on a new club in New York. There were a few whoops in the back. I appreciate all the love and support you've given over these few months of my illness. I hope you'll continue to support Devin, as I have every faith in the world that he'll continue to build a Rourke business based on quality service. He held his hand out to me. Holy shit, he was officially handing me the baton. I gave him a hug and whispered, "I love you, Dad. I love you too, son." I stood up at the microphone, feeling a little stunned in a happy way. I shook my head slightly to get my thoughts back in order. I just have one more announcement, if I may. Well, two. One is that we're serving a round of Guinness for free tonight, one per patron if you're of age. Slánte. I held up my glass in the Irish cheers. Slánte echoed through the restaurant. St. Patrick's Day is special. Yes, it's a religious holiday or a drinking one, depending on who you talk to, but it's also a day where the Irish, those of true Irish descent and those who are Irish in spirit, can celebrate our traditions. For me, it's more special than that. 5 years ago today, I met
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. "Is that all you'll show me?" I kissed her hard to let her know I'd show her whatever she wanted. 30 minutes later, Serena, Andrew, and I were up in the Rourke. We were lucky that night was crisp and clear, giving a beautiful view of the city lights from the restaurant. "Is this the fancy place?" Andrew asked as we entered the restaurant. "It is." I felt like the luckiest man alive as I held my son's hand and had my other arm around Serena. "There's the family of the hour," Nikita said, approaching us. "Your mother is already here. Your father and sister have her in the lounge. She's upset at the menu. She also thinks silver would have been better with green decor instead of gold. Gold is at the end of the rainbow, not silver," I quipped. "I know. She's grumbling a bit about appearances and living in sin. I suspect that's about you two," said. "So what you're saying is that my mother is acting her usual self?" I said. "Yes, that's what I'm saying," Nikita smiled. "By the way, the Irish mutton stew is a hit. It's possible we'll run out. Oh, and Rena, your parents are here too. They're out on the terrace. We're lucky that it's unseasonably warm tonight." "Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it." I looked at Serena. "Shall we go meet our guests? I'm going to take Andrew to my parents. You meet your guests." I frowned. As far as I was concerned, Serena and I were partners in all things, not just raising Andrew. She, on the other hand, felt that Rourke business was all my purview. Sure, she'd help with planning events, but she wasn't the hostess in her mind. I acquiesced to her wishes, for now. I watched her and Andrew work their way through the restaurant to the terrace, making sure my mother didn't do something crazy. When they were safely outside, I made my way table to table, checking in on our patrons. Nikita was right. The Irish stew was a hit. The menu also included corned beef, coddle, limerick ham, and seafood chowder. I found my parents in the lounge. Bree saw me first, giving me a bit of an eye roll, which I took to mean my mother was unhappy and letting everyone know about it. "Good evening," I said as I stepped up next to my dad. "Devin." My father patted my back. "Quite the traditional Irish setting you've created." I couldn't tell if he liked it or not. "Yes, people seem to be enjoying it." "Is my cutie patooting nephew here?" Bree asked. "Yes." I gave a nod to the terrace to indicate where she could find Andrew.
Bree was supportive of me, and I appreciated how well she accepted Serena and Andrew. Even my father seemed to enjoy Andrew, and I wondered if that was the key to getting him to slow down and find something other than the business to focus on. Not just because I was ready to run it, but also because his illness seemed to slow him down less when Andrew was around. Of course, the few times I took him to visit my family this week, my mother was out of the house. I promised Serena I'd keep her away from him until we could be assured that she wouldn't be hurtful. "Would you like to come and say something to our guests?" I asked my parents. "This is your show now, son," my father said. My mother looked away, clearly not liking that statement. I couldn't decide if it was because she felt bad for my dad having to slow down, or that she'd be out of the limelight with him doing less. "For the last 30 years, you've been running the business and the Rourke. It's St. Patrick's Day. I think people would like to see you. Both of you," I said, looking at my mom. "He's right, honey. The people should see you," my mother said. "Well, okay," my father agreed. I walked with them back into the restaurant to the area where we had a band and a dance floor. I nodded to the band leader, who stopped the group from playing. I stepped up to the microphone. "May I have your attention?" The room quieted down, and people walked in from the terrace, including Serena, her parents, and Andrew. "That's my daddy!" Andrew's voice squealed with delight. It was amazing how fucking blissful that felt. People turned to look, and there was an audible "aw" in the room. I grinned like a loon.
Alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. My mother maintained her dour expression, but knowing that people could be watching, she nodded towards Serena. "Congratulations." "Thank you." "Mommy, what's happening?" Andrew asked. I leaned down to pick him up. "Mommy has agreed to be with me forever. We're getting married." "Can I get married to you too? I want to be with you forever." "Yes, we're going to be a real family." I was so fucking lucky. Epilogue. Serena. 5 months later. Life really could be a roller coaster. One moment, my world had ended because of a careless and selfish mistake, and then I was so happy to have a second chance. But it just kept getting better. On St. Patrick's Day, Devin asked me to marry him, and I was the happiest, luckiest woman in the world. I didn't even care that my mother-in-law hated me. I'd endure anything to be Devin's wife and Andrew's mother. Devin and I were in agreement that we didn't want a long engagement or big wedding. In fact, we'd nearly run off to Las Vegas. However, neither of our parents liked that idea, and we figured we owed them a ceremony. So less than 2 months later, on Beltane or May Day, we were married on the terrace of the Rourke. Andrew was the ring bearer, and Bree was my maid of honor. Our parents were thrilled, except, of course, Mrs. Rourke, but at least she didn't give me death stares anymore. Once the DNA test came back, indicating that yes, Devin was Andrew's father, she retracted her thorns, which wasn't to say she welcomed me into the family, but she wasn't as obviously rude to me. "She treats everyone like pond scum," Bree told me one night while she and I had gone out, leaving Devin and Andrew to have a father-son night. "In fact, you might consider it a good thing. She treats you as badly as she treats me, your family." We spent our wedding night naked in the suite of the hotel where 5 years Devin first initiated me into the pleasure of the body. And the next day, we gathered Andrew from my parents' house and got on a plane to Ireland. "You're full Irish," Devin had explained to Andrew. "You should see the homeland." We brought Bree along, as she was now learning much about the business and the clubs to help Devin out. It gave him more time with us and something to keep her out of trouble, or so Devin said. It also gave us a sitter the few times we wanted some alone time. Now it was the 1st of August, or in Celtic, La Lunasa. Devin and I had taken Andrew to the zoo at Central Park and had a picnic afterward. That afternoon, we dropped Andrew off with Bree at the Rourke house. "I'm going to beat grandfather in chess," Andrew said as he walked up the marble steps. "You can try," Mr. Rourke said as he appeared at the top of the stairs. "Then we're going swimming, right?" Bree said, standing with her arm through her father's. "Yay!" Mrs. Rourke was off at one of her women's meetings, but Andrew was spending the night, which meant she'd be there while he was.
It always put me on edge, but my own parents were off on a cruise, and I'd planned a special night for me and Devon, so I had to trust that Bree would keep any negativity from Mrs. Rourke away from Andrew. After leaving Andrew, Devon and I got into the car, and Doug drove us to our destination. "You're hardcore Irish to be celebrating La Lunasa," Devon said. "I'm not sure how many Irish Americans celebrate that. I like celebrating things with you." I rubbed my hand down his leg. His eyes glinted. "Is this a Celtic pagan ritual we'll be doing?" "Something like that." He turned in his seat, pushing me back. "Can we start now?" "No, I think we're here." Doug pulled in front of the hotel that Devon had first taken me to on St. Patrick's Day, and then again on our wedding night. He grinned when he saw the building. "I should buy this place." "Indeed, it's not a far leap for the Rourke business to expand into hotels." "You're right." Up in the room, a candlelight dinner was already waiting. "Is this how you celebrate La Lunasa?" he asked as he helped me into my chair. "It's how we do it." I pulled off the dome. "Irish stew? With mutton? Of course. And potato bread. For dipping." He grinned. "What's for dessert?" "Me." He groaned. "Can we skip to that?" "Eat your dinner." We settled into the meal, all the while my nerves feeling a little rattled. There was no reason to be on edge, and yet I was. "You know, it always makes me a little nervous when I feel like you're hiding something," he said, taking my hand. Pavlovian response. "I do have something to tell you." I could see him steady himself. "Want to go to the couch?" He shook his head. "No, I want you to tell me what's going on." I moved my chair next to him and took his hands, trying to figure out the best way to share this. Finally, I decided on the direct route. "Devon." "Serena." His voice sounded apprehensive. "You knocked me up again?" It took him a moment to register what I said. Then a slow grin came to his face. "I did?" I nodded. "Yes." He stood, pulling me up with him. He cradled my face in his hands. "It just keeps getting better and better with you." His hand went to my belly. "How? I thought you were on the pill." "Remember back in June when I had the flu?" "Yes, I missed a few." "I'm sorry." "Sorry? Don't be sorry, baby." He grinned. "Andrew is going to be a big brother." Yes, I was relieved. We talked about more kids in an abstract sort of way, but hadn't made any specific plans, so I wasn't sure how he'd feel. "I'll get to see it all, see you ripe with my child in you." I snorted. "You mean fat." "See our child as a baby." I felt bad that he'd missed that with Andrew. "I love you so much." He kissed me hard and maneuvered me to the bed. "Is it perverse that thinking of impregnating you makes me hard?" I laughed. "No. Is it okay to have sex?" "Yes," I said, pulling him down over me. "Lots of it?" "Because I'm feeling particularly horny." I pushed him over and undid his belt. "I want to see." We were a rush of arms and legs as we got undressed. Once naked, Devon slowed things down, trailing kisses from my neck to my breasts and lower, hovering over my abdomen. "There's a baby in there." I ran my fingers through his hair. "Yes, it will be here in March." I love March. I met you in March. I got engaged to you in March. I think St. Patrick's Day should be renamed Devon Rourke Took My Virginity and My Heart Day. He snorted and then groaned. "Fuck, that makes me hard too." "What?" "I took your virginity. I'm the only man who'll ever be in your sweet body. Do you plan to start soon? Because I'm wet for you." "I think I just came." He grinned up at me and then lowered his head into my nest of curls and sent me soaring into pleasure. I was still coming down when he moved up my body and slid inside me. He took my hands in his, holding them over my head. His body pressed over mine and he kissed me. It was like every single inch of me was in contact with every inch of him. His hips rocked in a slow rhythm. I didn't know what other men were like in bed, but I couldn't imagine any of them making me feel the way Devon did. Not just the pleasure, although that was spectacular, but he also made me feel loved and cherished. Laying together like this, it wasn't just our bodies entwined, but our hearts and souls as well. His lips tore from mine as he groaned and his hips picked up speed. "Tell me you're close." "Yes," I gasped as my orgasm teetered on the edge. He lowered his lips to my nipple and sucked hard. And that was it. I was off to the heavens. "Devin!" I cried out as my entire body was awash in the sweetest pleasure. "Yes, baby, I'm there." He groaned and thrust in, releasing warm liquid inside me. He did it again and again. When he finished, he rolled us until I was splayed over him. My head rested on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "Let's make La Lunasa a regular holiday, too," he said through a ragged breath. I laughed. "You know La Soirée y mi Derdefomer is in October." "What is that?" "I don't know. I think something to do with daylight savings time and maybe Halloween." "You've been researching this." I lifted my head to look at him. "Yes. Do you think it's weird?" He gave me a wicked grin.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Not as long as all these holidays have us end up naked and sated. Well, yeah, I said as a matter of course. He pushed my hair behind my ear as his face turned more serious. "You're amazing, Serena. Thank you for taking away my boredom and bringing such joy to my life." I kissed him. "Devin, don't you know? You're my dream come true." The end. Our last chance preview. Description: I made a mistake, a huge mistake. I knew I shouldn't have left. The town, my life, him, Nick, my brother's best friend, had me at first touch. It's hard to resist a hot doctor like him, even for an innocent girl like me. He's a perfect blend of muscle and brains, and the way he trails his fingers across my curves melts me. I've spent years in the big city longing for him. Now I'm back in my hometown, back in the same place as Nick, working for the same damn hospital. What are the odds? The universe has pushed us back into a forbidden relationship, right in the middle of a crisis, a lawsuit. Well, it's a good thing I'm an attorney. I can make it go away in a second. But what about the crisis that I have no control over? Nick got me pregnant. The last thing I wanted was an accidental pregnancy, but could it be the only thing we both need? Prologue. Mia. The last time I had sex with Nick Foster was 4 years ago. It was slow, sweet, perfect. I'd been hopelessly in love with him. So much so, I'd been seriously considering abandoning my dream of taking a job at a prestigious law firm in Big City to live Nick's dream of returning to our small hometown together. No one at home knew we were in a relationship beyond friendship, but Nick was sure our families would be supportive of it. Just after I had a delicious orgasm, we learned he was wrong when my brother, Nick's best friend, showed up by surprise. He wasn't supportive. He was pissed, feeling betrayed by Nick. That altercation caused the initial crack in our relationship. It didn't take long for it to grow and tear us apart. The love that I thought would last forever was gone within 48 hours. Well, maybe not the love, but the relationship was over. Now here I was, letting him touch me again. We weren't in love now. Sure, the attraction was still strong, but that wasn't love. He was in pain and wanted to get lost in someone. Would any woman have done? If that was true, I should have stopped. While I knew this wasn't the beginning of a relationship, I didn't want to be just a convenient fuck. And yet, as he pulled my blouse off and dragged his tongue over the swells of my breasts, I knew I wouldn't stop him. The truth was, I wanted this too. 4 years ago, Nick was vocal during sex, but tonight he was quiet. His hands kneaded my breasts, his tongue taking turns lapping at one nipple and then the other. Soon we were both naked on his couch. The room was dark, but I could see him clearly. I could see the guilt and pain on his face, even though that was what this encounter was supposed to help him escape. I wondered again at the wisdom of this encounter. Nick's heart and mind needed soothing, but sex probably wasn't the right balm. "Fuck me, Mia." His words came out soft, almost like it was a thought and not something he meant to say out loud. Once again, I found myself powerless. I'd tried to move on from Nick when we broke up 4 years ago. I was sure I was over him, but I couldn't deny that I'd never met anyone who made me yearn for them the way he did.
It was like my entire body remembered him and had come alive in anticipation of his touch. I straddled his thighs, rubbing my pussy over his sheathed dick. I looked at him, but his head was down, resting against my breasts. His hands were on my hips as I lowered down over him. He was thick and hot, and I realized my memory of him was lacking. He filled every bit inside me, and it was spectacular. I gripped his shoulders and began to move, up and down, in a slow, long ride. He groaned, his fingers kneading my hips. It seemed impossible, but he thickened inside me, the friction increasing with each delicious slide, until I was bouncing on him, driving towards my orgasm. I teetered on the edge, release just a thrust away. I was sure he was close too. Then his hands squeezed and held me as I dropped over him, his dick filling me. He kept me from moving, his breathing was harsh as he dropped his head between my breasts again. I started to say something, but his grip.
Laughter alongside the swoon-worthy declarations. Not as long as all these holidays have us end up naked and sated. Well, yeah, I said as a matter of course. He pushed my hair behind my ear as his face turned more serious. You're amazing, Serena. Thank you for taking away my boredom and bringing such joy to my life. I kissed him. Devin, don't you know? You're my dream come true. The end. Our last chance preview. Description. I made a mistake. A huge mistake. I knew I shouldn't have left. The town. My life. Him, Nick, my brother's best friend, had me at first touch. It's hard to resist a hot doctor like him, even for an innocent girl like me. He's a perfect blend of muscle and brains, and the way he trails his fingers across my curves melts me. I've spent years in the big city longing for him. Now I'm back in my hometown, back in the same place as Nick, working for the same damn hospital. What are the odds? The universe has pushed us back into a forbidden relationship, right in the middle of a crisis. A lawsuit. Well, it's a good thing I'm an attorney. I can make it go away in a second. But what about the crisis that I have no control over? Nick got me pregnant. The last thing I wanted was an accidental pregnancy. But could it be the only thing we both need? Prologue. Mia. The last time I had sex with Nick Foster was 4 years ago. It was slow, sweet, perfect. I'd been hopelessly in love with him. So much so, I'd been seriously considering abandoning my dream of taking a job at a prestigious law firm in Big City to live Nick's dream of returning to our small hometown together. No one at home knew we were in a relationship, beyond friendship, but Nick was sure our families would be supportive of it. Just after I had a delicious orgasm, we learned he was wrong when my brother, Nick's best friend, showed up by surprise. He wasn't supportive, he was pissed, feeling betrayed by Nick. That altercation caused the initial crack in our relationship. It didn't take long for it to grow and tear us apart. The love that I thought would last forever was gone within 48 hours. Well, maybe not the love, but the relationship was over. Now here I was, letting him touch me again. We weren't in love now. Sure, the attraction was still strong, but that wasn't love. He was in pain and wanted to get lost in someone. Would any woman have done? If that was true, I should have stopped. While I knew this wasn't the beginning of a relationship, I didn't want to be just a convenient fuck. And yet, as he pulled my blouse off and dragged his tongue over the swells of my breasts, I knew I wouldn't stop him. The truth was, I wanted this too. 4 years ago, Nick was vocal during sex, but tonight he was quiet. His hands kneaded my breasts, his tongue taking turns lapping at one nipple and then the other. Soon, we were both naked on his couch. The room was dark, but I could see him clearly. I could see the guilt and pain on his face, even though that was what this encounter was supposed to help him escape. I wondered again at the wisdom of this encounter. Nick's heart and mind needed soothing, but sex probably wasn't the right balm. Fuck me, Mia.
His words came out soft, almost like it was a thought and not something he meant to say out loud. Once again, I found myself powerless to stop. I'd tried to move on from Nick when we broke up 4 years ago. I was sure I was over him, but I couldn't deny that I'd never met anyone who made me yearn for them the way he did. It was like my entire body remembered him and had come alive in anticipation of his touch. I straddled his thighs, rubbing my pussy over his sheathed dick. I looked at him, but his head was down, resting against my breasts. His hands were on my hips as I lowered down over him. He was thick and hot, and I realized my memory of him was lacking. He filled every bit inside me, and it was spectacular. I gripped his shoulders and began to move, up and down in a slow, long ride. He groaned, his fingers kneading my hips. It seemed impossible, but he thickened inside me, the friction increasing with each delicious slide, until I was bouncing on him, driving towards my orgasm. I teetered on the edge, released just a thrust away. I was sure he was close too. Then his hand squeezed and held me as I dropped over him, his dick filling me. He kept me from moving. His breathing was harsh as he dropped his head between my breasts again. I started to say something, but his grip loosened. I rocked, and he groaned. Then I started to ride again. Quickly, I was back up, riding him hard. My pussy throbbed as each slide of him pushed me closer to the edge again. Oh God, Nick. My fingers dug into his shoulders as my climax rushed toward me. I sank down, knowing next time pleasure would fill my body. His hands squeezed again, holding me in place, preventing me from taking that one last ride. I groaned in frustration. Nick. His thumb slid between my thighs and rubbed over my clit. I tried to rise, but he held me there,